All right. Think we're live. Let me guess. Moonstruck is gonna be first. Am I getting that right? Mm-hmm. There it is. Yeah. What's up, Dino Nuggy? What's up, Moonstruck? Rod, first comment over there on YouTube. How you doing? What's up, Gretchen? Phoebe, how you doing? What's up, Nightbot? What's up? 31 months from Mr. Ducko himself. Let's go. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, Ducko. W Ducko. I was about to send out a search party. Only gone for a day. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. That's not it. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. Good shit. What's up, everybody? Suspense, how you doing? Cats and Cocktails. Evan, how y'all doing? Carbon, no long time. Long time no see. Fuck yeah. What's up? Trump is sending defense weapons to Ukraine, of course. Santiago, what's up? Oh yeah. See, Cats and Cocktails knows what's up. Favorite color, let's go. Oh my god. What is this? Has drag? Clipped by Ducko? What the fuck are you looking at?
Straight. Why are you laughing?
I'm straight.
Single or taken?
I don't talk about my private life.
Oh, sorry. Well, you tell her I said hello, and let her know that I will eat her out just to know what your dick tastes like, okay? Not trying to make you uncomfortable, just
That's crazy. They just went live on his own about 10 minutes ago. Alright. It's like we're gonna be competing. Is he dating that Valkyrie girl? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Alright. Let's get started. Cindy Who, what up? Alrighty. I think everything is good. Bit rate's looking good. 2,500 kilobits per second. No choppiness. Like it. I love it. We haven't had a stream crash in a long time. It's something I fixed. I'm not gonna jinx it, okay? Knock on wood. Epstein's list was all fake news. Oh yeah, I might bring that up low key. What's up, Dino? That's what he said when Tommy signed off. Mm. There are several Hank Hill accounts going around TikTok tonight. They'll yell slurs and report your live. I got several lives taken down tonight for a warning. Roger that. Where's the lo-fi Star Wars? I turn it off. I mute the Star Wars lo-fi for two specific songs. The one where he's like, I'm dying for my bro. It's really fucking annoying. Not because it's like bad, it's just like he says it so many fucking times, it gets annoying after a while. Like, and then the one where Darth Vader is just like talking, and he's just like talking for like 2 minutes straight, like in a very somber. It's just bad. So I only mute during those two parts, but it doesn't look like those are playing right now. So we're back. All right. Time for the Republic. Like, he just says it so many fucking times. Hector got banned tonight for a week. Goddamn. Alright, well, I'm ready. I don't know what I'm gonna start with. Jesus. I feel robbed. No orange and no mental illness. Oh, well, you and Cats and Cocktails redeemed at the same time, so we're still doing blue for now. And then we're gonna go over to orange. Debate the big booty bill. Thank you in advance. Whew. Okay. Thanks, dude. Just pissed myself. Trump has no values. That's true. Did a show force in LA today and it looked pathetic as hell. Motherfuckers dressed like they're going to should only take a walk in that park and make no rest. Yeah, it's all that. Yari, thanks for the heart me. What up, everybody? How we doing? How we doing? What heart me? Yari with the popular. Let's go. Let's see if we have to do a restart or not. Moorific with the heart me. Thank you so much. What's up? What up, everybody? Caitlin. Hot Cheerio. Oh, hot. I thought that said hot Cheerios. Hot Cheetos. Yeah. Thank you so much, Comanche, for the dolphin. Appreciate you. What's up, everybody? What's up? What's up? Hot Cheerios. I'm pretty sure they exist somewhere. I'm pretty sure somebody puts hot sauce in their Cheerios. It's gotta be, right? Boost, what up? Thank you for the heart. Me, Mendy with the popular. Thank you so much. Yeah, with chopsticks. What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's unnatural. Okay. Go ahead and hop on in here and tell me why being unnatural is bad, given that you're unnaturally communicating with me right now via TikTok. Anybody else? Come on. Oh yeah, I saw the video, Ducko. What's up, everybody? What's up? What's up? Welcome, welcome. AZ Mike with the heart me. Thank you so much. It's for others too. Oh, okay. It looks weird. You look weird. Does that mean that you're doing something wrong? What the fuck? All right, if you want to debate, go ahead and hop on the guest requests. Come on, get on in here. Come on. Phoebe, thank you for the heart me. What's up, everybody? What up, what up, what up? How we doing tonight? What's up, King? Can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 28.
Okay, what is your best argument for why being gay or lesbian is wrong?
Well, number one, it's not Pride Month. That was last month.
No, every month is Pride Month. What's your best argument?
No, you're incorrect. Pride Month was last month.
Incorrect by what standard?
The celebration of Pride Month.
Yeah, we should celebrate it every month. All right. Anyway,
So,
what's your argument?
now it's your opinion. We should
Yes.
celebrate it.
Yeah, every
So
month.
it's not.
It's
It's
Pride
not Pride
year.
Month.
It's Pride year. Yeah, and which means every year is Pride Month. Every month is Pride Month. All right, go ahead. Give me your
That's
argument.
only. That's only in your small brain.
Yeah, cool. Now give me the argument. See how big our brains are.
Yeah, that's funny.
Waiting on you, buddy.
All right, little bro.
Come on.
Why is lesbian being wrong?
Yeah.
They can't reproduce.
Yeah, they can. Next question.
Are you just gonna say yeah they can without any?
Yeah, lesbians can reproduce. They're not infertile. Just because you're a lesbian doesn't mean that you're infertile. Does that follow?
Yeah, but can a woman and a woman together create
Well, that's a different
another?
question.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you're saying
I'm
you're not saying being a lesbian is
obviously
wrong. You're saying being in a lesbian relationship is wrong, and two women can't have can't procreate with each other. That's a different claim of whether being lesbian is wrong.
yeah, being lesbian is wrong
Okay, and why is being lesbian wrong?
because if you're a lesbian, that means you're not bisexual. You're a lesbian. You're with another
And
woman.
why does that matter? Why does that matter?
It's like I said, a woman and a woman cannot reproduce together.
Okay, so can a woman and an infertile man reproduce together?
No,
Is it wrong for a woman to be with an infertile man?
no.
All right, well, that's going to be a contradiction on your part, small brain.
Well, I mean, it's an obvious reason why
Why?
that's not the same as a woman and a woman being together.
Yeah,
It's obvious.
so if the argument is that what the lesbian is doing wrong is she's choosing to be in a relationship with somebody that she knows she can't reproduce with, that is no different from that same woman choosing to be in a relationship with an infertile man. What's the logical
Well,
distinction?
no, well, due to the infertile man was born infertile.
And that doesn't change anything about the lesbian or the bisexual woman. If you have a bisexual woman and she chooses to be, let's say in January, she's with the woman, right? She knows she cannot have kids with that woman, right? And you're like, oh, well, you're wrong for doing that. So she's like, okay, well, let me go to a man. And she decides to be with a man that she knows that is infertile. Then these are the exact same situation. All we did was swap the sexes.
Yeah, what if all the women were lesbians? Is that
Can
an
you
issue?
address that argument?
That an infertile man
Yeah, infertile man or a man or a
yeah.
fertile man dating an infertile woman. Like if the purpose of being in a relationship is to have children, then infertile couples are wrong under your view, correct?
No, dude, that makes no sense.
Okay, so what do you think it's okay to be in a relationship with somebody that you know you can't have kids with? I thought I was a
No.
small brain here, King.
Yeah, I
What?
mean, dude, you said Happy Pride Month. Pride Month was
Yeah,
last month.
cool.
I don't know why you keep trying to bring Pride Month every month because it should
Yeah,
be
I'm
every
not
month.
gonna, I'm gonna be honest. I had this background during Pride Month, and I just didn't feel like changing it. That's the reason why it's up
So
there.
you're too
But
lazy
nonetheless,
of a man.
like you're just contradicting yourself,
You're
or
too
you're just
lazy
special
of a
pleading.
man to change it.
Yeah,
You're
you're
too
too
lazy
lazy
of
of
a
a
man.
man to produce an argument that is logically coherent. Why can't you
No,
do
I
that?
mean, logically, if all the women were lesbian, the human species will not exist.
What's the argument for that? Because you said if women were lesbian, like that
I
means
don't
there are humans that exist. I don't know what you mean.
keep. Oh man, dude, you're. I don't know,
Like,
brainwashed,
okay, listen, if you can't produce an argument, just say that, bro.
programmed. I think
Okay, well, that's
most
not
of
an
us are
argument either.
programmed.
That's not an argument either.
It's
Listen,
not
like, you're
an.
not alone. Nobody can give an argument for why
It's
being
a.
lesbian is wrong. Do you want to try again? Another one?
Try again with what?
Another argument since that one failed. I mean, you special pleaded. Okay, let's try this. Let's say we have these two women. They get in a marriage, right? And they go to an IVF clinic and they both get pregnant via IVF. Now, is that relationship wrong? Now that they have
Yeah, I
biological
mean, dude,
children?
that's not. I mean, yeah, it
So,
is actually.
so that oh, it's still wrong. So it's not about reproduction. So what are they doing wrong?
Well, you're just saying if they went to IVF clinic to.
Reproduce, yeah.
Right, that to me is wrong.
Wait, why is that wrong? You just said they should reproduce, but now they're reproducing. You're
Yeah,
saying they
but
shouldn't reproduce? That's a
that to me is
contradiction.
that to me is like synthetically reproducing.
Okay, why is that wrong? Why is it wrong for things to be
Why is it
synthetic?
wrong?
Yeah,
Because it's not real, it's fake.
it's not real. It's fake. I don't understand what.
Yeah.
It's real. It
Yeah.
actually is the child fake?
No, the child is not fake.
Does the
But
child have any value?
I mean, what are we gonna do? Just keep going to the clinic and creating
Yeah. What? Like what?
these
In,
endless
in fact,
amounts of
that's yeah.
children
It's just because it's
synthetically?
yeah. Like a woman gets to choose how she becomes pregnant, right? You shouldn't force her in one particular way how to be pregnant, because presumably the lesbian is not attracted to the man. She obviously doesn't want to have sex with the man because that would be great, right?
If the man forces,
Yeah,
that
but
would be
like if
great.
she doesn't want to have sex with the man because she's a lesbian, then she should probably choose another way of getting pregnant other than having sex with the man, correct? Do we agree or no?
Uh, I'm just thinking. I mean, how is that gonna with whatever child that they raise? I
Hmm.
mean, how are they
Well,
gonna
like,
explain it to them? Saying,
well, we'll
"Hey,
we'll get to that.
you're
We'll get to
lesbian.
like raising the
You can't
child.
reproduce, so we had to artificially create you
Well, they can
synthetically."
reproduce. That's how they got the child there.
Yeah, they can reproduce, but they cannot reproduce naturally
They can
with
reproduce naturally, but the only way for them to reproduce naturally is to be raped. So they don't want to reproduce naturally. Like you wouldn't want that. You're a straight man, presumably. If the only way that you could have kids is for another man to blow your back out, like you wouldn't want that. That would be great, right?
dude. All right, I'm out.
Okay. All right, buddy. Jesus Christ, bro.
Wild
Jesus.
work. I cannot believe I went through 9 months of pregnancy, really, really hard pregnancy, and then having an emergency crash C-section and almost unaliving due to my uteral or my placental abrasion, just to have a fake child. Wild. I'm gonna have to tell that almost 2-year-old she's fake.
Let's do some shout outs. Void, thank you so much for the $2 Venmo. This is all I got, friend. Thank you so much. Also, I don't know how to pronounce your name. It starts with a C. It's a long name. I'm so sorry, but you know who you are. Thank you for the $5 on Cash App. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, if you think being lesbian is wrong, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Bro came in here, said I got a small brain and couldn't produce an argument. I love it.
Joss, you missed the last guess. He was saying that babies that are created through IVF or artificially are fake. So my IUI baby apparently is fake. And yeah, I almost died to bring my fake baby to the earth.
The first second I joined, we're already talking about backs being blown out again. This is why I didn't even get to give him the arch, the arch qualifier. Like that's usually
He
the best
wouldn't know
part
how
about
to do
that
that.
argument. It's like you have
He
to do it
wouldn't know
while
how
it's
to
arch.
arch. No, he wouldn't know how to. He's not that good.
Need you to clip that and post it. I think I do have a clip of something like that. It's somewhere in the it's somewhere in my videos. You probably just have to go through my account and look for them. All right, let's get Cody up here. Oh, look, doesn't look like Cody has a live access, but yeah, I don't care what if like what's like if the book says it's wrong, then it's wrong. Who cares? If I could just write a book that says it's not wrong, boom, problem solved. Like the fuck.
Thank you for the $1 void. For uppies, please, mother. I'm so sorry, Void, but this is not my live. I do not get to dictate who comes up.
You'll be up here, don't worry. Not to mention, there are so many men mistreating this woman, so why would we want to be with a man? Yeah.
Every day they show us why we would choose the bear.
I saw that video of the woman on the motorcycle. She was at the gas station, and all she did was tell the guy that I don't give up my phone number. He just like threw water all over her. I think it was water. Hope it wasn't gasoline. How's your day going? Pretty fantabulous. You saw that? Yeah, that shit was crazy. Yeah, she was so nice too. She was like, no, you can't have, I don't get my number out. It's more personal, but you can have my Instagram. He's like, why are you being funny? She's like, no, I'm just saying you can have my Instagram. But I just don't get my number out. And he just like crashed out and threw water or something on her.
Sweet beat, the placenta can break. It's called an abruption. It explodes, essentially. It breaks. Yeah. That does happen. That's what almost unalived me. Just clarifying. That's an awful experience, man.
Hello NBA. Can I get your age, please, if you don't mind? Are you still loading in? Euphoria, thank you for the $1 for fertilize me is crazy.
Say what?
Yo! Thank you for the $1 cash app. I appreciate you. This guy's not loading in. Is he loading in for you? Guess not. Okay. Well, NBA, I don't know what's going on with you, but try to join
it looked
again.
like they were half loaded in, but not fully.
Anyone in the comments want to run this fist fight? Yeah, he's saying that in the comments because you know he don't want that smoke with me. That's why Chris saying it. Notice he didn't say anybody in this live want to run fist. He said anybody in the comments, right? Because Chris know what's up. Okay.
Did you read Nico's? Nico had a comment that you didn't read apparently.
What in Venmo?
Nico, was it on a pay area?
I didn't get any new Venmos or just like a TikTok comment.
I don't know. Hold on, let me find it. Nico says.
And thank you so much for the back and monkey. Thank you for reaching live. Go, I appreciate you.
Shit, where'd it go?
Was making a dirty joke. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a dirty joke for sure. Thank you, Amanda. Appreciate you. Those are pretty. Yeah, they said, want to give me that arch qualifier.
All right, let's get some debates in here. If you think being lesbian is wrong, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. This topic doesn't get as much traction, so I might change it pretty soon. But we'll give it a few minutes.
I freaking love lesbians. Same, Sophia. Same. They're great.
There's this girl that I debated, this fucking conservative girl. I forgot her name. Um,
Was it
opinionated
Melanie?
something? No. But anyway, like she kicked me after I like proved me wrong or whatever. But anyway, I saw her on Dean and Parker's live, getting like absolutely roasted yesterday. I was busted. Yeah, that opinion. I was busting out fucking laughing because what was Dean asking her? He was asking about, oh yeah, he was asking about January 6th, and how Trump pardoned, yeah, she has curly hair. Trump pardoned the violent January Sixers. Now, she didn't want to address that. So like Dean and Parker kept pushing her in a very specific question, and she kept running from the question. I think like 12 times. She was like, they were, what are they asking? They were like, if Biden had pardoned somebody who was convicted during the Black Lives Matter riots, would you say that that is condemnation or support of that kind of behavior or something like that? And she was like, she couldn't answer the question. And it was like 10, 15 times they asked it, to the point where Dean just got tired of asking it. So he just would like he would like play the clip where he asked the question and would just keep asking it through the clip. It was fucking hilarious. Yeah, he offered her he's like, I will give you $1,000 if you just answer the question. And then she kept
Wow.
pivoting to, what did she say? She said, well, nobody was arrested during the Black Lives Matter protests or riots, which is false, by the way. But like she was like, nobody was arrested. Why don't we talk about that? Like it was so fucking brutal. And Parker was like running around his house because because she couldn't answer the question. That shit was fucking hilarious. Oh my god.
I would not gonna lie. Running down $1,000 is wild work.
Like 1,000, bruh. Why
But
do
I
you
could
think
do
it's
it
wrong?
without
Why would I
her.
think it's wrong if I'm asking this question? All right, if you have an argument, go ahead and hop on the guest request. Hit it up. Let's go.
It's always Pride Month,
Yeah,
goose.
it's Pride year, so that means every month is Pride month. I'm inviting half of these people. They're just rejecting my request. I love it.
They're
Yeah, Pride
cowards.
Century. Every year is Pride year.
Amen.
I'm Pride
It's the
open for.
Pride.
Oh my god. Uh,
Oh, oh,
let's see if
what?
Cole can produce an argument. Well, none of these motherfuckers have live access. It's crazy. So many people were arrested. Yeah, like I think the most people who were convicted were people who did arson. After arson was illegal firearm possession, and then like the third one I think was rioting. It was like 400 people, something like that, 400 people who were like arrested, charged, and convicted. The fact that she was like nobody was arrested is like that's just an obvious lie. Silly Mike, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, we'll run this topic for a little bit.
Come on, folks. Come tell us why it's wrong. You know you want to. Hey, look. Poppy toes.
Hey, new guest, can I get your age, please?
It's not wrong.
Okay, well, we agree. We're looking for somebody who thinks it's wrong. Does anybody have an argument, or
You guys know it's wrong.
you know it's
here.
not wrong?
Oh, his live access was turned on for half a second.
Oh, that's
Coward.
crazy. All right, let's get Boyd up here, and then let's get this new guest. Can I get your age, please? I don't think this person's opposition. Droid, can I get your age, please?
31.
All right, what's your argument today?
You don't think I'm opposition? Is that like you don't think
No,
I'm against
it was
you?
another person that was in here. What's your argument?
I will have to disagree.
Yeah, what's your argument?
The argument is just it's obviously unfortunately based on just my religion. That's it. Nothing fancy.
So your religion just says it's
Pretty
wrong.
simple.
So why does your religion say it's wrong?
No, no. Listen, there's men that can be into men, and there's women that are into women. But
You
in my
know that?
religion, unfortunately, you can't give into that. You know,
Yeah, so why?
it's, and I'm sure you know what the Bible is, right?
Well, let's just say the Bible says that. Why does it say that? Like, what's the argument? Like, if you don't know the argument and you're just saying, well, the Bible says it, then does the Bible have an argument?
Uh, I'm pretty sure it has an explanation, but I'm pretty
Do
new
you
to
know that
this.
explanation?
No, no, I'm pretty new to this religion that's helped out so much.
I understand.
But I'm pretty
So, I mean, why? So, do you think it's your God that's issuing these commands,
um
or do you think it's somebody else?
I well explain that. I'm open minded.
Like, who do you think wrote the Bible? Who do you think
Oh,
inspired?
trust me. I believe that it's been messed with,
Okay, so you
words and
think it's
all.
just some guy that wrote that being gay is wrong in the Bible? Some random guy from
Uh,
like 2,000 years
I
ago.
hope not, cause I gotta have faith that it hasn't been messed with too much.
Okay, so let's
Only just
just.
now that I realized that Jesus' name is actually Yahushua. I didn't know that.
Okay,
It's
so
also not that.
okay, so all right. Is it your belief that the proposition it's wrong to be in a same-sex relationship? Is it your
Me
belief?
personally, my soul.
No, no, no. I didn't finish the question. Is it
Okay,
your belief that that view was given by God or not?
definitely,
It
100%.
was. Okay. Now, so if you get your morals from God of the Bible, how do you square that with some of the more, let's say, troubling passages in the Bible that you've probably heard of?
May you point just one out?
Yeah,
Or some?
Deuteronomy 21, where God says that you're allowed to rape a woman captive, that you've held captive and taken from another country. That's one. And then First Samuel 15:3, where God commands the genocide of the Amalekites, including their children and their infants.
Oh yeah, trust me. There's many things like that where I'm like, or it could be something simple as, don't believe in other gods because I'm a jealous God, but
Hmm.
jealousy is a sin.
Well, he also
And
says in the Bible that if you serve or praise other gods, then you're to be stoned to death. Do you believe that that's a good?
if I'm correct, I believe that's the first. That sounds like the Quran or Turan or
It's the
I don't know what
Bible.
it's called. The
This is
Bible. What page? What the?
I can
I
pull up
just have to
that, but
be.
I've given you like two or three verses already. But like,
No, no, no. Well, the thing that I can tell you that I've
mhm,
learned is I won't come. I'm sure it's somewhere in the Bible and you'll find it. Don't
mhm.
come to your own understanding because I have my own plan, is what he says. We're humans and he's the higher power who has better plans for you.
Okay, so what
I
was
don't know
his? So
what he
like
says.
when he in Deuteronomy 21, where he allows for the grape of a captive woman. I mean, I'm
Oh
sorry.
man, I
What's the
would
plan
love to
there?
get in. I would love to get into that, but do you know what later on happens? Maybe I can know the story because I know that I
Well,
read the Bible
that's
once.
just the law that he gave. Like if you take a country, and some of the people that you take as plunder, for example, virgin girls, if you notice among those captives a
Ooh,
beautiful woman that you desire, you can take her into marriage, grape her, and then if you don't like her, let her go. It says that in
wowzers,
Deuteronomy
really?
21:10.
Well, I thank you very much for educating me. I'll definitely be looking into that. I apologize that I'm not that
That's fine.
experienced when it comes to these kind of things, but that's very surprising to me. I'll
Drew,
definitely be looking that up.
did
But
you
just
also
in
know that your Bible doesn't say it's wrong to be queer? That was a manipulation and change done by man?
What are you able to prove that
Oh,
specifically?
absolutely. Yeah, I absolutely can. But like it's as simple as understanding that these words that were used at the time are much different. So when we look at the Hebrew language, they use different words, and then we look at the
Yes,
cultural
I believe that.
context. We look at the cultural context and understand that this was an accepted thing. It just was you couldn't essentially put a man in a subservient position. So it wasn't talking about being queer, it was talking about grape and domineering over another man and doing something like
Yeah,
predatory.
like something like so you're talking about that it was prohibited for a man to be in a submission in any way?
Yes, because that was placing themselves in a position of being like a woman.
Deuteronomy.
Yeah,
Old
it was like a
Testament.
predatory thing. You
Yeah,
couldn't
this
be
is
a
a
predator. You couldn't do things
God-made
without
law.
consent. You couldn't.
Elijah.
I know, unfortunately, as men, trust me, we want that. But thankfully, there's laws, and there's God laws that are above laws.
Men don't want that. Real men don't want that.
Oh, no, trust me. Men of all kinds have all kinds of cravings. We all struggle with lust of any kind.
Lust has
And
nothing to do with.
if it was up to me, again, sorry,
Hold
go
on.
ahead. What was that?
Lust has nothing to do with being a predator and not respecting consent. And I would say that there are quite a few men that don't have fucking urges to not follow consent. What? I understand that there's a lot of men. Like,
I'm
all
very
you're
honest.
doing here, Druid, is saying that you don't respect consent.
This is very much a self-report.
Yeah, why are you telling on yourself that you have reasons to assault people and not respect consent? What? That's wild, dude.
So you want to let me talk? Okay, so I'm into the whole consent because I'm part of the whole, I don't know if we're going to get canceled if I say it, but BD, I'll just say that.
Okay, so can you define consent really quick? What are like the...
I'm not going to do anything without your approval. If you say no, it's a no, and if you're not cool with it, I ain't going to do it. Simple.
So just agreeing to something is consent?
Disagreeing? No.
No, I said agreeing to something is consent.
Agreeing to something that they're consenting to, yes, it's consent.
Okay, so if my boss says sleep with me or I'm going to fire you and I say yes, did I consent?
No, because you're going to get fired.
That was your criteria, was just agreeing to something.
Yeah. It means there can't be any coercion. There can't be any imbalance in the dynamic. It has to be both mutually beneficial. It has to be
I understand how consent works. Trust me.
Consent should be freely given, revocable, informed, enthusiastic, and specific.
Nice. Thank you very much for the education. The thing is that I forgot. I didn't get your guys' name. There's like 3 people on this. 2 females and a male, I believe.
Why are you... What?
It sounds like it. I'm just listening. Am I wrong? I wanted to get you guys' names so I can properly...
Why are you talking about our sex? That's weird. Just ask us what our names are.
I did. I asked, what are you guys' names?
And that's where it should have stopped.
And then what?
Why are you talking about our sex? That's weird.
About your names?
No,
why are
you
talking
females?
I don't know, my ears, I apologize if I'm wrong. Is there 2 men and 1 woman?
How about don't worry about our gender or our sex and just say, hey, what's your name?
So it's very known that men are very in control of their feelings. Trust me.
Anyways,
Sorry,
you can read our names.
What the fuck is this dude's argument?
The Bible.
We're way past the lesbian argument now. All right, listen. If you think being lesbian is wrong, go and hop on the guest request. All right. Try this person. I don't know who this is. See if they're opposite.
The Bible.
The Bible. All right. New guest. Can I get your age, please? Hello. All right, if you are opposition, go ahead and hop on the guest request. Love to have you up here. Thank you so much. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Thank you for hitting 25K so goddamn quickly. Thank you so much. We'll run this topic for maybe like 1, maybe 2 more debates, and then we'll switch it over to another one if you guys are choosing. Yeah, let's get it in. Appreciate you.
Legit, most men want to SA women, but the Bible convinces them not to. The Bible gives them instructions on how to.
Yeah.
Also,
Jacob,
can I get tell you not to do that? You should be in a room. Padded one.
Yeah. Jacob, can I get your age, please?
24.
All right, what's your argument today, Jacob?
Can we debate the trans one?
So you don't, just to be clear, you don't think being lesbian is wrong?
5 games.
He's double 20s. He's homered. You can't say that nowadays. You might get fired.
What?
Because that was an answer to the question.
That didn't answer the question. Like, you don't gotta. I don't care about your job. Like, just you have an argument for why it's wrong.
Let's debate the trans one. I don't want to get fired from my job.
Okay, you'd probably get fired from your job from being transphobic too.
Hold on.
Like,
Wait,
there's
so
no
you have
difference
your
between
personal
being
opinion?
transphobic and homophobic. I don't understand.
Well, trans is more up for debate than being lesbian is.
No, they're the same thing.
Yeah, it is.
Like like homophobia, transphobia, they're pretty much the same like moral status
Hold on, let
in
me mute my
society.
TV. It's hard to hear you.
Yeah, very.
Bigotry is all the same.
All
Also,
right, how you guys doing?
Okay.
also, never mind.
All right. Anyway, so what's your problem with trans people?
Can you change the background so it feels more like it?
Is this your
Bro.
fucking live, bro?
Just tell me what you said. You
First you
asked.
come in here and tell us to change the topic, and then you tell me to change the background. Get a fucking grip.
Boy, you ain't in charge of this. Hold on. Hey.
Actually.
Neither are you, but you're in here demanding shit.
All right, so I'm gonna ask the last time before I drop you and move on to somebody else. What's your problem with trans people?
Well, there's no such. You can't prove that being trans is real.
What do you think being trans means?
Well, there's what it means to me, and there's what it means to you guys.
Yeah, what do you mean when you say trans?
For me, it just means that someone who's really, like, say, for example, a trans woman, it's just somebody who's really gay who wants to feel more like a woman.
No. So, yeah, well, first of all, that's not what people mean when they say trans.
Hold on, I'm on a debate.
Hold on. You're talking to your mom.
Sorry.
Who are you talking to?
Mommy's trying to come.
Are you
Did
at
we
work?
get his age?
He said
Hold
28.
on, it's my roommate. I'm 24. I was born in 01. Come on.
Hold up.
So, okay, so first of all, I don't know where. All right. So first of all, I don't know where you got that understanding of what being trans is. I don't know where you got that from. That's not what people mean when they say they're trans. But nonetheless, like, even if that was the definition of being trans, then those people would exist if somebody's like gay, because clearly you think gay people exist, right?
And why would that be wrong?
Like, it's incoherent, bro.
Wait, what?
Wait, do you think gay people
But
exist?
by your definition, why would it be wrong?
Obviously, gay people exist. What do you
Okay,
mean?
so it is real. So you just said that the thing that you don't think is real.
You can't
It's not
pretend to be
real.
another gender just because you're very gay and you want to feel
But
like.
are you just saying you don't like it?
I'm not saying I don't like it. I'm saying you cannot. That's not possible.
Wait,
Why
so
is it
wait,
wrong?
then why did you?
I'm not saying.
If you say it's not possible, then why did you say that there are people who do that? If it's not possible, I mean, definitionally it's possible.
I'm
Because you
saying
said
there's people
there
that
are people who do
pretend
that.
they pretend that they're women. They're not actually women.
Okay, so I'll give you what it actually means to be trans, right?
I know what it actually
No,
means.
well, you don't. Like,
You really
don't.
fuck.
But yeah, you
don't.
just have a false understanding of what it means to be trans. That's fine. A lot of people do. So I'll just correct you on that, right? So it's just to have a gender identity that's not in alignment with the sex that you were signed up with, right? That's just all that means, right? Has nothing to do with who you're attracted to. You can be attracted to men. You can be attracted to women. You can be asexual. Has nothing to do. You can be trans no matter what your sexuality is. Now, what's your problem with trans people in that regard?
You can't prove that that's actually the way they feel.
Yeah. How do you know how somebody feels? Like you go, like your roommate is like crying or he's happy or something like that. How do you know how he feels? You fucking ask him, right, Jacob? Right? So that's how you know how somebody feels is if you ask them, right? So how do you know? I'm gonna ask you again, Jacob. How do you know what somebody's mental state of affairs are?
Can we stay on topic?
No, we are on topic. You're the one that brought it up.
That's a
You
direct
said
fucking question about the topic, bro.
Okay, you can't. Here's the thing.
Wait, no. Oh, imagine coming into a live, demanding we change the topic and being this shit at debating your opinion.
you got a violation. I had to remove him. I'll probably restart here soon. Anyway, Drew, can I get your age, please?
30.
All right, what's your argument today? Why is being lesbian wrong?
So nobody would give a fuck if everybody would stop rubbing it in people's faces.
When you say rubbing it in people's faces, like what are some actions that you can cite?
How the fuck is there a gay pride month, but there's not a whole month dedicated to
Okay.
guys.
Well, there
It
is.
is. It's
There's 2
fucking
months, you
May. You
dumb
stupid fuck.
Yeah, there
Oh,
is.
really?
Yeah, there
May
is.
is Veterans Month.
Military
Yes.
Appreciation Month, I believe.
Yes, I'm literally a veteran. Hi.
Well,
Sorry,
guess
Carly.
what?
But
You notice
nonetheless,
How about you
how
but
stop
nonetheless,
in and out?
Drew,
rubbing it in people's faces?
Drew.
Like,
If somebody
that's
is having their rights taken away, right? Of course they're gonna like, do marches and protests and parades, right? So did you have I don't understand, like you have the same argument that like Southern white people had with respect to the civil rights movement. They're like, oh, you want your rights, but don't like put it in our faces and stuff like that, right? How would you distinguish between what you're doing and what they're doing, what they did?
The 30-year-old doesn't know how to unmute. Fuck this country.
I just want to say, I really wish people would stop tokenizing veterans to fuel their hate for the queer community.
And he doesn't give a fuck about veterans.
At least if
He-
they're gonna do it, know the actual months. Like, know November, know the fact there's May, know there's multiple days throughout the year.
Or like the fact that the VA just got defunded by a lot, and like,
Oh, I wasn't even gonna get into that.
Because of Daddy
yeah,
Trump.
Daddy Trump doesn't care about
Yeah, don't, hold on. Wait, let's make this a rule. Don't refer to him as that.
All right, Drew, you got 5 seconds to unmute, or I'm moving on.
I sent you an invite, friend. All you have to do is accept it. Or there's a mute or a little microphone button.
It's been
at the
5
bottom of the
seconds.
screen.
Okay. I didn't know
There
I was
you are.
muted.
Okay, so
I didn't know I was muted.
so how is what you're
My
doing? The
whole-
question that I asked you is a question, by the way. The question that I asked
So-
you is, what is the difference between what you just said about like throwing stuff in people's faces via protests and parades? How is that any different from what a racist white Southerner would say about the civil rights movement?
Okay, first off, there's a difference between racism and just listening to
Homophobia.
what everybody else has to say. That's just, oh well, that's racist. This is racist. When people call black people, it's racist. But when you call
No.
white people, it's racist.
No.
Which one is it?
Oh, okay, so I don't know
It's
why
not
you didn't
racist
address
at
the
all.
question. So you just said that there's a difference.
No, I did, but
between-
then you
I'm sorry.
sidetracked it.
It seems like there was you're saying that there's a difference between racism and homophobia, right? But they're both bigotry. So I'm trying to figure out what, like you said, because LGBTQ people, right? The reason why they protest, the
muted
reason
me.
I don't know
I
why you're
got
over
muted.
talking me. Is there a reason why you just decided to start over talking me? Thank you. So LGBTQ people, the reason why like there's protests, parades, things like that, is to advocate for and celebrate rights that have been adjudicated and won on their behalf, right? So don't you think that that is something that's worth celebrating?
All right. Here's my whole
That's
thing.
just a yes or no.
If no one likes when the
That was a
person
yes or
in
no.
high school talked about
That was
how-
a yes or no, so you didn't answer the question. So I'm going to ask the question again. Don't you think that that is something worth celebrating? I just need a yes or no. You can say whatever bullshit you got to say. Go ahead.
So
You're muted.
you're muting me, but that's not fair.
Yeah, let me give you the rules for muting so that way
So-
you know not to be muted again. Okay, 1 is if you overtalk, right? 2 is if you avoid
You're
a
not
question.
letting me answer that.
What? Okay, so the question was, do you
So
think
you
that that
asked
is
me a
something
que-
worth? So that's rule number 1. You're over talking, and then rule number 2 is if you fail to answer a question, you get muted. Okay. So the question
So I'm
was.
trying to answer
So the
the-
question was rule number 1. Remember, question was, do you think that that is something worth celebrating? Yes or no?
Not out like, well, okay, so can I explain
So no,
before
because
I get
why?
muted again? It's not a yes or no question.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, it is, because it's either the case that you think that that is, you believe that that is worth celebrating, or it's not
I
the case.
believe people should be able to do whatever you
That
want.
wasn't also that also wasn't the question that I asked.
So yeah, kind of answer the question.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
should it be celebrated? Yeah, of course.
yes. And
But
if in
just
order to
like how
celebrate
people
it,
say,
Mhm.
hold on. Just how people don't like the fucking person in school that was like, man, I get this much pussy, blah blah blah. Nobody likes to hear all the other shit either. So which one is it?
With you.
what are you talking about?
See, okay.
Is this guy okay?
In high
Are you
school,
sober?
didn't you?
Yes.
Did
Are
you
you
get the
sure?
pipe tonight?
Like, bro, like you're not
Okay,
addressing
see,
anything anybody said.
here's
Listen,
the whole thing.
like, do you think?
I
Like, I'm
agreed
sorry.
with you. Yes.
Okay, so you're fine with the parades. You're fine with the protests
But
against
nobody
LJ. Hold on.
no. So here's the
So you're
thing.
wait. Oh, so the
Nobody
parades are
likes the
wrong.
person. So you're not letting me explain it.
Okay.
So no one likes the person that just keeps bragging and bragging.
Okay.
Sure, you've said the same answer 4 times. We've
Like,
fucking
I don't
heard it.
understand.
Dodge
Like,
questions.
you
Hold
said
on.
bragging.
Even the compare. Sorry, Carbon.
ahead.
Give me a real second. First and foremost, you're making your disanalogous argument due to the fact that the individual in school that's doing some bragging or whatever bullshit. When did they get marginalized and ostracized and have laws passed against them for bragging about how much smecks they've had compared to the LGBTQIA community?
Oh, my buddy Jim Bob went to the principal's office one time because he wouldn't stop talking about it. That's persecution.
There you go.
There you go. Ball's in your court, Demi.
Wait, were you talking to me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you said something dumb. I stopped listening.
I know, that was the point.
Oh, okay, just checking.
All right, if you think being lesbian is wrong, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We got 300 people in here. A lot of you are hiding out in the comment section. Some mods, if somebody has live access and they are opposition, they are not allowed in the comment section. They need to get up here. Thank you so much. Let's get some more debates in here. Again, only if you are opposition. If you are not opposition, please do not join the guest request. Thank you so much.
Someone
Okay.
said, "Stop that rich guy laugh." I got $11 in my checking account. The fuck are you talking about?
Hello, new guest. Can I get your age, please?
32.
All right, what's your argument today?
To me, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't logically make sense
What
for
doesn't
a
make
woman
sense?
to be with a woman.
Why not?
I just can't connect it. I
So
can't
they, so
connect
have you
it.
been in a relationship before?
Yeah, I mean, I'm
And
32.
well, that doesn't follow that you've been in a, but just making sure. Okay, so you're 32, you've been in a relationship, presumably with a man, and you're in that relationship because you want to, share experiences, be in love with them, intertwine your life trajectory, something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why can't a woman do that with another woman? What is it about the fact that the woman is of the same sex that means that they can't do that with each other?
I'm not saying they can't, but I'm telling you, it just doesn't make sense for me
Oh, well, yeah,
emotionally.
that's
Sure,
because
okay, you
yeah,
can
I'm sorry, but you're
feel the
straight.
emotions, right?
You're straight, right? So of course you're not going to experience that with a woman, but
I was
not
gonna
all
say
women are
you can say
straight.
the same thing for a gay person saying that to you. It doesn't make sense why you would want to be someone with someone of the opposite sex. Like that's not an argument.
Yeah.
Okay, can we get the tranny to shut up? Because I'm answering your question.
Okay,
No, but you can
so
get the
you're a
fuck out of here, you
degenerate.
fucking degenerate. Dumb bitch.
Wait, what tranny?
We don't know. We don't know.
Me?
So she couldn't produce an argument. That's why she crashed out. Tara, can I get your argument? First, let me get your age, actually.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you, Rims.
Do your balls hang low? Can they move to the floor?
Nobody even know what you said, bro.
Yours hasn't even dropped yet, so why are you talking about that? That's crazy. Wait till you hit puberty to start saying that shit.
Can I get your age, please?
Me?
Yes, you. Yeah.
18.
What?
18.
Okay, what's your argument? You're off the app. We won't be able to hear you.
Oh, sorry. I believe, or I don't believe.
Huh?
I didn't do it.
They're
What happened?
gone.
I don't know. I didn't do it.
Oh, did they drop?
I guess.
I had my finger hovering, but I don't know if I actually hit it or not. I was
I
waiting.
still don't have mod powers.
Hello?
Carbon.
Easy money. Hi. Can I get your age, please?
22.
All right. What's your argument today?
Being lesbian is wrong, man. It is wrong.
Yeah,
That's
dude.
that's what side I'm here for.
It says why though.
Why
It has,
is being
yeah.
lesbian wrong?
Mhm.
Bro, because it's immoral, bro.
That's just what wrong means. But like, why is it immoral?
And they can't do the dance with the pants, but it's like I don't want them to do that unless I'm there. You know what I mean?
All right. Anyway, can we get a serious argument and drop this guy?
Carmen, just say Italy. Just you don't even need to say it. Just say the word Italy, and I'll know what it means.
All right. New guest, can I get your age?
Hi, I'm 21.
21. All right. What's your argument today, man?
I think it's only wrong if the two females aren't hot.
Okay. Diddly.
Please.
We don't have like any actual arguments today. That's crazy.
You know, I knew the orange peel promoted idiocracy, but that didn't mean you had to take the movie to heart.
There you go. Damn, almost 400 people already. I haven't been live for even an hour. Holy shit.
Damn.
That's crazy.
Look at you go.
Look at you go. All right, let's get Lauren. Lauren is in here. If I can fucking click the accept button. There we go. All right, Lauren, can I get your age, please?
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to request.
You've requested like 5 different times, though. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, if you opposition, if you think being lesbian is wrong, go and hop in the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Next.
Can
Oh, this is the same guy.
Void and Witchy got a background. Can I request one? Because I
What's
think
your
like
background?
it's very topical. It's simpler, real simple. A picture of Trump, and then it says, "If you still support him, you're not a good person."
There you go.
Simple as that.
Terabyte, thank you so much for the 3 months Prime resub over on Twitch. Appreciate you.
Not Grandmaster saying the Toad Talk background.
No. Not on
I
this
didn't
live.
see who sent me my gifts, but thank you. I was AFK.
It's Olive.
I support Trump and I'm a good person. Okay, so
No, you're not.
do you support
You're
rape?
not.
Do you support pardoning terrorists? Do you
Well,
support
first of all,
overturning
this
elections?
And this person in the comments earlier said Trump isn't going to take away my rights. So
Did come after me.
you're not a good person. Yeah, you're clearly not a good person.
Aubrey, I requested you in here. What's going on here? I'm a wonderful person. Well, let's get you up here. See if you actually are a wonderful person.
You're not.
I can
All right.
guarantee you're not. You're probably a shitty human being.
Very much that.
All right, if you are opposition, if you think being lesbian is wrong, go and hop into the guest request. All right, hello, can I get your age, please?
35.
All right, what's your argument?
I don't see the point in being lesbian. I mean, what is what I mean, aside from being an individual preference, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of love and whatever.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the point of romantic relationships, right? Is love.
Right.
Kind of like the primary purpose. So
but,
like that's the point.
No, yeah, absolutely. But the point also is to make children, right?
Well, that's a
Wait,
secondary
is there
thing.
Is there no reason that I should be
Sorry,
in a
what did you say?
relationship due to
That's
the
a
fact that I
secondary
was
thing.
born infertile?
Is it really?
Yeah, I mean you don't find infertile couples to be wrong, do you?
They find a way, right? I guess
No,
lesbians
they're
find a way
infertile.
too.
Like there's people that it's very difficult to conceive, and then there's infertile couples, right? But infertile couples, they still enjoy their life together, right? Or they can adopt if they
That's
want. If they actually
subjective.
want to build a family, they can adopt. But there's nothing wrong with them two being together, right? Lesbians adopt all the time, right?
Well,
So yeah,
how does that kind of go with the child seeing two same-sex parents? Don't you think that's going to confuse the child a bit?
Children who often comes from same-sex
No?
parents often actually do better than kids
Really?
who come from straight parents. Yes, this
Yes.
is a
I
study.
would
You can
like to
look it up.
see some.
Yeah, there's multiple different
study.
studies.
I would
So
love
this,
to see that actually.
yeah, so this study here, you can, I mean, there's a lot of different metrics that studies look at, like well-being, the bonding with the parents, mental health, education. This one is, I just pulled it up. This one is school outcomes of children raised by same-sex parents. This is from 2020. The results indicate that children raised by same-sex parents from birth performed better than children raised by different sex parents in both primary and secondary education. That's just one study. There's like a few other studies that say the exact same thing. You can look at mental health studies. They show that those children don't have any worse mental health. You can look at bonding. Actually, there's some studies that suggest that there's actually a better bond. So I mean, this is just this is just expected, right? There's nothing about the fact that the parents are of opposite sexes that somehow is beneficial to the child, right? There's like, you're gonna have to produce some sort of argument for that.
Well, is this exclusive to lesbian couples?
It just
or
says same-sex
exclusive to
couples,
both
so
lesbian
it
and-
includes gay male couples and lesbian couples. In this particular study, there was more lesbian couples included than gay male couples.
Okay.
2,786 lesbian couples.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's good.
what really attributes to a child flourishing isn't necessarily like a mom and a dad. It's just a two-parent household, because then the workload is spread out even. So instead of one parent always having to work and barely spending any time with the kids, they can kind of do like switch off on that.
Okay. Well, I mean, I am not really educated in this, but I am just speaking on my my own belief. I just don't think it's right. And
Well, I mean,
that's
I
kind of-
presume that's just because you're
What's the
straight
reasoning
and
behind
you,
it?
yeah.
Oh, I've had relationships with
But
So
what's
what's wrong?
with women.
Wait. But what's the reasoning behind it? Like we understand that this is just your belief, but your belief is contingent on something. So what is that contingency?
It doesn't make sense.
Wait, what doesn't make
Elaborate.
sense?
I
What's
can't-
when
I
you
can't
say it
explain
doesn't
it
make
to you. I just
sense,
can't
do you
correlate
mean
it.
there's some
I
sort of
can't correlate
contradiction
it.
entailed by it?
I
Yeah,
don't
pretty
think
much.
Okay, what's the
Contradiction.
contradiction? What's the proposition and its negation that's being entailed by a woman loving another woman and being in a romantic relationship? What doesn't make sense about that to you?
Woman.
Yeah,
That's
like
what I'm saying.
what about that? Like if somebody were to come up to you and say, "Well, woman man doesn't make sense to you," right? That
It
wouldn't
comes
convince you,
down.
right?
It comes down to, I don't want to get flagged or get a strike on or anything, but it comes down to, again, procreating.
Yeah,
That's
but
my reasoning.
sure, but you think,
You know,
let's say this woman over here on the left, let's say she's a bisexual woman, right? And let's say before this marriage happened, she dated a man, right? And this man she knew was infertile. Do you think that doesn't make sense for her to be with that man?
I mean, she's still in a straight or
Yeah, but
heterosexual
what makes
relationship,
sense to
right?
you about a straight relationship is procreation. But very clearly, she can't procreate. They can't procreate in this relationship, right?
No, they can't procreate, but it's a man and a woman.
Yeah, but
So
what value does a man and a woman have if not procreation in your view?
a penis and a vagina.
Also,
I mean,
though,
So it's just like the
that's
sexual pleasure?
sexual organ.
So it's just the sexual
The
pleasure to
sexual,
you?
no. It's just
That's a
sexual
question.
organ. It's not
Because
the
then the
sexual
lesbian is just
pleasure,
going to
it's
say
the
the tongue
sexual
and
organ.
vagina. Like, I don't understand.
Can I ask a question real quick? Would you
Oh, I
say,
have one too.
would you say it's immoral for a heterosexual couple to not have children?
No, it's not immoral. It's a choice.
Okay.
Wait,
Wait, Boyd. Okay, so obviously the reproduction argument means nothing, because if you're not holding the same standard to heterosexual couples who don't want kids, then you can't hold the same standard to same-sex attracted couples.
You're trying to have
Well,
me
she already
believe.
that argument already fell flat on its face. She was
No,
just like,
I
well, it's a
just
penis
don't
and a
believe. Like,
vagina.
why are y'all
That
so
was
aggressive about somebody that believes
No,
something that's
wait,
opposed
no
to y'all?
no
I mean,
one's
you're
aggressive.
not
Wait,
going to
stop.
force me to
Stop.
believe something that.
Yeah, when my lips are moving, you stop talking. No one's being aggressive.
Don't tell me to
as
stop talking, first of all.
Well,
Shut up.
oh, look at that. No
Shut
one's
the
being
fuck up,
aggressive.
whore.
Now I'm being aggressive.
Shut the fuck up.
Now I'm being... Boy, please.
Whore,
I
whore,
can do this.
whore.
See, now I'm being aggressive because you're acting like a fucking
It's
impudent
true, man.
child. So no one was being aggressive to your fucking belief about it. No one was
Also-
being aggressive at all. You are not giving a valid reason as to your belief why it's wrong. You're saying penis vagina. Okay. Elaborate. Why is that the fucking standard? And why do you believe that to be the standard? But you didn't have anything because you're a fucking dipshit. That's
Oh, I
aggressive.
didn't get to ask my question. Didn't they say at the beginning of that conversation that they have had experience with other women?
Yes.
Right. So I want to know which one of those women broke her heart that now she doesn't think being a lesbian's okay.
Very much that.
I also want to clarify, if a bi woman is in a relationship with a straight man, that is still a queer relationship.
All of you
because
niggas can suck my dick, faggot ass nick.
anyways, that is still considered a queer relationship because there is a queer person in the relationship. Therefore, it is a queer relationship, not hetero. Thank you very much. Stop trying to erase bi women. Thank you.
The tired of the body erasure.
Seriously.
All right, if you think being lesbian is wrong, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to hear it from you. Oh, not you, Christian. Please don't tell me you debate LGBTQ stuff. Come on, man. I thought you were better than that. Didn't you vote for Harris? Are you a Harris Christian?
My whole family is. I didn't vote for either. But
okay.
No,
what you
I'm
want
not
to
on
say?
debate this. I don't really have anything. I just want to what have you heard anything interesting on here by doing this or no?
What do you mean, like good arguments or just like terrible, really interesting, terrible arguments?
Like, what's the most terrible argument you've heard for it?
Oh, okay, there's a few. It's lesbian couple. It's wrong to be in a lesbian couple because that's two people that I won't be able to date, or something like that.
Somebody actually said that.
Yeah.
It's not the first time I've heard that,
Yes,
actually.
did. They just did.
Yeah, they just
Not
did.
even
There was
30
one in the
minutes.
comment too. What's another one? They'll say like being gay is wrong, like two men being in a same-sex relationship, that's wrong because it's disgusting, and therefore it's wrong to be gay. And then you ask them like, is two lesbians disgusting? And then it's just silence because it's very clear
No,
like they don't
that's
think
not.
yeah.
I've literally heard the argument it's wrong because you can get poo-poo on the end of your pee-pee. That's why it's wrong.
And then there's like,
Not if you clean up properly.
and then there's just the standard, arguments. It's unnatural or it's unbiblical or no procreation or some stuff like that. Those are just the standard arguments.
No procreation. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. And have you heard anything decent?
No.
No, like this is on the occasion you'll get the Phil bro that comes in with like natural law theory, but they can't substantiate natural law theory, so.
Has anyone tried to bring up Kant's imperative?
Yeah, they try that. So the way they try to do that is saying something like, well, if all men were gay or if everybody was gay, then there'd be no procreation. That's not actually Kant's imperative, because Kant's imperative doesn't just say, well, if this action was maximalized, and then we could just pick some arbitrary like consequence out of it, then therefore it's wrong. That's not what he says. It's like, if you take an action for some reason and then maximize that action with those reasons, would it still make sense to take that action, right? So the lesbians, when they get in a relationship with each other, they don't get in a relationship with each other for the reason of procreating with each other. They get in that relationship for another reason, like love, right? So the question would be, if everybody were to be in a loving gay relationship, would you still be able to love each other? And it's very clearly yes, right? The procreation argument is just like arbitrary, but yeah. I don't know if
I like to preface this with, I think Kant's imperative is a terrible standard to critique anything. But the only problem I see what you're saying is like, if you hold to Kant's imperative, you're either stuck with like violating the first form of his argument, where it's like people shouldn't be used as it's like means to an end, and then because if it was universalized to its maximum, then like you'd only be procreating for the pure reason of
I understand. So people have used that argument before, the means to an end argument, but I think that that kind of language kind of perverts what people usually mean when they say means to an end. Take like the slavery versus job example, right? When you own somebody as a slave, you're forcing them to do labor. That's using them as a means to an end. Versus when they're just holding that job, they can do the exact same work, but it just being employment, then it's not holding them as a means to an end. Well, what's the difference? Well, the difference is you didn't consider the interests and the consent of that individual or something like that, their values, their suffering, and things like that in the slavery example, but you did with like a contract and asking them what would you pay, what would you like to do, what would you like your benefits to be. You're kind of considering their interests there when it comes to employment, right? So you're treating them as a means to an end, sure, in both cases, but in the employment case, you're also treating them as an end themselves because you're considering their interests. I don't consider the interests of my pen when I write. I just use it as a means to an end. So when it comes to like a lesbian couple, right? It's just like infertile couple, basically, to these people's view. Like you're considering their interests, you're valuing their input, you're valuing their consent, and things like that. So you're also treating them as an end. And somebody would have to give an argument for why that's wrong.
Well, like I first want to say again, like I don't think Kant's imperative is a good way to determine whether something's right or wrong. But if you're universalizing it to its maximum, and then everyone were to adopt same-sex relationships, wouldn't that eventually lead to you not being able to actually do the thing that you want in the first place?
Like what?
Because you wouldn't exist.
Doing the thing that, what do you mean?
Like part of being like not even attracted to the same sex, but acting on the attraction to the same sex, or acting on your same sex attraction. If everyone were to do that, if everyone were to adopt same sex attraction and act on it, and that's the only thing that they did, then if you universalize that, it's self-defeating because then you could never actually do the thing.
Oh, that doesn't follow, because like there are people who are born out of relationships in which the two parents are of the same sex, not the two biological parents, but the social construct of a parent. There's IVF, there's turkey basters, all that stuff, right? So they could still, like a child could still be born out of that, but not born between those two individuals, right? So like the purpose of the relationship is for the love, but like whether a child comes about from that is going to be a different argument. So you'd have to like somehow bridge the inference between those two.
So is it Christian?
Yeah, that's my name, Christian.
Christian. There's actually a movie that does cover this. It's a queer coded movie, but the movie that basically 99% of the world is part of LGBTQIA. They don't just stick with adoption. Basically, there's a law put in place so that the human populace can continue, that I think it's at like 25 years old, you find somebody that you are willing to have a child with, and then you go back to your loving partner. Like there's thousands of ways around if the entire world was this way.
Well, that doesn't account for like people not wanting their partner to go off with someone else, and I think that would violate other forms of Kant's imperative.
I never said they had to sleep with them. I said they had to have a child with them.
Okay, but like, so if we're talking about like morality, right?
Sure.
Okay, so like, if the moral claim, which I'm not even sure I have a stance on, but like the moral claim, you should never act on same-sex attraction. That was the claim, and the reason was because it violates Kant's imperative. And I were to say, well, if everyone were to do this, you wouldn't be able to reproduce, so it would be self-defeating. So like 200 years ago or 1,500 years ago, would having same-sex attraction and acting on it according to Kant's imperative be wrong?
No, because they can still reproduce.
They can't reproduce like
via IVF. Sure, they didn't have that technology, but people have.
Right, they would be able to reproduce through what I talked about, where they can find somebody that they are willing to have a child with.
And that would be through SMEX.
It'd be through SMEX. Well, we'll put it at the simplest terms. You used only 200 years ago. Let's go back like before any other other capacity is there?
The
Yes.
1600s.
Right. We could go back to you're talking about and I am not as well versed on Kant's imperative, so I'm
It's
trying to
Kant,
make
by
sure I
the
get
way.
this
Christian
correct.
is pronouncing it wrong. It's
Oh
Kant.
yeah, it is Kant. My bad.
I was like,
It is
okay,
Kant.
okay. I feel a little better now. So say 100% of the world acts on same-sex attraction, correct? We have no IVF, we have no nothing else. And only 20% of the world is willing to allow their partner to go have sex for the purpose of procreation. But they're still going to go back to their loving partner at the end of the day. It's literally just for the survival of the human race. You still have a out for continuing the human race.
But
Not
it's
to
still-
mention give me 2 seconds. Not to mention you're making the argument, and this may be due to the imperative, that everybody is going to be either lesbian or gay, and there's no in between. And what we know about humans is there is in between. There are still going to be bisexual people. There are still going to be pansexual people. There's still going to be individuals that, even if you take gays and lesbians out of the equation, there are going to be individuals that get into loving relationships that are going to reproduce.
Well, I agree. That's why I don't really agree with Kant's view, but because I think it misrepresents a lot of factors. Because it could say like something like giving your food away to the homeless is all, or giving your food away.
And then like there's the parity argument too, where if every man chose to be with the woman that's infertile, right, that argument would be very similar to the argument that would be producing against gay people, right? But then the person who doesn't believe it's wrong to be infertile would say, well, no, because infertile couples, that man could donate his sperm to a surrogate, right? Or something like that, or vice versa for the woman.
And on a side note, for the commenter, sorry, 2 seconds and I'll shut up. For the commenter that said, why is the furry talking? Because I'm intelligent, which is why I'm on the panel, and you're down there in the comments being with your 2 cents.
I'm gonna say something real quick about furries since furries were mentioned. Listen, I've never seen a broke furry. I've seen plenty of broke furry haters.
Let's go.
That's true. All right, I'll be quiet now so you can have your
Them
conversation.
fursuits are not cheap.
Christian, did you want to say anything else?
No, I'm good. I'll drop. Thank you.
All right, man. Take it easy. Allison, can I get your age, please?
I'm 19.
All right, what's your argument today, Allison?
It's about the lesbian thing.
Yeah, what's your argument?
So I just want to say, like, I'm really religious, and like, I just want to say that like God made a girl for a boy and a boy for a girl. So I don't know why we got these lesbians and these gays doing all this.
Is this Trent?
Excuse me? Did you just call me trans?
No, I said, is this Trent? You feel about Tom Holland?
Who that? So yeah, what do you gotta say about that?
It's not a this is a troll. Anyway, if you are opposition, please only if you believe being lesbian is wrong. I'm gonna clear out the guest request. Only if you believe that being lesbian is wrong, join. If you don't believe it's wrong, please do not join. Thank you so much. Let's get the next person in here. Hello, can I get your age, please?
93.
Okay, well, it'll lead to you. Thank you so much. I'm
Arvin,
gonna
can
be
I
also
do it?
sending
Can
some
you do it?
invites to some of y'all too.
Can I do a PSA before you bring the next guest up?
Hit that up.
No.
No. All right, everyone. So we got 394 of you in here. We're only at 57.8K likes. I do that with 8 people in my live. I'm going to need you to go ahead and double tap the screen. Let's get up to 100K. We should be able to do it within 5 minutes with this many people in here. Make sure to show some love and support to our host who is, sorry, I was going to go off on a tangent and Carbon was going to drop me. Our host who is absolutely amazing and takes time out of their night or day, whatever time it is, every single
Your
day
fucked up
to
Hawaiian
host these
time.
spaces.
All right, new guest, can I get your age, please?
I'm 18.
All right, what's your argument today?
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
All right, anyway, next.
What?
All right, anybody else? Can I
Yes,
get some
give
actual
the
arguments,
word.
please? Only opposition, please. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Carbon, you're just too popular.
Do do it.
Yeah, it hasn't even hit 1 p.m. my time, so I had to rein it in a little bit. I'm sorry. I'll make my comments later.
Gregory, thank you so much for the heart, man. I appreciate you. We are live on. Can I say? We are live on
The purple app.
the purple app right now. It rhymes with Stitch. It is the first link in my link in bio. I'm trying to get to 75 average viewers over there. So if you want to pull that up on a different device, go drop a follow over there. We are live over there. We hit 75 average viewers over on YouTube, but now we're trying to get 75 average viewers over there, Bruce. So okay,
I've been
all right.
trying to get 75 average
Yeah,
viewers.
it's the most difficult
for
fucking
a
thing
year.
ever on Twitch. I don't know why. Anyway, so if you disagree, if you think being a lesbian is wrong, go ahead and hop on in the guest request. If you do not believe that it's wrong, do not join the guest request. Check to make sure that you are not in the guest request. Thank you so much. If it says cancel request and you do not believe that being lesbian is wrong, click cancel request. Okay.
I'm
Fucking
sorry, I
shit.
thought I was muted. Your purple app chat. Read the last comment that just went up.
Oh God.
Oh, you're over there.
No. Oh, the next one. There's one more coming through.
Grandmaster is a traitor.
Does Grandmaster not go to your purple app anymore?
Actually, no, I haven't seen him
Does.
over there in a minute.
No,
I mean, he
doesn't.
gives subs
hasn't
over there,
gifted
but
subs in forever.
yeah.
He gave subs the other night.
I wasn't
Yeah.
here for that.
He like
Yeah,
hops
'cause you
in,
go
gives
to
subs,
sleep
and then
early.
goes
I
back
don't know
to
what
Twitch.
Yeah, you have
I mean,
a sleeping
TikTok,
schedule
sorry.
for some reason.
It's a day job. I hate it.
Ren I am, thank you so much for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate you. All right, we're gonna let up the next request. Again, only if you are opposition. Thank you so much. Hello, Zoe. Can I get your age, please? Thank you so much.
Hello?
Italy. It's just like obviously not opposition. Like just I knew based off of the hello.
Bro, it's just Italy.
Jesus
I love
Christ,
it.
bro.
I love that we're down to one word.
Hello, can I get your age, please?
Hello, am I on the air?
All right, Italy. All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Hello, can I get your age, please? Oh my God, Italy. Just I can't do this, bro. Like, what the fuck is going on tonight?
Carbon, how long have I been coming to your chat now?
Wow, they turn you on that well?
Coming to his chat.
I'll say you come to the cat. I mean, I get
That's
to
crazy.
the face. I understand the chat.
Chat, why y'all do this to
Y'all,
my
we got some-
panelists?
You know what? Give me mod privileges. I'm gonna boot you. I'm gonna Italy you, Carbon. I walked right into that, and it still took me 5 seconds to get it.
I can give you something in 5 seconds, Demi.
That's crazy work.
Void, do you want my address?
I mean, I can't drive, so it wouldn't do me no good.
I'm on my way. I volunteer to tribute.
Let's see if this guy
Yeah,
is
I
actually
can live
trying to get in or
vicariously
not.
through Wedgie.
What's your age, bro? Oh, he's still loading in. All right, still loading in. I don't know.
Or fix your fucking Wi-Fi.
I don't know how many people I've fucking invited. We're just like trying to hide out in the chat right now. Like, what's going on, bro?
I guess you've fixed everything. 402 people agree with you.
There you go. Imagine that.
There's someone in the comments that can't drive, too young, or never got a license. Void is a princess. Void doesn't need to drive.
Yeah, I've been a passenger princess my entire life, so.
I've been a something princess, but that wasn't the.
Yeah, I love being a pillow princess.
Hello?
That's my favorite.
That's the one.
I'm looking for my driving prince at the moment.
I'm looking for the person who will make me a pillow princess. Hey, Carbon.
My dad is talking shit about me
saying-
in the
you're
TikTok
saying
chat
it's
on
been
Carbon's
done?
live about my singing. What?
Excuse me?
Someone in the comments says, "What? Why so?" Let me reread that.
All right, so this is
Why so are you against or agree with? Oh, I get it. I get it. I don't think anybody up here has an issue with GAY marriage.
No. My only issue is that I'm not in one.
So I'm just gonna make this. If we're gonna do PSAs, if you're just quoting fucking Bible verses, I'm gonna mute you until you request.
Yeah, I've already requested them twice. They're all scared.
So that's how this is gonna work. Fuck
Like
your
I could
Bible.
let me just pull up a philosophy book, like a book called "Why Being Gay Isn't Wrong," and this cite to you page 42 of chapter 7, and you just like, oh well, I guess it's not wrong anymore. All right, can I get your age, please?
21.
All right, what's your argument?
Honestly, you got one person that doesn't agree with it, and then like I don't know what you would have on it, but four that do. So I'm just gonna get.
We can do 1v1. It's fine. You don't have to worry about them. Why is it wrong?
It's not a 1v1. It really.
Let's
honestly,
do a 1v1. What is your argument?
It doesn't really. No, I'll tell you. I'm trying to tell you my argument. So the thing is, honestly, what you do, it doesn't matter. But are y'all talking about in scripture, or are you just talking about in general?
Yeah, like, is it wrong for a woman to date another woman or a man to
So
date
just in
another man?
general. Oh, then I don't give a shit what you do.
So it's not wrong.
But if you're putting Bible in, I mean, if it's not wrong to you, then it's not wrong to you.
Okay,
If
so
you're
is it wrong to you is the question.
I don't really care what you do, but as a
Okay,
Christian,
so it's not wrong. Okay, so you hold the view that being lesbian is not wrong.
I didn't say that.
Okay, so you do hold the view that being lesbian is wrong. Why do you hold the view that being lesbian is wrong?
If you don't believe in God, then this conversation.
I didn't ask
doesn't
about
matter.
my view. I'm asking about your view.
No, I'm talking
right?
about in general.
You said if
for
you don't
anybody.
believe in God, but
Don't
you believe in God. You believe in God, right?
Yes, and
Okay. So
I should
why
love
did
everybody. So
why does the
if they
fact
love
that
who
you
they
believe in
love-
God, why does that entail that being lesbian is wrong in your view?
Damn, your whole chat is just.
Why do you focus on the
ass.
chat, not the
Why do
argument?
Because
Do you need us to turn off the comments so you can focus?
Like that's not how that works. It's just every single person against
Okay,
me.
yeah, they're gonna
That's why
talk
they
about
don't
you
know.
because it's 400 people. Just give the argument. Don't look at the chat. Just look at me here. I'm right
Comments
here.
are off. There you
Okay.
go.
So why does the fact that God exists or whatever in your view? Okay. Anyway, she ran. See, this is why they stay in the comments because they know they can't defend this shit up here.
Puny. Somebody said puny God.
Right.
Let's do this because I would love to see this. I would love to see this. Next time someone comes in, and this is to the chat. Next time someone comes in and they say, "Well, the comments are all against me," no one type a fucking thing. Don't. I'm not gonna turn the comments off, but let the comments stop scrolling. Just don't move. I just want to see their reaction.
Yeah.
Bulk smash. Speaking of smash, Carmen.
Let's get the next person in here. Hello, can I get your age, please?
Hello?
Hi. Can I get your age?
I'm 19.
Okay. What's your argument today?
Excuse me. Sorry. Gotta go.
No doubt. Okay. All right. If you are opposition, please hop in the guest request. Claire, can I get your age, please?
19.
All right. What's your argument?
I don't think being lesbian is right because it's not functional. If every single woman was lesbian, what are we gonna do?
Okay, so it's not functional with respect to what? Like they're loving each other, right? What do you think? Hold on, let's go back up. What do you think the purpose of a relationship is?
To love each other, but like
Right.
also, if every
Wait, just to tell me. So okay,
man-
wait, let's just go with that. If the purpose of a
Yep.
relationship is to love each other, lesbians love each other. Therefore, they're doing the right thing. I don't understand what they're doing wrong.
it's just like I feel like it's okay, but like it's just going too far.
Okay, it's okay, but it's wrong. I don't understand. You're off the app now. I won't be able to hear you, bruh.
I'm pretty sure this is an Australian fetus.
Did you hear somebody yell "what" in the background?
So, okay, so like you already agreed that they're doing what they're supposed to do in a relationship, which is love and commit to each other. So what, I don't understand what they're doing wrong then. All right, Italy. All right, we'll get the next person up here. Jesus Christ.
What the fuck is going on tonight?
Kyle, can I get your age, please? Or Kylie, sorry, I didn't see the IEH. Kylie, can I get your age, please? Now you're off the app, won't be able to hear you. Now you're muted and off the app, now you're here. Okay, what's your age?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh my fucking God.
I'm going to crash the change the fucking topic. Change the fucking topic. I'm so tired. Change the goddamn topic.
All right, Kylie, sorry. What is your age, please? What is your age, Kylie?
I'm 18.
All right, what is your argument, Kylie?
I think that it is wrong because the point, I mean, okay, in reality, I don't actually have anything like against lesbians. Okay, like
what about gay
it's
men?
Fine. You know, it's okay, but like in the sense of being wrong, I don't think that it like the point when you touch on like, oh, it's supposed to like you're supposed to love each other, and like there is also a definition of like love and lust, and like that's something that you're pleasuring yourself with.
Yeah, so when you say lust, you just mean a sexual attraction, right? And that's all you want out of that person?
No, not necessarily, because I know that you can get reassurance from love as a lesbian, but that can also just make you like a friend. Like if you really get that deep into it, isn't that what you get?
What do you think is the difference between a regular just friendship and a romantic relationship? What do you think is the difference?
I think the difference between it is the deeper connection between a man and a woman is that you don't fully understand each other. Like you're not the same gender, you're not like the same, like we don't go through the same things as like men do and women do. So like,
I don't know if that's the explanation. I think it's just like the difference is like you have friends, but friends don't typically intertwine their entire lives together, right? They don't like share all their bank accounts, live together, want to go out to Valentine's Day together,
kind
like
of playing house,
right? But like, yeah, that's just playing house. That's not like being in a romantic relationship. At some point, you're just a romantic relationship, right? You're not just friends. And then some, you know, so like when it comes to that, these women are obviously not just friends, right? Like I think that's very obvious to you that they're not just friends, right? They're in a romantic relationship. So yeah, I don't understand what they're doing wrong.
okay.
Somebody said they use the same scissors.
What'd you say? Sorry.
Don't just keep going.
Okay, I mean, okay. Also, people in the comments are saying like she voted for Trump. I actually didn't
Get
vote.
out of the comments.
Wait, no one comment. Everyone stop commenting.
No, it's fine. I just didn't vote for Trump.
No, it's not for you. It's not for you, it's for me. No one comment.
Oh.
All right, what are you gonna say, Kylie?
Okay, I'm just saying that like me personally, it's like I'm Catholic, so I guess that comes from more of a Catholic background. So like I think there's nothing wrong with it. Like I don't view them as different people. I don't have hate towards them, and I don't like disagree. I just like fully me. Like it's not fully there. Like as a relationship, I don't know. Like that's just not.
Okay, well that doesn't tell us anything. I don't.
Can I ask a simple question to something they said, Carbon?
Yeah.
So you had started to say, and you kind of stopped. So maybe this isn't where you were trying to go, or you don't believe this. But you started to say something along the lines of the same sex isn't going to know, or the opposite sex isn't going to know each other because you have different life experiences. Something along those lines.
Yeah.
Right. So in that sense of the word, wouldn't it actually make more sense to some degree that two women are together or two men are together due to the fact that they're going to be able to understand each other at a deeper level than a man and woman ever can?
Yeah, but I think it is more beautiful when two people that don't really fully understand each other come together to learn it.
Huh?
What?
You know, my kick is sounding more and more like I should have kept it a kick.
Okay, I'm sorry. I might be sounding stupid, but like, I mean, it makes sense in my
Wait, so does that mean you'll never date another Catholic?
Francis?
You know, that's actually a good point. But it's like
I get your
Hey, where my
statement
Star Wars
in
lo-fi
very
go?
rudimentary levels. You're saying
There it
opposites
is.
attract and being able to find common ground is a good thing and builds a strong bridge. I can understand that. But by that your own admission right there, that means you should never date anybody that does something that you share common ground with. So you should,
no,
in
yeah.
your case, you
I
shouldn't
actually
date another
understand what you're
Catholic.
saying.
In my case, I should never date another gamer, et cetera, et cetera. And we should only be able to build this bridge off of opposites.
And only white
Okay,
people
yeah.
can date black people and vice versa.
I wasn't even going to
I do
go
see what
that
you're
deep.
saying.
That's
Only
fine.
interracial relationships, okay?
No, I actually understand what
Yeah,
you're
piss
saying.
off the racists.
I think you're actually kind of shifting my view, if I'm being honest. And like I'm not even
That's honestly why we have these conversations. Is at least for me, I really want people to start to use their critical thinking skills, because I don't care if you're religious. I don't care if you're Catholic, Christian, Buddhist, whatever. I don't care where your beliefs come from. But if you don't question why you have these beliefs and can ground them, that's when it becomes problematic, because then you're just regurgitating something you've heard from somebody else.
That is true, yeah. I mean, I do think like I think many things could be interpreted. There is, like for me as a Catholic, it's like the Bible is like what I go off of.
Well, Kylie, did you know that it doesn't actually say it's wrong to be queer in the Bible? That's been mistranslated and used to push this agenda to hate queer people.
And even in most recently, the person who's held highest in the Catholic faith, which would be the Pope, has stated there's nothing wrong with being lesbian.
Okay, that.
Pardon? Okay.
Wow.
I guess
that
her dad
works?
yelled at her.
Holy shit.
Wild.
Was that a concession, or did they have to get off? That was crazy.
I don't know, but yeah, if you're gonna claim to be Catholic and you're not gonna respect the word of the person you believe speaking for God, I don't know what to tell you.
This is why Christians should not be allowed to talk on Christian things unless they have read the Bible at least 3 times.
No, I actually encourage it. It gives me content.
It gives me content, bro said.
I do
All
hope
right.
everything I said there made sense.
Yeah. Delulu, can I get your
Hello?
age, please? Okay, never mind. I don't
I'm
even know your age.
19.
I already know. All right.
You're not.
Chad, can I get your age, please?
I'm 24.
All right, what's your argument today, Chad?
Being lesbian is wrong because it is not natural.
Okay, so when you say natural, what do you mean?
No one is born lesbian.
Okay, so you're just saying whether you're born this way, if you weren't born that way, you shouldn't do it. That's basically what you're saying.
Everybody is born nothing. No, you're nothing. When
Was
you're
that a
born.
yes or was that a no? Or
You're nothing when you're born.
you're
And as
nothing,
you
so you
grow,
don't exist when you're born? Then how are you born if you don't exist?
Yeah, technically, because your dumbass forgot the context of the
Okay,
conversation.
so you don't know what it means to,
So
like, I don't know
when
what
you're
nothing
born,
means. Okay,
when
don't
you're
crash
born,
out. It's all right. You don't have a good argument, and you're realizing
your
that. That's
mom.
fine.
Really crashing
Okay,
out.
so when you're
When you're
born, you have nothing. Okay, so if you're born with like a genetic condition, should we try to alleviate the pain with respect to that genetic condition?
As in what? You would still be identified as a male or
I don't know why this
female.
guy's like not answering the question. If you were born, well, let's get a specific condition. The genetic condition is like a type of cancer, and it hurts you a lot. You're in a lot of pain and suffering. Now, we agree that that is natural, right?
Sure, yes.
Okay. Is it wrong? Is it wrong for us to try to alleviate that and take that cancer away? Because that's unnatural to
Yes.
try to do that, right? Okay, so children born with cancer ought to have that cancer.
Yes.
Okay. Reductio
Oh.
QED. Thank you so much.
What
the fuck is wrong with you,
Too
bro?
easy. That even take
You're
a
piece of
minute and a
shit.
half.
You think children should be forced to suffer because you believe medication and modern medicine is unnatural?
Well, they're not being forced to suffer. I mean,
Yes, they are.
Yeah,
If you
if you
have
have
the
a cure
fucking
for it.
means to prevent the pain or cure the disease, and you say no because it is unnatural to cure or fix said pain, you are by definition forcing them.
Thank you,
And
Goodness.
also,
And yeah, listen, like if the argument is very simple, like you're just appealing to nature. That is appeal to nature fallacy. You're saying that if something is natural, then it's good. If something's unnatural, you're doing something wrong. So for example, the natural forms of communication are our vocal patterns and things like that, spread to somebody within a certain distance. Now, listen, I'm in Hawaii. I'm in this middle of the Pacific Ocean, and yet somehow you're still talking to me. But the only way you're able to talk to me, Chad, is via unnatural means. We agree that TikTok is rather unnatural. We agree.
yes, and that's exactly why I say I'm a bad motherfucker.
Yeah, I know you're bad. You're just like what you're doing right now is like gay sex.
Wow, you compared what I am doing to
Yeah, it's unnatural,
Yeah.
right? How is that any different than gay sex?
Void. One
We're
bitch
using
at a
your
time,
argument.
please.
We're using your argument.
wait, pardon? Wait. What did you say to
Oh,
me?
what this little guy say?
I said one bitch at a time. I didn't say
Oh,
nothing
this little
about
Why are
degenerate.
you,
This
why are you
this little
talking about
degenerate.
your
Oh,
mother like that,
he feels
bro?
so
She ain't even
insecure.
here.
I love it.
You know, I think he was calling himself a bitch. I think he was calling
Okay.
himself a bitch because he's a bitch at a time. Because you were talking.
Bro was mad he got interrupted, so he said one bitch at a time.
All right, let's get the next person in here. Rare, can I get your age, please?
Hello, I am 21.
Okay, what's your argument?
So like, there's nothing wrong with it, but like, don't you think like a child should have a mom
Italy.
and a dad, not two moms?
It's like you don't think anything's wrong with it, then why are you here? I'm asking why is being lesbian wrong? And the answer to your question, no. Like, there's nothing about like having parents of the opposite sex that makes it any better or worse for that child. It's like stupid.
I mean, I would have loved to have had a mom and a dad, but they both decided to yeet themselves off the planet. So, you know, we don't.
Oh. My dad decided to go make Sean in another state.
Yep, and two parents. Doesn't matter what gender they are. Doesn't even have to be biological parents. It could be your aunt and uncle. It could be your uncles. It could be your grandparents. It could be
your grandparent and mom.
Yeah, it could two adults. That's what it requires. It's two adults, two guardians.
Does that mean if we give one set of parents, like if they were in a polycule and they were also with two other partners raising one child, that child would be Superman?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, we got to get on that. We got to get on that right now. We need super people.
Hey,
There
Carmen.
are some.
Want to come be in my polycule?
Is there only like homophobic women joining today? Like, what's going on?
No,
JD,
I've seen
I'm
a
sorry.
huge
Do you think being
influx of
lesbian is
women.
wrong? Hello, you're muted, JD.
Watch it be a man.
Hello?
Hi. Do you think being lesbian is wrong?
Brett.
Yes.
What's your age?
29.
Okay. Can I get your best argument for why you think being lesbian is wrong?
I'm repulsed by it.
I'm
Okay,
repulsed
so-
by beans on toast.
So I'm repulsed by seaweed. Is it wrong to like eat seaweed?
You think so, yeah?
Okay, but you don't think that's not going to motivate you, right? Do you have any arguments that would motivate a woman from not dating another woman? Do you have any arguments like that?
I just can't see how. I mean, in my view, I find the JJ repulsive.
So you're repulsed by your vagina. Okay, that's because you're straight, presumably. Right.
Well, keep it
That's
clean
how.
and maybe you wouldn't be disgusting.
I don't know. Let me know if JD, if you use soap and water and like
I don't
wash
know
it,
what I
wouldn't
think
be that
in terms
repulsive.
of TikTok language. So just correct me if I'm
All
wrong.
right, just stop watching those herbal that white woman with the dreads who does the like pyramid songs. Just stop watching her videos and buying her products.
You washcloth,
Jesus.
you put some soap and you wash it inside. You know, you don't go all the way inside, but like around the bits and stuff. Make sure you're getting in all the folds. You wash it.
Sorry, I'm confused.
I understand.
No, I'm really confused because if it's wrong just because you're repulsed by it, I'm repulsed by your literal logic of thinking. Does that mean you're wrong?
Well, see, the thing is, right, Jody?
I'm not saying.
Wait.
I'm not
What
saying that I. Sorry.
Wait, Void.
What happened was you said that.
Void.
Okay.
Demi did ask a question. I don't want to speed past it because I feel like we're gonna get into quick insult real quick.
Shall I say my viewpoint, or am I waiting for others?
No, I'm waiting for you to answer my question.
Sorry, I didn't hear your question.
So you said being lesbian is wrong because you're repulsed by it. This was your original statement. So I'm repulsed by your literal viewpoints and the fact that you had the audacity to come up here and say that. Does that mean you as a person are wrong just because I'm repulsed by how you talk?
Yeah, I mean, I could be, and I'm not saying that I'm right, but what I'm saying is that I've had, I don't know if I can say this on TikTok, but could I say drunken nights? Can I say that?
Well,
yes.
Yeah. Drunken nights, I've had experiences with my girlfriends.
Right, so here we go again. You got scorned by somebody, and now you're saying you're repulsed.
I'll just finish, and then you can. I'm totally for you coming against me, but I'm just saying, from my experience, I realized I'm absolutely straight because I've had experiences with my girl best friends. We've got very close. I'm sure your imagination can run wild.
What the fuck is it?
If you're super straight.
I have a serious question.
Repulsed. So I understand how
only myself.
That's what I'm wondering.
I absolutely see it as wrong, but please.
I have a serious question.
Yeah, let me know.
Yeah, what is it with straight women? The moment that they get an ounce of alcohol in their system, they just want to eat up their fucking girl best friend. I don't understand it.
Wait a minute. That's not just women.
I think it's an experiment for me anyway.
Wait, so just to be clear, because you're repulsed by VJ, but you're not repulsed by Peen, presumably as a straight woman. So you don't think gay men are doing something wrong?
Yeah, I think if I talk about myself, and I can only talk about myself, did you say P? Is that how you say it? P?
Yeah, that's how I say it on here, yeah.
Can sometimes be attractive, sometimes. And this is really going beyond what I should be saying, but
listen, I think all you're saying is that you're straight.
Okay,
I'm not asking.
P is actually really attractive.
Okay,
if I'm honest.
Oh my god! All right, so I'm not asking.
Oh my god!
Jesus fucking Christ, bro! What is up tonight?
So JD, I think what you need to do is correct your statement.
Really?
P on P is really attractive. I have to say, I'm sorry,
bro.
So what you need to do is change your statement and say, it's wrong for me because you don't like Vijay, but I love me some Vijay all up in my business. I want to suffocate.
Okay, let me change it then. For me,
what the fuck is this live, Carbon?
Vijay, whatever you call it, Vijay is repulsive.
Oh my god!
If you
oh my god!
W Hector. Yeah, Lyric, I was speaking to you.
I'm sorry. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You weren't on screen shit. What the fuck is going on tonight, dude?
Can I
Somebody said manners
Yeah,
being
go ahead. Sorry,
What is going on?
I'll mute.
Can I say something or not?
No.
Why are you getting all sassy?
No, I'm just asking if I can say something.
JD, but we kind of already understand your point. Your entire point of coming in here was saying you think it's wrong because it's repulsive, but that's not what the question is. Like the question is specifically talking about morality, not your own inherent like disgust. Like I find.
Yeah, I just want to say, I'm sorry. I've had.
Go ahead, Logic.
Are you drinking tonight, bro?
Don't overtalk. You wouldn't come up here if we had this conversation. You said, "I find broccoli repulsive." You wouldn't then say people who eat broccoli are morally wrong.
No, I was just trolling with you. I actually have had girl and girl experience, and I actually loved it. So anyway, go on.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit.
I hope you make your beans on toast and it's fucking moldy.
Oh, you just realized that you put yourself in a fucking corner.
Nobody puts baby in a corner anyway.
And Void, you make that beans on toast comments.
I
tried it.
Is it good?
Logic, I swear to fucking God.
It was barbecue. It was barbecue baked beans, and it was between.
Okay, wait. That's good? Different though, right?
Different. No,
it's
different.
It is different.
They don't have flavored beans. No, they just fucking do beans, bro.
A can of
beans.
plain
I
ass
say beans
pinto
like
beans on a fucking plain ass piece of cheap ass white bread. That's it.
That I wouldn't probably be okay with, but those barbecue beans.
Okay, that's barbecue.
They don't have seasoning.
But that's cheating because barbecue beans are
Anyway,
just
before y'all make me fucking hungry, we're gonna get the next person up here. Please, only if you're opposition, join. Thank you so much. Wave, can I get your age, please?
I'm 23.
All right, what's your argument for why being lesbian is wrong?
I think being lesbian is inherently wrong, but being gay is even more wrong.
Well, those are the same thing. It's just when I'm talking about lesbian, I'm just talking about a type of being gay where it's like two women.
It's not the same thing.
But what's the argument?
That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing. You can't categorize lesbians.
Yeah, when we just say gay, we just mean the same sex, right? Two lesbians are the same sex, therefore they're gay, right? But if you mean something else, whatever. If you just say you're just talking about gay males.
No, I'm talking about because gay males have different, I guess, traits and attributes than lesbians.
Okay, so how's that wrong?
They're more schmexual, they like children, etc., etc.
Whoa.
Well, I don't know what you mean they like children. You mean they have children?
Well, what I'm saying is they're likely more to commit schmexual crime.
Well, no, they're not. So first of all, that's false. But second,
needed.
Men are more likely to commit sexual crimes than women. Therefore, it's wrong to be a man.
Well, I think it's if the problems happen in the male community, then the men have to do something about it. Same
So is it wrong to be a man?
By men.
Is it wrong to be a man? In your view,
it is not wrong to be a man.
Okay, so it's not wrong to be gay. So first of all, gay people or gay men are not more likely to be sexual predators, right? That's just false. But let's just say it was true. That wouldn't give me any reason to believe that a particular gay person is doing something wrong by virtue of the fact that they're in a same-sex relationship. That's just called the association fallacy. So that argument fails.
It's the concept of them wanting to be in the same sex in terms of men causes them to have erotic and bad fantasies.
Oh, you're gonna have to give some sort of argument for that. What's the argument for that?
Citation needed.
The citation, I can show you citation right now because I think people have the highest in conviction rate in court.
So first of all, I want you to show that. But second, if I don't think that's true, but if that were true, that wouldn't show your argument that if you're attracted to somebody of the same sex, then you're more likely to have sexual crimes or violence or something like that. That wouldn't prove that argument, right?
The percentage, the percentage based on population that commit the gay people commit more sexual.
Hey, look at that.
Let's give the source, my guy.
Also, I need if what I think you're saying, right? Because I think majority of people who diddle kids, right? They're actually straight people. They just tend to diddle the same smex. That's not the same as being gay.
And by the way,
that's just being a predator.
I already know what source is going to pull up. It's going to be the one that was produced by the Catholic Church in the 1990s.
God.
Oh yeah, it's the one where it's only specifically in the church, and they didn't have like any studies outside of the church, which is like crazy
Wait a
inference.
minute. So at that point, then I have a question. Are we talking about the same church that had to get insurance so
Yes.
that they could protect individuals from doing exactly
Yes.
what they're talking about?
Specifically, the Catholic Church funded studies that would essentially list all child SA that happened in the church, and they made the claim that, oh no, it was actually GAY men because the victims were mostly boys.
What you're telling me
No.
is the calls coming from inside the house, like I said at the very
Yes.
beginning.
Yeah.
Wait, in
very
this
much
study,
that.
sorry, I posted
What's the
it up.
name of
In
the study?
It showed,
What is it called?
can you, I posted the link.
Yeah, but we can't copy from here. Like,
Oh,
I
you
just
have
need
to
the name of the study.
Yeah. And TikTok filters links. So just tell
No,
us the name
you
of the
posted it.
study.
You posted it.
HTTPS
Yeah, what's the
semicolon
just
slash
give me the
slash.
name of the study. I like just the name of the study. What's it called? The title.
Literally a PubMed. Go get the damn DOI number. Why does nobody know how to do research?
Because people were left behind, unfortunately.
Fuck. Let me give me 1 second.
Do you have a second device? Or are you like looking this up? Thank you, Manda. All right. Okay, hold up. Somebody fucking give it to me in Discord.
The proportions, yeah. Someone give it to her in Discord. Well, what
The
the study?
proportions of heterosexual and homosexual PDF files. Let me pull it up all the
Literally,
way.
the people who are
Among
people who
sex
are
offenders against
homosexual are
children
more
and
likely to be
Shut the
PDFs.
fuck up. I'm trying to tell Carbon the fucking thing.
I sent
It's
it to
by
the Discord, Void.
yeah, it's the proportions of heterosexual and homosexual pedophiles among sex offenders against children, an exploratory study. It's from 1992.
Yes, this is the study I was talking about.
It's a 1-to-1
This is what
ratio.
we're
Where
talking about.
for normal people, it's
You
2-to-1.
find one in this fucking
So
decade,
if
bro?
so, if
This
a
is the
homosexual is
study-
twice as
stop,
likely, then
stop.
that's crazy.
Waze, this is the study I was talking about. This is a study. It
church?
wasn't produced by PubMed. They commented on it. The study literally.
I think I remember this one. Where was the? Trying to find the one with that.
Oh yikes! It's actually 11-to-1, which is crazy. That's insane. But
Yeah.
hey,
You do understand that they simply stated that the victims of said, like if it was a boy to a girl, they simply stated that if it was a male perpetrator, they labeled them as gay.
You also read that wrong ways. It said heterosexuality to homosexuality was 11-to-1.
And it also says this, of course, does not indicate that androphilic males have a greater propensity to offend against children, which literally is in the
Fucking
abstract.
goober.
You should
Y'all don't read the shit you provide. Read your fucking
it literally
sources, because then
says
you look
this.
fucking goofy.
Please be
No,
quiet.
no,
It literally says
no,
this.
no,
I'm gonna need you to be
You're
quiet now. Because first and foremost, since when do we fucking use sources from 3 decades ago?
insane
Get
work.
something within the last 7 years.
Like literally, at least a decade, bro.
You didn't read the last sentence? Hold on. Is it in the Discord?
Hold up. Is it on the?
This suggests
This, of course, would not indicate that androphilic
Read the
males
sentence
have a
before,
greater
please.
propensity to offend against children. The sentence before this suggests that there is one.
Please read it out loud. Stop mumbling. Please read it out loud.
Girl, I'm trying to make sure I don't
Nelson,
stumble
shut
on
the
my
fuck
words.
up.
Shut the fuck up. Anyway, some people have reading disabilities.
It seems that you're trying to intentionally not read it, so you don't want to say.
No, I'll read it.
You've
I
already
don't
read
care.
it.
It literally says this. Yeah. It says this suggests that the resulting proportions of the true pedophiles among persons with a homosexual or brought up development is greater than that in persons who develop heterosexually. That's what it says.
Further means that gay people are more likely to become true PDFs.
That's no.
That's what that
Do you
sentence
think,
means.
hold on, wait. Do you think that if we looked into, like, I don't know, the statistics when it comes to child abuse, we would see that it was mostly GAY men? Or is it
I
getting
mean, because
straight men?
the heterosexual population is far greater than
No, per
we're talking
capita.
about.
Per capita. Do you think we would see that?
Well, it's hard to say because GAY people don't tend to adopt children as like have families.
Wait, why would that
They're
matter?
more likely to.
They're less likely to because
Do you
they're
understand
more
what per
likely to
capita
adopt than
is?
straight couples.
Even if they didn't have like as many adoptions as like straight people, right? You could look at this like per capita, right? Do you know who abuses children the most per capita?
it's probably men.
Yeah, it's men.
Yeah.
Straight men.
Straight men, yeah.
And just
Well,
to be
why are
clear,
you
I don't know if
disregarding
you
the study?
said it earlier, but
Because you're
a
misrepresenting
man,
it.
a boy child, does not make him GAY. It makes him
Predator.
It's a power.
They're two very
dynamic. Yeah. They're not
Well,
attracted to the
do
fact
you-
that it's a boy.
do
They're
you-
attracted to that they have a power dynamic.
Right.
You know that boys are less like.
United States, are they GAY men? I'm sorry, did I miss something? Majority of pastors and priests and ministers, like, are they all
Little boys.
who touch kids? I'm trying to understand.
They don't touch boys. They touch girls actually.
No, they
No,
fucking
they do
don't.
not.
There's literally
Fucking don't.
jokes about priests and altar boys because it happens so fucking
Literally
often. Are you
had to
serious?
take out insurance to protect themselves
It's a
because they
requirement
do
for
it so
persons now.
fucking often.
Like that's a
Well, then
requirement.
that means we need to put rules in place to prevent this. That's why in gay adoption as well, we need to put places and rules where
No, because you're using a source from
Killing kids is
1992, which
already
you're
Yeah, like-
misquoting for one, and two, get a source within the last 7 years. Like
Yeah.
anybody that's doing academic
Bro.
research, you don't
Yeah.
use a fucking
Like I
3 days,
told you
3
before.
decades.
Yeah, so the
Shut
study-
the fuck up.
Like, bro, like
Why
the
are you
study,
being so-
like the study is just like first of all, you misrepresented the study, right? It's a very old study. It's not clinic based. It doesn't represent the average heterosexual male, much less the average gay person, right? It also assumes that if somebody is doing this to a child, and that child happens to be male, they're also thinking that that person is attracted to men. That doesn't follow. So they misclassified some straight men as gay men. It also is the case that the studies, especially more recent studies within the decade, studies within the century, those don't show any higher rates. In fact, it's roughly the same. A gay man is just as likely as a straight man to be offending. It's maybe less than 1% of gay men, maybe 1-2% of straight men. That's just because of their male status, not because of their male status. That's just because of their men's status, right? So like your study is like we've covered this study on the panel before, and yeah, you're just
Well,
misrepresenting it.
honestly,
You're gonna have to explain why pretty much most every other study, especially in the past century, shows that there is no increased risk of
I've
that.
told you this
Likewise,
many
the inference being made. Likewise, I'm sorry, the inference being made is that like two men should not be in a relationship with each other because some other men happen to be P3Os who are also gay. That's just called an association fallacy. That's just obviously a logical fallacy. You wouldn't hold this for any other view.
Well, like I said before, the only reason why I'm stating this is because gay couples tend to not SA like girls. They only SA
Yeah,
boys.
straight couples tend
that
to straight
eliminates
men
half.
straight men tend to not do that to boys. They more likely to do it to girls.
Well, but the only problem is that women can also, I guess, commit.
Yeah, yeah. And do you know who typically a woman is most likely to diddle as a kid? A boy.
Yes,
If
I know
she's
that.
straight.
I know that.
Okay, so your argument fails.
So is it wrong to
So,
be straight?
like, why is it like? What are the motivating reasons for, let's say, a man who is attracted to another man?
It's
right?
because
Hold
it's-
on, wait. Let me get the question out. Let's say you have a man who's only attracted to men and is not attracted to children, right? What motivating reasons would that 25, 30, 40-year-old man have to not engage in a romantic relationship with another man? Give the
because
argument
if
for
they're
that.
seeking out a boy to adopt, there are targeted.
I didn't ask whether they're adopting. I said, why should they not be in a romantic relationship with each other? Give the argument for that. You said inherently wrong when you
Okay,
first
first
came in.
off, it's not a real communion. It's not a real communion.
I don't know what is a
There we
communion.
go. Get to the religion.
What
Get
is
to
a
the
communion?
Communion is a relationship between a woman and a man.
Oh, okay. So you're just saying that a man and a man is not a woman and a man. What? Who gives a fuck? We're asking why is it wrong for them to be in a romantic relationship with each other, Wave?
Because, like
He's
I said
saying that he
before,
doesn't view it as a romantic relationship. It's not a valid one.
Wait, what do you
I'm
think
not
romance
just
is?
discriminating against gay people. All people of LGBTQ tend to have this sort of.
I don't know why you're like avoiding the question. What a man?
Yeah, I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now.
Go ahead.
Give me 1 second to process. What I'm getting to is that you look at the people who are part of the LGBT community who want to be accepted into them, that claim that, hey, like I can't help my attraction to kids, whatever. Having same
Wait, hold on. Let him finish because I'm still doing my line of questioning.
attraction leads to erotica, which translates further than like the norms of a relationship.
Okay, so you
leads
have
to
not given me
outside
I don't know why you're like avoiding this question, right? So the question was, you have a gay man not attracted to children, right? And he is only attracted to men. All his life he's only been attracted to men. What reasons would he have to not be in a romantic relationship with that other man?
They cannot be a productive members of society together. It's better to them to remain as friends than romantic partners.
Okay, so when you say productive, right? So you're saying they can't like go out and get jobs and donate to charities and stuff like that because they're in a relationship?
Accept blood from a gay person.
What happened?
I wouldn't accept like blood transfusions or anything.
I didn't
like
say
that.
blood trans. I said give out in charity.
Oh, I thought you
And
meant
you probably
give out,
wouldn't
like-
know whether, like, if you're like unconscious, you probably wouldn't know anyway. But nonetheless, like, if somebody like a gay couple, let's say they're a wealthy gay couple and they always give to charity every year, right? They contributed positively to society, right?
Well, like
It's a yes or a no. 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 It's a yes or a no.
Good evil people can.
It's a
commit
yes
good
or a no.
acts.
You haven't given an argument for why it's evil, so stop
Oh,
begging
you-
the question.
you
We're gonna
claim
keep
it's
you. We're
false.
gonna. Yeah. So okay. So we have a gay man, in a relationship with another gay man. They're not attracted to children, right? Like you would want them to be. For some reason, you want gay people to be attracted to children, even when they're not. Nonetheless, let's say they're not doing any of that weird stuff, right? What are they doing that is wrong? And you said that they're not productive members of society. Okay, so I just said that they're donating to charity. I don't know, they help build stuff in their church, or they're just in love with each other, whatever. What are they doing that's wrong?
Another thing that I already told you the first thing. The second thing that they're doing wrong is perpetuating to society and to our kids that that's normal and it's okay, which is not.
When you say normal, you just mean
Why?
it's not the average thing?
By normal, I mean it's not. Like, why would anyone want to be?
That's a
become that,
question.
right? What's your question?
Yeah, so no, you're asking why would anyone want it? That's a question. I need you to produce an argument.
No, I'm asking.
Yeah,
you
so
to answer the
listen,
question.
like if I were to say, hey, I don't know, putting on chapstick, that's wrong. Why is it wrong, Carbon? Well, because you, like, if other people see you put on chapstick, they're gonna make it think that it's like a good thing to do. That's just begging the question. We're trying to figure out whether it's the wrong thing to do. If it's the wrong thing to do, of course you shouldn't like promote it, right? So you have to first establish why it's wrong, and then you can
Okay,
establish
so
the
first off,
argument that therefore, because it's wrong, you should not
I can give
promote it.
multiple reasons actually.
So give me
The other reason is that
you
they
didn't give
cannot
me any
procreate
reason.
and-
You said it's not productive. I already told you it is productive. They're producing love with each other, right?
If everyone was gay, then there would be the birth rates.
I don't know why you're talking about if everyone was gay. You're saying I'm talking about a particular gay couple. What are they doing that's wrong? Why is it so difficult for everybody to answer this
They're
question?
lowering the birth rate. They're
Okay,
lowering
how
the
are they?
birth rate of our country.
Okay, so they're lowering the birth rate. So if one of those gay men donates sperm, then it's fine.
Not really, because
It's
they're
fucking.
not
It's like an
procreating.
idiot, bro. They are procreating. He's donating sperm.
He literally had the audacity to come up on this panel and say all of LGBTQIA are predators. So of course
I
he's a
never said
fucking
that. I
idiot.
said majority.
Shut the fuck up.
It's not majority either. Everyone on this
Wait,
panel,
so-
excluding Carbon, is a part of the LGBT, and I can assure you, none of us diddle fucking kids.
So just to be clear,
You're more likely to than me.
no, you are more likely to. You're a homophobe. You're more likely to be a predator than anybody who is watching the stream right now. You're a homophobe.
For
It's
one.
always the
And two,
homophobes. It's always the
Grandmaster, I never asked
anti-LGBTQ
for a
people.
favor, but Grandmaster, can you please deal with this bullshit?
Also, Waves, why is it always this thought process? If gay people exist, therefore straight people can't exist. You just assume that everyone's gonna be gay. That's not how this works. There's gonna always be straight people if there's gay people. Normalizing and saying
How
it's
come you
okay
guys?
isn't going
How
to
come they
suddenly
want to
make
influence the children?
everyone fucking gay, dude. That's
Yeah.
not how
You
this
guys want to
works.
create
So
camaraderie.
wait, just to be clear, if you have a man and he chooses to be in a relationship with an infertile woman, is he doing something wrong?
No, it's because they cannot control it.
Yeah, so
And
they
you can't
can't control it.
being
Can
gay
you
either, you dumb
yeah,
fuck.
can the other
You
man
can't.
control being a
It's
male?
been done. The
Wait, I'm
studies have
sorry,
been shown.
wave. Can the other male in the relationship, can he control whether he's male?
No, he can.
No, he can't, right? Okay,
He
so
can choose not to
you're
enter
saying
a
that what the
homosexual
man
relationship.
is you're saying there's man A and there's a man, right? A male, and he is in a relationship with another person. Let's say we don't know the sex of this other person, but we know one fact about this other person. That person cannot reproduce. Now, this male is in a relationship with this person and knows that he can't reproduce with this person. By those facts alone, do we know that this male is doing something wrong?
I mean, if I was him, I would never engage in a relationship with
I didn't
a
ask it
person
what you would do. I asked what's
infertile.
wrong. Is he doing something wrong?
I mean, he's not doing anything right. I would say it's normal, like it's not normal, but he's not being productive.
So he's not doing it. So is he doing something wrong? He's either doing something wrong or he's not.
Okay,
Which do you
he's not doing
choose?
anything right.
I didn't ask if he was doing something right. I asked if he was doing something wrong.
You can still, like, that's
I'm
the
going
thing
to keep
of-
asking this question over and over until you answer. It's either the case that he is doing something wrong or he's not. Which do you choose?
I guess it's according to his values, because in my
No,
opinion,
your values, Wave. I'm not asking what his ethical system is, Wave. I'm asking your ethical system. Wave's ethical system. We have a male, and he is in a relationship with somebody whose sex we do not know, but we do know that that somebody is not capable of reproduction. And the male knows that that person is not capable of reproduction. He's either doing something wrong or he's not. Which do you choose, Wave?
I think he is wrong if he knows ahead of, like, way before the relationship.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
he's wrong.
Okay, so it's wrong for a man to be in a relationship with another person who he knows he can't reproduce with, irrespective of whether that person is male or female.
Correct.
Okay, so infertile couples, knowingly infertile couples, they should divorce, correct?
I think infertile couples who engage in a relationship already knowing that that one of them is infertile, yes, they are.
Okay, so just to be clear, you believe sex before marriage, right? No sex before marriage, right?
I mean, yes, ideally, but obviously that's not the case.
But let's just say, like, you get in a relationship, Wave, you get in a relationship with a woman, right? And now you guys are married, and you find out she's infertile. You're going to divorce her for that reason, correct?
Correct, because I cannot build a family with her.
Yeah, don't worry, a woman's never gonna touch you anyway.
Wait. When you're on a first date, right, or even like a couple of dates in, do you ask your partner how fertile they are?
Maybe 2 years in, when we're talking about a family and other things, it may have come up in the conversation.
So what, you're telling me you are willing to put 2 years into somebody, right? 2 years that you will never fucking
Their
get back.
body wasn't enough for you?
Wait, 2 years where you built a relationship. Presumably after 2 years, you're very close with this individual. You may be living together. I don't know. But you're willing to throw that away because they can't fucking have kids and you've already spent this fucking time?
Yes, I would not marry them if I knew that they could.
Wait. Okay, so how about this? The next time, if by the grace of fucking God, you go on your next date, ask on the first date so you don't waste another bitch's time.
That's impractical. Why would anybody do that? That's weird.
Because you're wasting your time.
Fucking years.
I can't anymore. I'm sorry. I can't. No fucking
This is why you're
way.
never going to have a family, because you're a bitch. You're a bitch, that's why.
Listen, I get it. Your uncle was probably a little too touchy with you when you were 5, but calm the fuck down.
This fucking idiot said that there's study after study that says that being gay is a choice. I want to see those studies. Not something from 1974.
Right.
All right. Anyway, back to our regularly scheduled broadcast. I hope y'all like that cooking session. Thank you oh my God, you guys went way past 100K. Thank you for the likes. I appreciate you. Thank you. Grandmaster, thank you for the whale. Was that for a kick? I'm sorry. Was that for him?
Yeah, Grandmaster's not sending the whale because the whale costs $40.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you,
Thank you,
so much. I
Grandmaster.
appreciate you guys for
Thank
the
you,
gifts.
Grandmaster.
And yeah, if you think being lesbian is wrong, go and hop on the guest request. If you do not think being lesbian is wrong, do not hop on the guest request. If you see cancel requests right here, okay, and you do not believe that being lesbian is wrong, click cancel request. I don't want you up here, okay? All right, let's get some people in there.
You know what? On a side
Kidding.
note, I really hope that motherfucker has already gotten tested to see if they're fertile or not.
New guest, can I get your age, please?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, man? Can I get your age?
19.
All right, what's your argument today?
So, why is being lesbian wrong? I just came. I'm sorry?
Go ahead, give the argument.
Okay. First thing is first, I'm gonna point out that I'm a Christian man of faith. I'm just gonna point that out there. If you know anything about Christianity, according to my belief, it is wrong. And yes, okay. All right, are we aware of that? Are all of us?
Let's just grant it for the time being. Okay, so I just want the argument for why. So you said, do you have an argument for why it's wrong, or are you saying your religion has an argument for why
I'm
it's
just
wrong?
putting a disclaimer out there, though.
Okay.
I'm just putting a disclaimer.
All right.
Okay. So thank you for your guys' time, by the way. Yeah. So what you call it? Why is being lesbian wrong? So putting another woman and another woman in marriage isn't necessarily a good thing, because it's not necessarily how the world revolves. And I agree with the last guy, how he said that you have to keep on reproducing, or else we might go extinct in numbers, because millions of people die every day, millions of people are born every day, but it is what it is, you know. And I believe that reproduction is a key success to humanity and society. In itself too, a lot of morals too for being lesbian, like in its subject and in itself being gay or lesbian. It's a very sensitive topic.
Blowing out question. Here we go.
Marriage further provokes this.
I understand. Okay, so you think what the lesbian is doing wrong? You think she is choosing to be with someone she knowingly cannot reproduce with? Basically, that's the wrong maker, something like that.
No. Well, I think I did also hear. Well, yeah, kind of. I think I did also hear as well that what you call it? What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, that it's a certain chemical in your brain. Like, you are born with being gay or attracted to the same gender. It is a certain chemical in your brain that, what I heard, can be messed up, and you're like, I don't know, something. You're like cerebral. I don't know the exact function of it, but it is also something that you can be messed up with as birth.
Well, I'm trying to figure out why it's wrong. I don't care about the naturalistic argument, right? So it's messed up just means it violates some portion of our health or preferences, right? But like in this case, like we're just talking about a lesbian. I mean, she has the same attraction to women as you do. Presumably, you're a straight man, right? But for some reason, it's wrong for her to pursue that relationship. But it would be okay for you to pursue that relationship. So it seems like the only real argument here is the reproduction argument.
Honestly, I have a point, but like morally too, like it's like it's considered. I'm gonna be as professional as I can. It's considered like morally like disgraceful. Like,
yeah, but you're saying the reason why it's
like,
considered
it is considered a lot of like it is considered disgraceful. Like it is considered like it is.
Yeah, but like you're saying that the disgraceful aspect is what this lesbian's choice is when she's pursuing a relationship with another person. The choice being that she's trying to be in a relationship that she knows is not going to produce another child with that person. Are you saying, is it something like that, or is there some other reason why it's disgraceful? You're muted. Can you unmute? Decent. Oh, there you go.
I don't know why it muted me. I thought you guys muted me. Well, I have a quick question.
Just answer that and then ask me a question.
Wait, what was the question again?
The question is do you think that is what you believe makes it disgraceful? Is the choice that she's making? Huh?
So the three main keys, I believe, is 1, against nature. 2, well, necessarily, it's like I'm half agreeing with it, because you don't necessarily, like, you're not born on this earth to like reproduce, right? You're not born on this earth to like do it, but I mean, it is like I said, like my religion, it is kind of what you have to do. Like it's our purpose on earth.
Presumably, like, okay, we'll touch on the nature argument, right? But presumably, when your religion, like, you're just saying your God gave you that command, right, or something like that.
It's a God-given right to say that too. It's not. It's
Well,
not my God. It's not.
It's
not.
just okay. So God issued the command: you should not be in the relationship with somebody of the same sex.
Well, I mean, think about this.
Wait,
like,
is that? I'm sorry, I gotta get you to answer the question, man.
Can you repeat it one more time?
Do you believe that when you say it's my religion, you're just saying God said it?
Well, no, not necessarily, because you have a choice to follow the command or not, and you don't.
Yeah,
have to
but
say
if
God
you
said it,
choose
have
not
do
to
it.
follow it, that's the wrong thing. But why, like
Correct.
why is it
Correct.
wrong to not follow your religion?
Why is it wrong to not follow my religion?
Yeah, why? Like the lesbians, let's say they're about to get into a Okay, let me set the stage here. Okay, so we have a lesbian woman. She's only attracted to women. She's in the gym, right? And she sees another baddie over there doing like exercise. She approaches her, asks her for a number, asks her on a date. So far, has she done anything wrong?
Not necessarily. No.
Okay, so now they've
She's
gone
not
on the
done
date, and now they're officially girlfriend. Now are they doing anything wrong?
That's the wrongdoing.
Okay, what did they do that was wrong? What did she choose to do that was wrong?
Well, the context matters in this situation. Like physically, in certain, specifically in the U.S. too, there's nothing wrong with that. So according to a lot of law and justice systems,
No, I'm investigating your view. I don't care about other people's view. I just want to know why you think that would be wrong. That they're
No. This is also me personally too, because I agree with this, and it's also a factual statement too that a lot of law systems they agree with this, and a lot of law systems provoke this. In the Middle East, it is highly recognized as a
we have law systems that allowed for slavery. That doesn't tell me anything. I want to know your view on why it's wrong.
No, yeah, that is my view. I'm explaining why I also think that. A lot of systems they highly believe that is wrong. Like I said too, and
So
it's unprovoked.
because
So
a lot
it
of
is-
systems, are you saying because a lot of systems believe
No,
that relationship is wrong, that's why you believe it's wrong?
No, I'm just putting another aspect of it.
Okay, well,
If
that doesn't go into your moral calculus,
I'm just trying to put
there's no point in saying
context. Because context matters. Context matters.
Yeah, I could say a lot of systems
I
think
feel like you looked up a lot of fucking buzzwords and you do not know what the fuck they mean.
Like
buzzwords. Okay.
Yeah, so like
Carvin,
if
really
that doesn't
quickly
go
before
into your
we
moral
continue.
calculus, oh yeah, go ahead.
I gotta get going. Guest, the only thing I got for you is maybe stop practicing with your microphone and come out of your closet. Anyway, have a great night, everyone.
All right, let me take it easy.
That Demi ain't that.
Okay, so like, what is the primary reason for what she's doing in that hypothetical? What's the primary reason why she's doing something wrong?
Well, I mean, it's morally wrong, and like it's just not. I'm gonna tell you this. This is like my full opinion too. It's just not right. Like I said, it's a brain chemical that it's just not normal.
Yeah,
It's-
well,
you
like
just-
what
it's not normal
distinguishes
thing.
what
It's not a normal
distinguishes
thing
what
that you can do.
what distinguishes which brain chemicals, whatever that means, are right brain chemicals
I don't know, but it
and
is.
wrong ones.
It is in your development, like I said. Well, you are supposed to. So normally, you are supposed to go for the opposite gender sex.
Yeah,
relationship,
why?
right? That is the normal, but it's not normal to have the same sex.
Okay,
because
so if something's
it's-
not
it
normal,
is-
if something's not normal, it's wrong. Is that the argument? I'm just trying to get the inference being made here. If something is not normal, and presumably by normal, you just mean average, right? So if the average person is not straight, or if the average person is straight, and because the average person is straight, it follows that anybody who is not straight is doing something wrong. Is that the inference being made?
No, not necessarily. What I'm
Okay,
trying to
so
say.
why did you say
actually,
normal?
kind of.
Yeah, but
Well,
like,
I mean,
is
well,
the
okay,
average
well,
person a genius?
Is it normal to drink water? Is it a necessity to drink water? Correct.
No. Wait, like, is the average person a genius?
That's. What do you mean average? Like
Like,
the
the
average
average person is the average person a genius?
A global IQ does not. No, not necessarily. The average person is not a genius.
Is it wrong to be a
No.
genius?
Yeah. Not necessarily. It's
Right.
not. Let me put it into this perspective right here. It's like it's in your body curriculum. Like when you drink, you have to drink water, right?
Yeah, but you drink water to live, right? To like
Yeah, you
sustain
drink-
yourself and be happy and flourish, right? What's that have to do with the argument?
You can getting a relationship can also sustain yourself and be happy, but what I'm trying to say is
that's a want, not a need. That's a want, not a need.
Oh, thank you for your correction. You're right. What you call it? So, what I'm trying to say is that like it's a brain shift. Like what I literally heard, it is a brain shift. Like
yeah, so is being a genius. Being a genius is also a brain shift.
What's a normal reaction to getting like hit? What's a normal reaction to getting hit? Like, ow, that's gonna hurt, right? Ow, it hurts.
Well, it depends on the context.
Okay, what context are you saying it depends on?
I mean, there's consensual hitting,
right? What is that, bro?
Consensual hitting, boxing.
Oh, you're.
Oh, boxing. Oh.
Why'd you think I winked at you, bro?
Oh, okay. I do wrestling and some jujitsu.
Carbon.
What?
What you thought I was talking about?
Is your name Carbon?
No. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about some freaky stuff. My fault.
Yeah.
All right.
Why would your mind go
Why would
there,
you think that,
degenerate?
Degenerate. All right. Whatever.
Italy. That's fine.
All
right, man. All right. We somebody paid to kick you, but thank you so much.
You, Grandmaster.
Thank you, Grandmaster. I appreciate you.
I'm actually shocked.
What's up, Red Star? Can I get your age, please?
26.
All right. What's your best argument?
All right. So I would say not just being a lesbian is wrong, but the whole, LGBT.
Just being gay, LGBTQ. Okay. What's the argument?
Yeah, the argument. It depends on what your authority is under. Like if you're under the authority of the world.
In your worldview, I'm asking you.
In my world, okay. In my worldview is wrong only because God said it's wrong.
Okay. All right. I thought you said high IQ Christian in the comment section. So you
but I also got scientific too. I got
okay. Which one did you want to talk about? The scientific one or the God argument? Which one do you want to start with?
Thank you, Jake.
I'll start with the scientific.
Hold on. You want to start with the scientific one?
Please, I need to ask this before he even goes into it. Is it gonna
Thank you,
fucking
Grandmaster.
matter? Is it gonna matter? If we disprove your scientific bullshit, is it gonna matter? Will it change your mind? Or are you only hinging on the God part?
Well, I'm already confident in what I believe, just like you guys are confident in what you believe.
That wasn't the question.
What I'm hearing is your mind isn't going to be changed no matter what, because the only thing that you're worried about is God said so.
Yeah, I'm just here to convince you guys why it's being a lesbian.
Okay, convince. Just give the argument. Please give the argument.
Okay, so the reason, scientifically, this is proven that AIDS comes from anal sex and stuff, and I know people.
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Can we Italy,
just
please?
real quick, I just want to so first of all, rear end. So just first of all, call it rear end. Right? Don't do that just because TikTok guidelines. But rear end, that's both straight and gay couples do that. So I don't know why that has anything to do with gay couples. So I don't know why you brought that up. Unmute.
Sorry, that's just what research has been shown.
Yeah, but that's true for straight couples. So I need you to give me something that is inherent to being gay that makes it wrong.
Oh shoot, my internet. Okay, that was the only thing I had for scientific.
Okay, let's go to the God argument.
But for okay,
no fucking way.
See why I asked the question?
Yeah. Why?
So for
okay. Why does it follow that if God says it's wrong, then it's wrong? Why does that follow?
Because it's the condition of the heart. So every sin in God's eye is considered forgivable. The condition of the heart. So God can forgive a sin if you're struggling with it. But he can't forgive a sin if you believe
we're trying to figure,
this way.
I'm not.
You are.
Yeah. So first of all, people are born gay, but that's a different argument. I'm asking you, if God says X is wrong, why does it follow that X is wrong? What's the argument for that?
Well, one is because God is the absolute moral standard of everything. So you have to take it.
Why is he the moral standard and not somebody else?
Because he created everything, and everything's based off him.
Why does it follow that if you created things or everything, then you're the moral standard? Why does that follow?
I mean, we're talking about a supernatural being, so
yeah. Well, I mean,
would say,
if it was a natural being that created everything, would he be the moral authority and not a supernatural being?
That's a good question.
A lot
I
of
guess
Christians
so.
do this.
He's
You
your
guys,
creator.
like they're, yeah, but like, listen, like if I were to say, well, I'm the creation, therefore I'm the moral authority, right? You wouldn't accept that argument, right? Because you're gonna want like an inference between, if you're the creation, then you're the moral authority. You're gonna want an argument that supports that. But you're doing the exact same thing. You're saying if you're the creator, you're the moral authority. But that's just a conditional statement. You're gonna need an argument that establishes that claim. The claim being, if you're the creator, then you're the moral authority.
I think this only works if you're talking in a supernatural aspect, because you could create a boy and a girl, and you're not there with
Okay.
exact moral.
Well, why? Okay, so if you're a supernatural creator, then you're the moral authority. What's the argument for that claim?
All right, for that claim, this goes off of blind faith. I'm not gonna lie and say Christian, no Christian.
Did you really comment? Hold on. Did you really comment in the chat? High IQ Christian, and then said,
And this is your fucking
I'm
argument?
gonna use an argument based off of blind faith.
No, if y'all let me.
Wait. When's the last time you got? Wait. When's the last time you took an IQ test?
I never took an IQ test.
How do you know? All right, just give the argument, bro.
All right, I'm just gonna make this quick. I do appreciate being up here, but if we're going under the laws of God. So, like people go under the laws of whatever they want to go. I'm going under the laws of God, and God says it's wrong. And I haven't seen the physical body of Jesus, so I haven't. I can't say, oh, I seen him, and that's my proof, like the people did back in the Old Testament. And if Jesus were to come here right now, I don't think nobody still would believe him because his own people didn't believe him.
Like, okay, let's just stalemate the if you're a supernatural creator. I just say you don't have an argument for that one. But let me try to change gears here a little bit and say, like, if you think God says that you're allowed to do something, does it follow from there that you're allowed to do it?
Yes.
Okay, so in Deuteronomy 21:10, God does say that the Israelites were allowed to grape women. So it looks like grape is morally permissible under your view?
Yeah, so that Bible verse is always taken out of context.
Out of context.
Tell me how I'm taking it out of context. Go ahead.
Oh, the Bible values women like gems, basically. So the man that actually does. Look, the man that hurt women, God was basically saying, if you did rape this woman, you just can't leave her and let her be stranded. You got to pay her.
No. He says you're allowed to grape her. He says you're allowed to grape her. He says when you go to war against your enemies. Yeah, I'll just read it out. Deuteronomy 21, starting from verse 10. When you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God gives them into your hand, and you take them captive, and you see among the captives a beautiful woman, and you desire to take her to be your wife, you can bring her to your house, you can shave her head, pare her nails, take off the clothes that she was wearing when she was captured, and she shall remain in your house, so that way she can grieve her father and her mother for a full month. After that, you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. So God is saying you may grape her.
No, that's not what that's saying. That's actually taken out of context again, because back in the Old Testament, these women were with a man that God considered wicked, and so God commanded his army to go to that Pacific town and to destroy that city, but not the women, because the women had no choice.
Marvin, can I take this one?
I'm sorry, but you're literally saying if they had no choice, do you think that a oppressor-captive sexual relationship is a consensual one?
Yes, this was completely 100% consensual.
Go ahead, man.
I don't even. Italy at this point. Stop talking. How the fuck can we continue the conversation where you just said grape was permissible? It's totally okay to grape people because God says so.
Wait, actually, I have a question. I don't know if anybody else caught it. He said that these relationships were consensual.
Yeah.
Can you tell me how they were consensual?
All right, they were consensual because these women, back in the day, it was hard for women to make money. So it was.
Hold on, wait. Even in the Bible you're referencing, it wasn't women. It wasn't women.
Girls.
No, I need you to stop this because this is a fucking mischaracterization of the Bible. anytime the Israelites would go into these civilizations and wipe them off the face of the earth, they unalived the men, the boys, and any woman who had slept with a man. They kept for themselves the virgin girls. These were not women. These were fucking children.
All right, the specific time we're talking about is in Deuteronomy. So in Deuteronomy, these girls had a hard time making money, and it was an honor for these.
They were captives. Of course, they had a hard time making money. They were slaves.
Okay,
They willingly wanted to be these guys.
1 second, Logic.
It was.
Again, you're not telling me. No, that's literally not. Because it literally says in this verse, among the captives, if you see a beautiful woman, you can take her. So these are not girls or women going up to these men and asking, please take me. These were captured people. And then they were taken by certain men to become their wives. Okay? So can you explain to me in that specific situation how that is consensual when the start of it was literally them being fucking captured?
Okay, the word captive was referring to the women that was on the enemy side of the team. So when the guys,
the children,
children. Just let me finish the whole thing, and then
no, I'm not going to let you weasel past this. They were children.
I don't know how.
I'm sorry. I'm just gonna put this all the rest. I'm gonna put it all the rest. The word at the end of Deuteronomy 21:10 says, if she displeases you, you shall let her go where she wants. Don't sell her for money. Don't treat her as a slave when you let her go, because you have defiled her. The word that they use for defile is anah, right? And you can look at other cases in which that's used. So, for example, if you go to Genesis 34, that exact same word is being used. Now, Dinah, the daughter of Leah, had born to Jacob, went out to visit the woman of the land. When Shechem, I think that's how you pronounce it, son of Hamor, the Hivite, the ruler of that area, saw her, he took her and graped her. And the way that word, that graped her word, is the exact same word that's being used. It's always referencing some sort of violation against a woman, right? So,
okay, that word right there was wrong. That was wrong. What that person did was wrong, but what the person...
They use the same fucking word.
It's the same word.
I know. I'm saying what they did was wrong, but not
saying it's wrong.
Okay, so why if God says at the end of this, you can't sell her as a slave because you have that word her, what is he saying? If the other word means grape.
So if y'all gotta let me finish because I can't tell y'all the context of it.
You haven't read your Bible. No, stop. You have not read the Bible.
I have. Y'all just not letting me finish.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You do not know the Bible. You don't. You haven't read it. You're lying through your fucking teeth right now. You do not know these verses. You do not know the context of these verses. Stop fucking pretending. Stop pretending you know what you're talking about when you don't.
All right, it's hard to debate if you cut me off every 2 words.
Maybe if you actually knew what the fuck you were talking about, I wouldn't have to. Why can't Christians be fucking honest?
I respect the other 3 hosts that's letting me talk. You're not letting me talk.
You interrupted me multiple times, so you really weren't respecting anybody up here.
All right, how can I tell you the context if you cut me off
You don't know the context. You've been wrong about the context every time you've opened your mouth. Every time.
You haven't let me finish, so I haven't even completed a sentence.
All right, finish 1 sentence and I won't mute you.
All right. So defile, that word basically doesn't mean rape. It meant in the Bible, if you had a woman, you must shave her head because you're not supposed to have a woman for lust. You're supposed to see, God wanted you to shave her head to make sure you actually loved her for who she was.
That was a sentence.
Yeah, he didn't know. That's not what the word means. It says you may go into her. And then because you've gone into her, you can't sell her because you currently have her as a sex slave. You can't sell her now as a sex slave because she's a sex slave because she's no longer a virgin. That's what the context there is. I can bring Dr. Joshua Bowen up here. He'll tell you that exact same thing. He wrote an entire book on this. Still have it, by the way. So like what you're doing right now is just you see a verse that very, very obviously is grape, right? And you're trying to be a lawyer for this man and try to find even the most unlikely reading of it to try to see,
No, I
like,
understand
this
y'all
is
got y'all strong beliefs and y'all beliefs, so y'all think
no,
what I
this
see
is
is
the
true.
most likely case when you're talking about a captive oppressor dynamic, sexual dynamic, and you want to know whether that is rape. Very clearly, she's being coerced. That's a coercive relationship, right? Very clearly, she's not. This is not unenthusiastic. I mean, enthusiastic consent. Very clearly, right? So, like, you know this to be
It's not
true.
revocable either.
Yeah, it's not revocable. Yeah, and like the only person it says if you are displeased in her, she can go where she wants. It doesn't say if she's displeased with him that she can go with him. So it's very clear that he has the power.
He's there
It's
against her
because
will.
Yeah.
y'all, this is Hebrew time, so y'all in y'all modern era, y'all
Yeah,
think it's
Hebrew
perverted.
times
Wait,
you
wait, okay,
support
wait, wait.
grape.
I have a question. Wait, I have a question.
Yeah.
Does God ever change?
No, he never changed.
Does his morals ever change?
No.
Okay,
Okay,
problem
then
solved.
it wouldn't matter the fucking time period because God is never changing. If he found it moral then, he finds it moral now. By your own admission.
No, God never commanded anybody to rape women. I'm telling you.
You-
It says it right here.
Read
We
read
just
it
read the
again.
verse.
These are God's words, correct? These are God's words, Carbon, right?
Yeah, but I'm telling you guys are reading in modern time. If you go to the Hebrew text, you'll get it more.
God does not change. You just said that your fucking self. His
Yes,
morals
he
does
doesn't
not change,
change.
and he just
But that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make.
Italy, please.
Carbon
Italy.
literally read for you the Hebrew word.
Okay, and the rape is wrong because people committed the action in the Bible doesn't mean God told them to do it.
But if God told them to, would it be right?
If God said it himself, it would have been right because he's God, but he never said that because in his perspective, his nature is good.
His nature is not good, anyway.
Jesus Christ,
God
bro.
is an evil, sadistic bastard.
I'm going to bed. Fuck
God
Christians.
Nanners, are you still here? Is Nanners still
hello.
here? Hello? How old are you?
Hi. I'm good. How are you?
Oh, how old are you? I'm doing good.
I'm 18.
Okay, hold on. Nanners, are you still with us or did she go to sleep? Okay, I guess Nanners.
What she's not muted.
All right, well, I'll let her come back. I don't know if she's doing so. All right, what's your argument? Why is being lesbian wrong?
So if you guys don't believe this, like this is like that's totally okay. I'm personally gonna go off of my belief. And I believe in God and he designed men and women to be together. And you see, like, he designed them to be together, and anything out of his creation for being perverted, it's wrong, you know?
Gotcha. So you're just saying God has a purpose for your body, and if you use that body for a different purpose, then you're doing something wrong, basically.
Not necessarily. That's not really what I'm trying to say.
You said he created males for females, right? And vice versa?
Yes, that is what I said. And I just personally believe that, they were designed to be together, and women and women were not supposed to be together in the Bible.
Yeah, I get the claim. So, like, but you do agree that lesbians are only attracted to women, right?
I mean, if that's what they think, yeah, but
Well, they
I
can't.
just feel like it's
they
more
don't.
of a confusion.
I don't know how you can think that you're attracted to somebody and be wrong about that, right? Like you're just attracted to someone or you're not, right? Like so. Obviously, I think the experience that a lesbian has when she sees a beautiful woman is probably the same experience that I would have as a straight man, right? And so, given that she's not attracted to men, and it's the case that if your God exists, he designed that particular lesbian for a man, that would be like me as a straight man being only attracted to women, God designing me for another man. I would never be in a relationship with a man if I'm a straight man, right? Like no matter how much he wants me to be with that man, that's just a non-consensual relationship. That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I totally get it. I just personally believe it's more of a confusion, and I've been to that point in life where, you know, I was attracted to that, and
But really quick, because I want to make sure I just heard, like, did you say there was a point in time where you were also attracted to women?
Yes, that is what I said.
Are you bisexual?
I'm not.
Or you were just
I'm
bi-curious? Okay,
I
so
was more like confused, you know?
okay, so so confusion is just like some fact that you're wrong about, right? Like if you're actually attracted, like literally attracted to somebody, you can't be confused about that because it's just the case that you're attracted to that person, right? I'm not confused about the fact that I'm attracted to generally femme presenting people, right? I'm not confused about that. So let's say God in this hypothetical world created men for men and woman for woman, but me, Carbon, I'm only attracted to women, right? Like whether, like, let's just say, for example, I don't like know how this would be possible. I don't even know how it's logically possible for me to be confused that I'm attracted to women, right? But let's just say I'm confused. Nonetheless, I'm not going to put myself in a relationship with a man because that will be a non-consensual relationship. Do we agree that if you put a lesbian in a relationship with a man, generally speaking, that's a non-consensual relationship, right?
If she was forced into a relationship with a man, I would say it is non-consensual, you know?
Yeah. But like your religion, it seems to be saying that she's obligated to be in a non-consensual relationship with a man.
Yes, but you know, the thing is everyone has free will, and that's what God designed, so people can do whatever they want.
Yeah,
He did
yeah.
not
He wants them to
people
have free
to
will, but
sin.
he wants his creation to use their free will the right way. That's what he wants them to do, right?
Yes, he would love that, but you know, everyone
It's
is
not always
not
going to happen, right? So
Yeah.
in the lesbian's case, he obligates her to use her free will to go into a non-consensual relationship.
Like
let's
I'm sorry.
I don't want to have to put you
Go
in this
ahead.
situation, but if there was a man that you were really, really repulsed by, right? And God said you had to be in a relationship with that man and you had to procreate with that man, that's kind of like God telling you have to be like like in a non-consensual relationship, whether romantically or sexually, right? You would not do that at all, right?
Well, if we're just making this up, like, I don't know, but it's just
You don't know?
You don't know
He
if
gives
you would
us
do that,
free will.
or would you would do that?
I mean, it's just a little confusing because you see, you're
Are
making
there
up your own
men?
version.
Wait, are there men
You're
that you're
making up.
repulsed by?
I'm sorry, I feel like you're making up your own version, you know, and
You don't think this is the experience that lesbians would have? Like, this is not just like a made up world. This is what
well,
lesbians experience. They're not attracted to men. So let's say that there was a man.
yeah, but they're not forced into relationships.
I'm not
and if
saying they're
they
forced.
are,
I'm not. Wait, hold on, just real quick. I just want you to understand what I'm saying, right? Are there at least some men that you were repulsed by?
no.
No. So, like, if
So you're
like
telling me like you would hook up with Danny DeVito?
I wouldn't hook up with him, but I'm not repulsed by him. You know,
Donald Trump.
Everyone's created in their own ways.
Wait,
and I
Donald
just
Trump.
believe-
Okay, not even necessarily repulsed, just not even like not sexually attracted to. Okay,
Yeah.
instead of saying repulsed, because you're like doing this like
There's just like no world where you would. There are men in which there is no world where you would consent to having sex with them. Are there men like that in your life or that you've seen?
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm not physically attracted to everyone.
Right.
So.
Okay, so you understand what that's like to see or know of a man that you would never consent to that with. Now, let's say in this world, what you're saying is the prescription on lesbians. It's like if God were to prescribe you to be with that man.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
So the prescription that your God is saying, hey, lesbians, you're doing this, you're using your free will to choose this action, but you should use your free will to do this action that I say, right?
Yes.
That's like
yes,
that's like God telling you, use your free will. You are obligated to. The only right thing for you to do is to use your free will to be in this relationship with that man that we were just talking about.
Yeah, like you should use it for, a greater purpose, but I'm not saying it's not, being lesbian is not like a bad purpose. It's just more of a confusion is what I believe.
Yeah.
But
You say like,
being
hey, you're
lesbian-
confused because you're not attracted to this man, right? But that's just a confusion. You should be attracted to him. But nonetheless, you ought to be in a relationship with him. And you ought to have sex with him so you can produce children. But there's no world where you would do that, right? Or would you, like, still do that?
Yes. No.
No, because that would be grape, right? You don't want to, like, because God can't obligate you to use your free will towards grape. So that's what I'm saying. Like, in the same scenario, it's perfectly analogous. It seems like your God is saying that a lesbian is doing something wrong for not being raped by men.
For not being raped by men?
Yes, just say grape for TikTok purposes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
He is not saying, these women should be raped.
He's saying he made men for women.
Yeah,
and
he
women
made
for men.
man for women. But the reason I'm bringing free will into this is because people can pick and choose what they want to do. If people want to like a girl, or if they like a girl and they want to be with that girl, like, they can go for it. Like, no one is
Yeah,
stopping
we're
them.
not
That
we're
is
granting that they have the ability to do. We're saying that there are wrong choices under your worldview. There are wrong choices and there are right choices. And you're saying that the right choice for this woman is to be with a man, but she's not attracted to that man. That means you're saying that the right choice for this woman is to be in a non-consensual relationship. It just follows from the premises.
I just think the right choice is being in a relationship with a man, but if they want to be in a relationship with a woman, that's their choice. And
we know that that's their choice, but you're saying that's the wrong choice. We're talking about the morality of the choice.
It is their choice. I'm not. I would just say.
Are you not understanding what I'm telling you?
Sienna, let me try coming
I understand.
to help you understand. Is there a punishment or something that'll happen badly to someone if they choose to be queer, based on your belief and understanding of the Bible?
Like, I'm starting to get frustrated, bro.
There is Judgment Day, and you'll be judged, and that is what I believe. But
So, is there a punishment for being queer based on your understanding? It's a wrong understanding, but based on your understanding.
I
got
believe
700 people
that
in TikTok right now.
if they take sinful action and lustful action into women with women, I believe there will be punishment.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're saying one choice that they make will lead to punishment, but the other choice that they make won't lead to punishment. But the choice that they make that won't lead to punishment.
Grandmaster.
W Grandmaster. But the choice that the lesbian would have to make, being in a relationship with a man, would lead to punishment. It seems like that's punishment itself, being in that relationship, because it's grape, right?
I mean, I guess if that's how you view it. I mean,
so God is just saying, I'm going to punish you for not being raped by men. That's just the reductio on your view. Like, you're just like, why would anybody accept a worldview like that?
I mean, personally, what I believe is just like, I don't know. I've just brought it up so many times, free will. But
Okay, so
I'm not saying rape is
I need
okay,
her.
that is not okay.
Yeah, really quick. If free will truly existed, there wouldn't be
It doesn't
punishment. It doesn't. I mean, it's not biblical and it's not an actual thing. It's an idea that was brought about by philosophers around the 1200s.
Free will is not biblical. There's no proof. Love you, Queen. But there's no proof. It's not biblical. There's no proof that it exists, right? The only thing that we know for a fact is our decision making is literally just from chemical reactions in our brain.
You have been taught that free will is biblical. You're talking
about free choice. The only thing the Bible ever talks about is that you are free to choose your actions, that you can choose. There is no free will. This idea that you can act
Free
without
will and choice, I believe those are the same thing.
They're not. They're not. They're two different concepts. One is like I said,
they're different
philosophical
words.
concept that was brought about well over 1,000 years after the Bible was constructed. The other is just you can make choices. Do you understand? Also, you're showing me that you haven't read your Bible, that you don't truly understand your religion, because it's not queer, or it's not wrong to be queer in the Bible. This is a misunderstanding that has been pushed. You've been lied to like cause bigotry.
I'm not trying to cause anything. I'm just.
No one said you are directly, but the people who like push this
Lied to
idea
you,
very
yeah.
much were trying to push bigotry, right? Like, it's not necessarily your fault that you fell for it, right? Because propaganda and all that. But
What did I fall for though?
That it's wrong to be queer according to the Bible, because nowhere in the Bible does it say it's wrong to be queer. It just says it's wrong to be a predator.
Does it say it's wrong to be a predator in the Bible?
It does. When it's speaking in
Where-
Leviticus
wait,
18:22, it
give me a
specifically
Bible
says that a
verse.
man, I just cited it, Leviticus 18:22, where it says a man shall not lay with a male as he would a woman. That's meaning to put a man in a submissive role.
Hold up.
As you would a woman.
Hold on.
I don't know. Wait, no. Did you catch that, Witchy? She said, where does it say that in the Bible that it says not to be a predator? So you're telling me the religion you follow says it's not okay to be gay, but it's okay to be a predator, and you think we should listen to that? That's crazy.
Wild word. But no, it's a simple understanding of the different words, because they use two different words when they're saying man and male, just for the record. And culturally understanding that and understanding the language and what words meant at that time and when they were used, you can understand it was saying, because there was a major problem where men of higher classes or older men were taking advantage of younger or men of lower classes, and that was seen as a no-no, because it was putting a man in a position of what they would typically have seen a woman in. And that was the worst crime you could have done, was placing a man in the position of a woman, because women were second-class citizens.
It's 25 or a whale to kick a guest.
There you go. Vivi, you're off the app. We won't be able to hear you.
And I understand that you don't
she's
know
looking
this
for a
about-
verse.
Oh,
She is. And I understand that you don't know this about your religion, but I've been studying it for 25
Dude.
years, and I've looked into this heavily. This is an agreed upon thing within the scholarly consensus, Christian, Jewish, and secular. And like we can look back and like there's a whole documentary and several things that have been cited about how the word homosexuality was added to the Bible in 1947 to push this agenda.
Okay. I'm sorry, I just want to run this back real quick. I'm still looking for a verse. You said Leviticus. I'm sorry.
Leviticus 18:22, where it says a man shall not lie with a man. The original words would have translated to what we now know as men and male. And when you look into the cultural context of these words, we understand that these were different, like classes, different situations. So a man being of a higher class or a man who is older versus a younger or a less or lower class male. So like think like a grown man and a young boy, or a man who is...
Where does it say grown man and young boy?
So if you were listening to my words, you would have heard me say that the two different words that are used, we can look at the cultural context of why they were used at the time. They're two different words.
Man and male, yes.
Yes, and how they were used at that time culturally was to classify different sex of men. So like we see a man of a higher class or an older man. So a man who had a lot of money who was taking advantage of someone who didn't have a lot of money, or a man who was older taking advantage of a younger man.
Okay, I think either way, two men with two men is not this. It's just not how it's supposed to be, you know.
Cool. Based on what? Because it's not based in your Bible, my darling. I understand that this is what you've been taught, but again, that you've been lied to.
Yes. So, like, why do you think it's like it ought not be this way? Like, what is your justification? Because Annie has already explained how it's not in the Bible.
Because God designed men to be with women,
but
and
we've
that is
already
what
been
it
through
says
this,
in the
right? Like,
Bible.
you don't accept. I don't think you accept that if God designed X for Y, but in order for X to be with Y, it has to be non-consensual, right? You would say that they're probably relieved of that obligation to be with Y, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if that's the case, then a lesbian's not doing anything wrong. Because if
Okay.
in
Why
order
do I
for her
hate myself?
in
I
order
don't,
for
I don't
in
hate
order for her
myself
to
for anything.
do the right thing, she has to be raped by a man. That's literally what the position entails. You're saying she's obligated to do what God designed her to do, but she doesn't consent to do with what God designed her to do. Non-consensual sex is grape, therefore it follows that she would have to be raped by men.
Okay. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I see where all of you guys are coming from, and I totally understand, you know. But I think this was originally supposed to be why is being lesbian wrong? And I stated what I said, and I just want to let you know that is personally what I believe. And if you guys don't believe
I have
it,
a
then that is
question.
okay. Yeah, go ahead.
You brought up God didn't design men to be with men, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you agree that God designs our biology, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so why do men have a G spot in their butts if they're not supposed to stimulate it? Yeah, it's called the
Because
prostate.
a woman can't reach that.
Right, unless she like sticks a finger up there, but like that's not a
Even
good
that can
there.
be kind of complicated.
Yeah.
With reaching.
I mean, that's just how they were designed.
Well, yeah, but you understand that it's a pleasure spot, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you know,
So
after marriage,
wait. Women, right? Women don't have penises, typically to reach this, right?
No, the
Females don't have
pleasure is the
penises.
child.
Cyber, shut the fuck up.
One gets
Anyway,
We'll get to you in a bit, Cyber. Just
we'll get
finish
to you
that.
and how you like
We got
fingers
you.
up the butt in a minute.
go ahead.
Go ahead,
But
Sam.
so my question is if this wasn't supposed, like, if it wasn't supposed to be stimulated, why put it there? If men are only supposed to be with women, why wouldn't he put it like on the penis somewhere, right, instead of like the backside?
So, you know, after marriage, you know, you can have sex, you can do all that.
What? Well, doesn't.
With
I'm
what?
sorry?
What's a woman gonna do that with?
Yeah.
I mean, she's gonna pleasure him, you know.
But
And
how is she gonna reach that button? Follow-up question.
It takes a little bit of work to get there, I promise you.
Yeah,
It does. I've tried. But follow-up. If you read the Bible, you would know that it originally does not say that man was created for woman, but originally it was up to Adam to find his life partner, and that's why he sampled the animals
to find his life partner.
Yes, the person
Where,
who
can you-
spent his life. Yes,
can
in
you
Genesis
clarify
3.
that?
Genesis 3. Who he was going to spend his life with, his partner, his person. It literally says he sampled the animals. He looked through the animals first. And that is why he created Eve. But then if you look further into the Jewish side of things, he also had a previous wife.
Here's the thing, I'm not Jewish.
Well, your Bible is, and your religion is based on Judaism. You get the story of Adam and Eve from Judaism. You would not have that without Judaism, so.
You gotta discredit Jewish people as if they aren't the whole reason your religion exists.
All right.
You would not have
Listen, hold on,
Am I allowed
just
to
real
talk?
quick. All right, so Vivi, thank you for coming up. We're gonna move on to the next guest. I appreciate you. Cyber, can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 42.
All right, what's your best argument for why being lesbian is wrong?
Well, I've had anal sex once in 42 years.
Okay, too much
And
information.
it wasn't that good.
Can you just give me the argument?
Sorry?
Can you give me the argument for why being lesbian is wrong, please? And I
Well,
ask about your life story.
Especially your butthole
Sure,
stuff. I don't
for
care
real,
about
for
that.
real. Well, my 18-year-old daughter wouldn't want to be a lesbian.
Okay.
How do you know?
Okay, good for her.
Why, can
she
you
wanna
tell me why it's wrong? I don't.
No,
Does
nobody
your-
in this live
wait,
right now.
I'm sorry.
nobody's taking
Your
that
daughter.
as children.
Wait, what's your daughter's career path? What
Nobody
is
in
she?
this live right now has
Cyber,
children
hello.
except me.
What is your
Lie.
daughter's?
Hello.
Can
I'm a
stop?
How you doing, my
Y'all
friend?
stop taking the bait. Cyber, does your 18-year-old daughter? She has Does she have a career path that she wants to go down?
Yeah, she wants to work for SpaceX.
Okay. Does she want to become a doctor? She doesn't want to become a doctor, does she?
No, she wants to work for SpaceX. I've just said that.
Cool. So you said that if she doesn't want to be lesbian, therefore being lesbian is wrong. She also doesn't want to be a doctor.
No, I didn't say it was wrong.
Yeah. Oh, well,
No,
you remember the question that I asked you
you can't
was
do
why
that.
is being a lesbian wrong? You remember
there's a lot
when
of
I
people
asked you
listening
why
right
it's
now.
wrong, Cyber?
Hey.
Remember,
There's a lot of
Cyber, you
people
remember
listening.
when I asked you why it's wrong
what you
and then
gotta
you
do is
responded that my 18-year-old daughter doesn't want to do it? So if that's not the reasoning you were giving, then we're going to start from the top, okay, Cyber? Why is being a lesbian wrong? Go ahead.
Pervert alert.
Hurry up. Don't be scared. Don't run away from the argument. Why is being a lesbian wrong?
No, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Continue.
Give the argument.
Which argument? I'm not arguing with you.
Why is being a lesbian wrong? You got 5 seconds to answer the fucking question before I move on to the next one.
Right, all right, I've wound you up. Right, kick me.
Okay, so you don't have an argument for why being... Why did you join if you don't have an argument for why being lesbian is wrong? All right, we're going to get the next person up here. Only if you believe being lesbian is wrong. Okay, if you don't believe it, do not join the guest request. Thank you. New guest, can I get your age, please?
Hey, friends.
Hey, how can I get your age?
I'm 19 and I have Down syndrome, so don't make fun of me.
That's fine. Do you think being gay is wrong?
No, I don't think being gay is wrong, but
Okay.
I think
I'm sorry.
lesbian is wrong.
I'm looking for people who think it's wrong. Okay. I appreciate you, but
No,
just stay in
but
the comments. Okay.
No. I think lesbian is wrong though,
Why?
because when lesbian people do the naughty, they can't.
All right. Anyway, we'll get to the next person. Grace. Grace, can I get your age, please? Hello, Grace. All right, Grace isn't here with us. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and clear out the guest requests. I don't know who's opposition and who's not. Only if you think being lesbian is wrong, then join the guest request. If you don't, then please do not join the guest request. All right, thank you. Okay, guest request cleared. All right, let's get the next person up. All right, Tiff. Okay, all right.
Dude, what the fuck is going on tonight?
All right, let's get the next person. All right, hello, can I get your age? Okay. Alrighty. All right, now we have a cleared queue. I'll take one more debate and then we're switching the topic. What's up? 700 people watching. While you guys are watching, hit that notification bell. We be chilling around here. Also, join the Twitch. Twitch is live right now. Cash App, Venmo, those are in bio. Hit that up. That definitely helps out the live. And gift the fucking panel. I don't know what's up with this wage gap here. 3,000 versus 800. It's crazy. All right, we're gonna get the next person in here. Oh, nobody in the guest request. Okay.
What is going on tonight? What's in the water? Is the moon in Gatorade or some shit? Like, what's going on? Thank you, blue skies.
Pluto is currently in retrograde.
I didn't know other planets went to retrograde. I was just making a joke.
Yep, they do. It's kind of a big deal, man. Also,
All right.
I'm so tired of Christians misrepresenting the religion. You guys are doing a disservice to yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all look like idiots. Actually read your Bible. Do some theology research.
Too much
Learn the
work.
history.
Right? The creator of the universe wrote a book, but I would rather watch a Disney movie. Okay? I don't want to read the book. It's just like, yeah, it's creator of the universe, but you know, I'll read it sometime. I'd rather read Tales of the Beetle the Bard.
Appreciate you.
The best flavor of Gatorade is the white one. I will the
Racist.
white zero specifically.
Whoa.
Whoa. Okay, it's the glacier cherry.
Crazy work.
That's nut colored.
Thank you for the $10. Appreciate you.
Tell Grandmaster we think he's a traitor.
Grandmaster, they think you're a traitor. I don't know if you heard that.
Over on Twitch.
Watch the Prince of Egypt in your set. I mean, if we're gonna talk, that is one of the most biblically accurate. No, I'm just kidding. It's not at all. But it's a phenomenally amazing movie. And if you haven't
Never watched it.
Watch it. It's phenomenal. Trust me.
I literally just recently watched, what is it, The Road to El Dorado? Is that what it's called?
It's got that same vibe. It was that same era of movie.
Yeah. I know it's from the same era. But I just watched that like last year.
It's
the
such a
first
good
time
movie.
ever.
Yeah, that's a
Really good movie.
spin-off of a I can't remember the author's name, but it's the Man Who Would Be King is the movie, and based off a book. Rudyard Kipling, there we go. He wrote the book, but it's a spin-off of that, of how two men go into Karakhistan, which is modern day Afghanistan, and go and encounter the pagans of the area, and it's very yucky, because it's like, they're savages. No, they're not. They're not. It's super yucky, but it's a good movie with Michael Caine. But yeah.
I like when I say something in which he just goes on like her like bubbly rant.
I have a lot of useless things stored up in this brain of mine. Okay, leave me alone.
I do too. It's just like not like movie trivia. It's like just random facts.
All right, new topic. Why do you support Trump? Get on in here, Trump supporters. Let's see if you can justify your support for a rapist. Let's go.
Are we going to talk about the BBB during this as well?
Whatever, it doesn't matter. Whatever their reason is. Okay. Respect my authority. There go Grandmaster over on Twitch.
Did he say that over there?
Yeah, he's over here now because everybody said he's a traitor.
Y'all can't ask me to give you a random fact now, because now I'm like on the spot and I can't think. My mind just got emptied. I used to watch a lot of Jeopardy as a kid, so.
Oh, Terry, thank you so much for the popular vote. Thank you so much. Twitch is in my link in bio. I think it's the first link, if I'm not mistaken. Ship it. Yeah.
Thank you, Anime.
Who next? Come on. Why do you support Trump? Let's go. Or y'all don't want this topic. Y'all want something a little more.
Abortion? The fetus is alive. Not anymore. That's so funny.
Jinx, are you a Trump supporter? Oh, okay. All right. Let's get the next person. Josh, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
All right. What's your take, man? What you got? Why did you vote for this, man?
There's definitely multiple reasons. To list some, I would say like diversity,
what is that?
immigration.
What does diversity mean? What do you mean by diversity?
I mean, like Trump's general view of diversity is it's not a necessary thing that needs to be pursued. For example, like getting rid of affirmative action. I thought that was a good thing that he did.
When you say affirmative action, what do you mean? Just like if you didn't earn it, you just shouldn't get it or something like that? Is that what you mean?
Well, affirmative action, I'm specifically referring to race being taken into account in college admissions. But generally, yeah, I think that race shouldn't be taken into account in any sort of
Okay, so you kind of disagree. You think like HBCU should be abolished or something like that?
I wouldn't say that HBCUs should be abolished, but
I mean that's kind of why they were created, right?
Yeah, I know that's why they were created. I don't think that we need to like outlaw them necessarily, but I think that ideally we should move to a society where we don't need them.
Well, okay, so like you said, we don't need them. So right now, you think we do need them? You think we do need affirmative action?
No, I don't think we need them right now. But I don't think.
So why did Trump fund them then?
We need to outlaw them.
So why did Trump fund them then? Why did he help? Like every president helps fund them. Why did he help fund them?
I don't know necessarily why we put government funding into HBCUs.
I mean, historically, I think we know the reason, right?
I mean, we put government funding into a lot of things I disagree with. We put government funding into a lot of different colleges, but
yeah,
I think that we should try and remove race from the social atmosphere.
Yeah, that would be an ideal situation. Unfortunately, like throughout history, people like forced it into our social atmosphere. There's a reason why every judge, every politician, prior to like the 1950s, pretty much was all a white person. It's because they had their own affirmative action. I would also say like the whole electoral college is affirmative action for Republicans, right? Like you guys get like a little bit of a leg up. Nebraska, 2 senators, California, 2 senators, even though the population, I don't understand the point behind that, but whatever. Like, I don't see that would be like a good reason to override like the bad that Donald Trump has done.
Well, I mean, electoral college is just the way that we divide power up between the states. But I think that in order to remove, like, I think we should, it's unfortunate that race has been pushed into the social atmosphere and then it's been pushed into public policy. But I think the best course of action is to remove it from policy and to remove it from the atmosphere. And I think that Trump is doing a positive thing by removing
Well, I mean,
it from
he's a
policy.
racist, right? Like, we should probably remove him from the office then, based off of that.
I mean, but he's got rid of affirmative action, which was like a racist policy to begin with.
Well, racism, like, do you know the reason why affirmative action exists? Like, what if you had to stillman it?
To try and create more racial diversity at like colleges.
And why would somebody want to create more racial diversity? What was the reasoning behind that?
Because certain races have been discriminated against in the past.
So it's trying to correct against racist discrimination, not institute racial discrimination.
I don't think it's a good idea to try and, counteract discrimination with more discrimination.
Like, look,
I think we should just get rid of discrimination.
Like, listen, like the whole integration policy, right? Like, where, states, like W Grandmaster, where states would like ban interracial schools, right? Like white only schools, black only schools, and things like that. And you had like the civil rights movement that said, no, we should have diverse schools. We should correct for that, right? I think it would be absurd for somebody to say something like, well, listen, I think that's racist because you're trying to force diversity into this school. Well, no, we're trying to unforce non-diversity, right? We're trying to do the exact opposite. We're trying to correct for racial discrimination, which means necessarily that you have to have a movement that allows for that allows for equality. And the best way that somebody could do that was like affirmative action. So I would say that would be like the steel man there.
Okay, so you support affirmative action. You think that race should be taken into account in college.
There's points where it doesn't make sense, but like I understand for a lot of like HBCUs, things where you still see that historical gap that African Americans have been trying to like make up, and that's where it makes sense. It doesn't make sense in every situation. You don't just arbitrarily apply it.
So is there ever going to be a point where we get rid of affirmative action?
Yeah,
like
when people don't hire somebody like based off whether they're just white or something like that. They're just go based off of their qualifications. They admit somebody based off of their qualifications, and those qualifications are not the way that they are by virtue of some facts of some racial discrimination, either systematically or individually, right? When we get to that kind of world, I think, yeah, you won't need affirmative action.
Because there's like implicit bias in hiring that, people have implicit bias against certain groups based on race.
Some people.
Right? I think that, if we want to really get rid of that bias, I think the best approach is to have like a colorblind society. Because when we have affirmative action, I think that creates more bias, right? Like you have people saying like, oh, that's just a DEI hire, or that's just an affirmative action hire, where people are getting discriminated against because they're assuming that they're not qualified and that they were only.
Yeah, but that would be incorrect. So sure, but that would just be an incorrect assumption, right? DEI is literally if you have two equally qualified people, and you really don't know how to distinguish them, and you're seeing that you historically have like bucked against diversity and have mainly tended towards preferring one race, then you should probably prefer the other race and allow other people to get a chance, right? Like based off of the race.
If we have two people who are equally qualified and one of them is black and one of them is white, then we should accept the black person. We should choose the black person.
Not arbitrarily, not in every single circumstance. I'm talking about if that's the case, and the historical context is that your company or your firm or whatever has been leaning towards racism, meaning you've been preferencing having a preference towards white people, then you should try to correct against that. And that would be some good reason to choose the African American, given like you don't really have a symmetry breaker between why you should hire one over the other.
I don't think we need to like choose based on race. I think they're like any factors that we could choose on other than race. Because I mean, what if
you're not choosing based on the race in the like listen, like you're not choosing based off of race in the fact that you think that the white person is inferior. That's the reason why people were choosing based off race in the past, because they believe black people were inferior. But clearly there's some jobs where you think it's fine to choose based off race, right? You think the job of T'Challa, who played Black Panther, they should like exclude white people from that, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
or like
it wouldn't make sense.
yeah, it's just like
Black Panther.
But I mean, that's a situation in which you've hired somebody solely based off of their race and then other qualifications. But nonetheless, it's not wrong to do it. It means there could just be some good reasons to do that. In this case, the argument presented is that is a good reason to choose the African American over the white person if historically you've been racist. Yeah.
Well, that's not because historically you've been racist. That's because they're trying to portray an African American, like not an African American, but like an African story that, you know, you need the character to be African if they're from Africa.
Yeah, so you would discriminate based off of that, and that would be discriminate is a strong word, but like that would just be a good reason. You think that that's a justified reason. So it's not necessarily the case that if you hire somebody based off race, it's wrong. There's just other factors that play into it. For example, the reason why in the past in the Jim Crow South people hired people because they were white is because they just wanted a white society and they thought black people were inferior. That's wrong. That's obviously a wrong reason to hire a white person. But if you want to hire a white person because, I don't know, like you're trying to play somebody who played Nikola Tesla, right? Like, he was a white guy, right? That's a good reason to hire a white person solely based off of their race.
So,
Really?
in terms of like affirmative action, though, like as far as college admissions, should college admissions include race as a criteria?
That depends on the history of the college.
Well, let's say like Harvard. Like, should Harvard be considering race? As far
I don't know too much
criteria?
about Harvard. You're not going to get much out of me on this because I don't know too much about the history of them. It's my understanding that Harvard, yes, has a long history of racism. But
It does.
you know, I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure they do.
Up until like within the last 30 years, and even like still. And like whenever we have this discussion, whenever I hear someone have this stance on the DEI stuff, I just am baffled at what a place of privilege it comes from, because they're crying about the equity that is happening. That's all I hear is you're crying that equity is happening. Oh my gosh, people of color are getting equity. Like the shoe has been flipped.
Equity.
Oh my gosh.
How would you define it?
When life has always preferred you, equity can very much feel like discrimination. That doesn't mean it is.
How do you define equity?
Giving people exactly what they need so that we can all reach the top at the same time.
Like
So,
equalizing.
like say your
No, not equality, equity.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so like
but are we trying to achieve the equal outcome?
Hello, I'm speaking. So you're 6 foot tall, I'm 4'11". We're standing at a baseball field at a fence. I can't see over it. You can almost see over it, but not quite. So you're given a stool. I'm given a 2 foot stool, whatever, so that we both can equally see over the fence. You see my step as a higher, bigger step. So you're like, oh my God, that's so unfair. But that's what equity is I'm getting what I need to be able to see over the fence at the same level as you.
So basically, we're trying to equalize the outcome, right?
Equal
We're not trying to
playing field.
equalize.
Yes.
We're not trying to equalize the, the permission granted, but we're trying to equalize the outcome.
Yeah, that everyone gets to be able to have that.
The same
equality.
outcome, right? The same height.
Not necessarily, I mean, in that scenario, yes.
The playing fields are equal.
Yes. So
So
that
let's
I
say,
can
like-
also see the baseball game the same way that you are. And it's going to look differently because I'm 4'11" and you're not. So I'm going to need a higher step.
Let's say like.
And because
especially if you're the reason why she's 4'11".
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And that's a big thing. For those of us that are POC, we've been marginalized.
Not
for
even
so
that she's
long.
4'11". Built the fence. You built the fence that high.
You made it so I couldn't see over it. And that's been
Well, you
been the
could
life
pay
of
for a
POC
ticket.
forever. We have always had this we've always been like essentially kicked while we're already down consistently. We've had systems built up against us.
But like none of this is like listen, Donald Trump himself is a racist. So like all this just kind of goes out
let's
the
say
window.
let's say like me and you were in a race and like you're slower than me because you know you have worse genetics. Like should we give you a head start
If
to
you
equalize the race? So
yeah,
that we
if
both
you
finish
gave me
at
a
the same
shot that
time?
gave me worse genetics, yes.
If I gave you
You're the reason.
Yeah,
if
you're the
my
reason
genetics
why
are
I'm
shit,
slower.
yes.
And yeah,
why
sure.
how could I be the reason why your genetics are bad?
Or like let's just say
Are we
like
dead ass
somebody
right
was
now?
the reason. Like let's say the people who created the race are the reason. They injected me with something that made me slower. Then yeah, those people should have to correct for that.
Yeah, it's a bad analogy anyways, because we're not talking about things like that. We're talking about we're both going for the same job. We have the same qualifications. Everything's the same, but the difference is I'm Latina and indigenous and a woman, and you're a white man. And you're always going to be looked at a higher rate, no matter what.
That's an assumption, though.
Even with
No, that's a
DEI
fact.
That's a fact. Even with DEI stuff in place, as a woman of like indigeneity and being Latina, I'm always going to be seen as less than, no matter what I do, because of that indigeneity and me being Latina.
I don't think it's helpful to make assumptions about people's life experiences based on
Wait.
race.
It's not an assumption about life experience. It's about the way you are treated in society, right? So you, as a white man, are looked at as higher up on the hierarchy than me, a white woman, right? But I would be looked at on the hierarchy higher than, say, like a black woman. And it's what intersectionality is.
Well, what if someone's like half black and half white? Like, where would they fall?
Okay, yeah. So their
A lot,
phenotype, right?
depends on their phenotypes, depending on how white people. Like, listen, like Donald Trump replaced an African American Secretary of Defense with like a completely bumbling idiot who doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. What's his name? Pete Hegseth, right? This guy's like that's a DEI hire if I've ever seen one, right?
The entire
What's his name?
cabinet's a
Lloyd
DEI
Austin.
hire.
Lloyd Austin was his predecessor. Like he was way more qualified. He never did anything wrong. He didn't let anything leak through a signal leak. He's not like yeah, like I don't understand like
Express.
Hex.
We're talking like I think that generally cabinet picks are motivated by political reasons and not by qualification.
Bro, none of them know what the fuck they're doing.
You could see that.
They should also be qualified,
with
though,
like
right?
that's not unique to Trump. Like,
But they should be qualified, right? They should at least be qualified.
okay, but like Biden put like Pete Buttigieg was the secretary.
Yeah,
of
he was qualified. He did his job. He didn't fail in his job.
What qualifications does he have to be secretary of transportation?
Yeah, he knows how to run a city. He's ran a city before.
Like, what's his degree in?
I don't know what his degree is in, but he's been in the military. He's ran a
don't even
city
know what his
before.
degree is.
He's governed before. He knows how to manage resources, right? So that's probably why he got in there. But yes, there's
Okay,
also political purposes. But you don't just sacrifice You don't just sacrifice qualifications for somebody if you don't think that they can do the job, right? You don't just throw somebody in there.
His degree is in history. That's what his degree is in.
Okay.
Can you tell me the
Okay, and history isn't really like relevant.
Joe Biden probably had good reason to believe that he could do the job. Like
history isn't relevant to run the fucking
yeah,
country.
Pete
The
Buttigieg.
transportation.
I'm sorry, Pete
right?
Buttigieg.
Like,
Pete Buttigieg is a very competent. No Trump supporter can deny. He's obviously a competent individual. He's smart. He knows what he's doing. Right, but nonetheless, I'm sorry. Hold on. Nonetheless, like I agree with you that a lot of these are political appointees, but we're talking about like a conjunction. Like usually when the president like appoints somebody, they're not just doing it based off politics. They also should make sure that that person is competent enough to do the job, right? So that was a political appointee, but also Pete Buttigieg is obviously capable of doing the job, and he's shown that over his 4 years.
Okay, but the fact is that you could have got someone with a degree that's more relevant to transportation. You could have got someone with a degree in logistics or in urban planning.
There's always going to be somebody better.
Right?
All that matters is you need somebody who's qualified.
The point is like hiring, like picking cabinets based on political reasons is not like a uniquely Trump thing. Like pretty much every president, makes.
I'm talking about he's hiring people who are incompetent.
Incompetent.
Yes.
Like relative to who?
Just incompetent. They can't even do their job. And Bondi said, "Oh, she had the Epstein files. Now she no longer has the Epstein files." Who wrote the pardons for the violent offenders in January 6th? Who wrote those? Were those
They're
Trump's
incompetent, meaning
suggestions?
that there's people that would be more qualified, right? Is what you mean by incompetent?
No, they just are not up to the task. Not that there are people that are more qualified, is that they are not even qualified to do the job.
Like there's just a objective measure of qualification.
Yeah, like okay, if I tell you, if Donald Trump comes in and says, I want you to give me a pardon for January 6ers, right? Presumably non-violent ones. Let's just say he did that, right? Well, they failed drastically because he pardoned, I don't know how many, dozens of violent January 6ers, right? So either that was his fault, which means he's incompetent, or his cabinet is incompetent. Which one do we choose?
Well, he's
somebody ain't doing their job right.
So I'd say he's responsible.
Yeah. So he's incompetent. So he's a DI. He's a DEI vote, I guess.
There's multiple factors to.
He has zero qualifications to be president. He's never held any type of position that was like overall deemed as even during his first term. Like he's never held any reason to be president. Because as far as I grew up understanding is that you had to hold some type of political background, going to school for it, being a senator, being a governor. Like there was stuff.
All you have to do is get elected.
Military. I'm sorry, but I think that you should be in military in order to be our president. As the chief and commander of our fucking military, you should have some military background. This is just and I've always held. It might not be a popular opinion, but it is my opinion. But
no, that makes sense.
There's a vast amount of presidents.
Some military background of some fashion, and
at least be.
I was just going to say, and have some fashion of political background.
Even without military experience, right? You should at least not be a fucking draft dodger. Seriously. Of all fucking things.
Oh god! Like it'd be one thing if you just didn't grow up during a wartime, whatever. You can't avoid that. But he actively
dodged the motherfucking draft
as hard as he could. And then has military parades for his birthday to celebrate him. Like, boy, what?
Mind you, you could hear the tank wheels squeaking because no one showed up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the whole military thing, but
I didn't hear anything you said.
Back to what we were originally talking about. I think that if we really want to reduce racism and to reduce racial discrimination, I think that the best thing to do is to try and remove race from, the social atmosphere altogether.
What about not hiring a racist? What about not electing a racist? Would that be a good start?
Well, I don't think that Trump's actions, I think his actions are anti-racist.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, do I have to go through all of them, all the lists with you?
Yeah, do it. Please do.
If that's what you want me to do,
that's
Josh.
Removing affirmative act.
Yeah, but that's expected from you would agree that let's say Trump was a KKK member, right? You would agree that that KKK member would try to remove affirmative action, right? For his own reasons.
I mean, I don't.
Yeah, that's expected. What you're saying, here's some evidence that Donald Trump isn't racist, and that evidence is also expected under a racist, right? Then that's not going to be good evidence that Donald Trump's not a racist, because it's very obvious. Well, if you had put David Duke into office, David Duke would his first day he would eliminate all affirmative action programs. So that's just not going to be good evidence that Donald Trump isn't a racist.
Well, I agree with the policy in general, and I think that. Give me a second.
Okay, Donald Trump during his 2024 election cycle, right? What happened here? Springfield, Ohio. You probably heard of this one, right? A whole bunch of Nazis were marching through Springfield, advocating for deporting a bunch of Haitians there. That didn't work, so they went online and started spreading rumors about Haitians there, that they were eating people's cats, eating people's dogs. Crazy how after the election, no more dogs or cats are being eaten anymore, right? So anyway, that's that they started spreading that. It got its way onto Twitter because Twitter is right-wing propaganda, whatever now. That's where all the Nazis flock to. Got its way into J.D. Vance's ear. and then therefore got its way into Donald Trump's ear and got its way onto the debate stage. They're eating the cats and eating the dogs. Now, that was a very racist, very obviously just directly from neo-Nazis about Haitians eating cats and dogs. And then a reporter comes up to him and asks him, like, are you going to deport those Haitians who are here on temporary protected status, right? They're legally here. Are you going to deport them? He's like, yeah, I'm going to take them out because they're destroying that beautiful town or whatever. Not only is that ethnic cleansing, that's just straight up blatant, no way around it racism.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was probably misinformed about the cats and dogs.
Then you're just saying he's incompetent.
Fucking lie.
Then you're just saying he's incompetent.
I believe that was happening.
Then you're just saying he falls for wait. He's either racist or he falls for Nazi propaganda. I actually don't know which is worse.
he fell for the fake news that
it's not Nazi.
It was Nazi propaganda. Nazis do this all the time. They would do this.
Call it whatever you want. He believed something that wasn't true.
No, you don't want to call it what it is because then that makes you look like a dumbass.
I don't think. I think it's a genuine rebuke that Haitians shouldn't be. That we shouldn't be letting in so many Haitians. I think that country has a lot of issues.
Girl, what?
There's a lot of issues in Haiti.
They're not doing anything wrong. I'm sorry, they're not doing anything wrong in Springfield, Ohio. They have their houses. They're sending their kids to school. They're taking jobs that nobody else is taking. People there in Springfield, Ohio, don't want those jobs, so those jobs have to hire from outside the city, and some Haitians have to come to the city and work there. It's not just Haitians, by the way. There's a lot of immigrants in that city. It's just he only targeted the black ones, right? Because Nazis. Right?
He's criticized immigration from Haiti. He said things like, why do we take? I think the quote was
shithole countries.
Why do we take so many immigrants from shithole countries like Haiti? Why aren't we taking?
We're a shithole country.
I think that Haiti does have a lot of issues with crime. I mean, I think that
we have issues with crime too.
Haiti has way more crime than America.
So why wouldn't? That's why even if that was true, that's why they came here, right? To get away from it.
If a country has a way higher crime rate, then the likelihood that people immigrating from that country are criminals is high.
Why would the criminals want to leave the crime?
Needed.
That's not how that works, friend. They're
you go commit crime here. If a population,
I committed all the crimes here. Now I'm gonna go to the country where the police state is even more robust, and I'm gonna commit crime there. Yeah, listen, Haitians. I'm sorry, the Haitians in Spring. Yeah, I'm sorry. The Haitians in Springfield aren't committing any crimes. They're not eating anybody's cats or anybody's dogs. It's all Nazi propaganda. Nonetheless, the point is that Donald Trump fell for Nazi propaganda, or he actually truly is just a racist, right? And I mean, I think it's more likely. Hold on, real quick. I think it's obviously more likely that Donald Trump is a racist, given the cornucopia of other facts of things that he's done with respect to race. Being racist. So obviously that's the case.
Denying rental to black people. He was actually convicted in the courts of that. So it's not fake news. What?
He wasn't convicted.
He was
convicted to whatever. Same shit.
Convicted in criminal court.
He settled in a civil
you understand?
Court.
Okay, that's different from being convicted.
Yeah, he settled in civil court because he was not renting out to African Americans. They would put the letter C on any applicants who were colored.
And he didn't admit guilt. He settled without admitting guilt.
Yeah,
really quick, Josh. You voted for Trump, yes?
Yeah, I voted for Trump.
Okay, so why do you complain about crime and things that are illegal when you voted for a felon? You don't get to complain about what's illegal when you voted for a fucking felon.
Well, not all crimes are
equal. Next point, were you trying to justify attraction to children earlier in life?
I agree that all crimes are not equal. So let's talk about something that he was held civilly liable for. The grape of E. Jean Carroll.
Mm-hmm.
I think grape's pretty bad, don't you, Josh?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so why did you vote for the rapist?
Well, he was held civilly liable. That's different.
Do you know why?
Grandmaster, thank you for the kick.
Marvin.
Just for the record, folks.
He was about to.
According to Foe, this person was also trying to justify attraction to children in a lot of ways.
I'm not surprised. He voted for Trump. Usually, birds of a feather. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know Grandmaster paid a cake, but usually Carbon likes to let it drag on for a minute.
Can't with these motherfuckers, bro. Jet, can I get your age, please?
I'm 21.
You're a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Why?
Because I just feel like he's doing a lot of work to make the country better again.
How so?
Like what?
Well, reason number one. Trump fucking hates niggers. I hate niggers. Fuck niggers. Fuck you, nigger. Fuck it.
It's Mr. to you, okay, buddy?
I
Please.
thought Carbon
I don't know
was
why
gonna
people keep
crash
forgetting.
out.
Like, why do people keep It's Mr. Put Mr. in front of it. Just a little bit of respect, thank you. Jesus.
Teeny
And by
tiny bit.
Yeah, you could tell he didn't grow up on Call of Duty. You got to do a little bit better than that, okay, buddy? Take it easy. Yeah, and he had a
Why
Bible
you get
verse in
so
his
like
bio, by the way.
scared? Typical.
Yeah, so that's how you know he's a Trump supporter, by the way. All right, if you are a Trump supporter, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate ya.
Appreciate you. Who's next? Kamala, Elise wouldn't have crashed the economy with tariffs. Yeah.
Also, though, I'd like to know how great things are that I'm about to have to pay $1,000 a month on my son's inhalers without my state insurance. I'd love to know how that's so great for me.
I'm not gonna say that, even as a joke. I love you too much.
Taco Trump.
But yeah, like, can someone tell me how that's so
No,
great?
he doesn't even deserve that because tacos are delicious and amazing.
No.
I had tacos tonight.
I can give you another one.
Please do.
Let's see. What else? What are the topics we got tonight?
Hey guys, can we reach Carbon's live gift goal? That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah. What are fireworks, bro? You all right,
Yeah.
guys?
I also think that me and Void both deserve to be at least 5K by now.
Yeah.
Luke, can I get your age?
I'm
Yeah,
18.
I don't want it. I don't want your age.
No, you're
Leave.
fucking
Get
not.
out of here, bro.
Get out
Bye.
of here, you
Bye.
fucking
Out!
racist.
Out!
Goodbye.
No, you're not. Why are you lying?
You're lying about your fucking.
Yeah, so we've passed. We're about almost at 215K. We just hit it. Let's get to 250K likes, right? Let's meet Carbon's gift goal. The shares are only 180. That's kind of sad. Let's get that to about 250. Come on, guys, we can do it.
Scout, how old are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even mean to join.
Oh, you're good. You have a good
All
one.
right, you're fine. And let's get me and Nanners to 5K each. That would be lovely.
Lovely.
We still probably have a couple of hours to go in this live, and it's been a crazy one tonight.
Also, remember how I said I'm about to have to pay $1,000 a month on 2 fucking inhalers for my kid? Yeah. Mama needs some monies. Thanks. I'm freaking out a little bit. Like, I don't know what the fuck. What we're gonna have to cut. What we're gonna have to do.
So here's my hypothesis.
Sell your husband's kidney on the dark web.
Honestly,
Here's my hypothesis. I think that mothers and voids of mine. I think y'all's Cash App and Venmo links are broken. 'Cause I haven't heard anybody say thank you. Like I haven't heard any gifts, all that good stuff to help these two lovely mothers out. Okay, I haven't heard any of those yet. So I'm thinking that it is broken. So maybe we can get one person to test out whether those links are broken or not. We'll see about that. I don't know. But everybody else, go ahead and keep tapping that screen. We are at 220,000 likes. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. If you are a Trump supporter or just a general degenerate, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd absolutely love, in the pejorative sense, to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Wait, really quick, Carbon, did you say 220K?
216, same thing.
Okay, I was about to say, because no, there have been some lives that like the likes are fucked up.
Grandmaster, I've helped these two mothers more than anyone else. Chat needs to step up.
You know what, Grandmaster? You're so right. Grandmaster's been pulling a heavy load in more than one way.
Oh.
So let's kind of let's shift it.
Can I pull your heavy load?
Whoa.
Whoa.
Not you. She's talking to me.
Forrest Carbon.
I didn't think you meant me.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you?
look
Why
at my
wouldn't you use
motherfucking
this
head.
picture of Donald Trump? This is much more fabulous.
Let's get this guy in here. Oh my god. Hello, can I get your age, please? This guy is like a fucking weird little kid.
Okay, we've got a fetus.
Oh,
That's why.
C-stepper. We're gonna find your mom and we're gonna
Wait, is
give
this a
her.
friendly?
We're gonna find your mom and we're gonna make sure she gets a clip of you saying that. Okay, buddy. All right.
Yeah.
And that is why ABs need to be legal.
Yeah. Up until at least 18 years old. I agree, yes.
Okay, maybe the drag
Ooh, y'all
topic.
are making some coins today. Damn.
You darn tootin'. I got
All right.
11,000. I'm at 11,000 right now.
Wow.
Coins for today?
Yep.
The pay gap is wild.
Yeah, the pay gap is crazy, guys.
They got to put like 2 more ladies on the panel just to get even.
Mm-hmm.
No, they can just send it to me and Witchy. It'll be fine.
Oh, Void and Moth.
Oh, let's find. All right, IP address.
We're not gonna allow that.
Insane. Wait, I was gonna say, imagine
Y'all think
being
it was
racist before you go through puberty. That's insane.
Y'all think that was the
is
same
insane.
child?
Probably.
Probably, yeah.
Wow, that's special. Do you think that Donald Trump was born with this, or do you think it's Maybelline?
It's Maybelline. Like, but like you, Maybelline.
No, it's not even Maybelline. Like, okay, Richie, you're a mom. You should know this. You know, whenever you peel like those like mandarin oranges and your like fingers get orange.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what he did is he just takes mandarin skins and just kind of slathers it on. That's why it's patchy, right?
Okay. It just looks like he just like stood with like a bowl like on his face.
Yeah.
Like that was
kinda-
full of tanner.
know what he did.
Because if you look at that foundation line, that's horrible, girl. Like you could do better.
Thank you. I'm not gonna say your DF for $5 on Cash App, and they said
What's DF? I think I know what that is.
their initials are DF.
Oh.
But they said Void is meaner than Witchy in a good way. Sorry, Witchy.
I don't think I've heard Witchy be mean.
Yeah, I'm not typically a mean person. I'm more motherly. That's why I'm mother.
Oh, what would
And
Void be then? Father?
I'm Void because I make you feel like a dark black cold hole.
Oh, it's gotta be black.
Want to see my?
All right, I'm gonna wait. Hold on. Who knows what Whataburger is on this panel?
I do.
Girl, what?
It's Whataburger.
You can pick what I eat.
Oh.
It's Whataburger.
It is Whataburger. You're right.
I don't know what that is.
It's a Texas thing. Well, I guess they expanded out of
Fuck
Texas too. But yeah.
Mother, I'm gonna let you, or Witchy, I'm gonna let you pick what I eat.
Dirt.
Okay. I don't think that that's available. on the menu.
Witchy 2 seconds ago. I'm not
I
mean.
think the
I'm motherly.
dirt sandwich may have been
Discontinued.
rotated out of the menu. People weren't really big fans.
I have my moments of mean. Also, though.
All right, I guess I'll just get an avocado bacon cheeseburger then.
Free shavakadu.
Okay, you rich. Why are you sending me money?
And they
All
were
right, did y'all
roommates.
send me? No, I didn't get any cash apps.
Oh, so I'm the only one who got a cash app. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
So it looks like
I got
only
one
your
earlier
link is
today,
working.
but I already called it out.
Yeah, I guess only my link is working, guys. So if you want to send me any money, send it to me and I'll send it to them. I
There
promise.
you go.
I actually will.
Let's do some Bible verse. Yeah, let's do some
Ooh, Bible
shit.
verses?
Let's do some Christianity
Oh,
topics.
yeah, this is where I do get mean.
Can we read Ezekiel 23:20?
Oh yeah, I like that one.
That's a good verse.
My favorite here. This is my favorite. Where is it?
It's a prophecy about Hanji.
Well, here's another prophecy. Psalms 81:10. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of
Mouth
Egypt.
and I will fill it.
Open.
Another great
Shut
verse.
up. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of Egypt. Open wide your mouth and I will fill it. There you go. I said it first.
Yeah. Two of the
First,
greatest verses in the Bible.
Carbon, mouth is wide open any day of the week.
Same.
Look at that big smile.
Also,
Look at that big
though,
smile.
shut up, Forrest. Speaking of mouth,
All right.
Hanji, my darling, where have you been? Oh my gosh, I am.
Who?
My God, Hanji.
Bro, is that somebody in the comments?
Yes.
Oh,
Isn't that like
yeah,
a
I follow
cartoon?
them.
Oh yeah. Okay, sorry, I didn't know that.
I follow them on our main. This is my backup. That's
I
why we're
Oh, fucking
started-
Switch.
I
Thank
started-
you so much, Carbon. I wanted to say I haven't watched you in about a year because I got moved off night shifts. I was sleeping during your streams, but now I'm on night shift again, and you make the shift so much easier. Hearing you debate stupid people while I deal with stupid people. Have a great day.
I
Thank you
don't know
so
how
much. I
people listen
appreciate you.
to this. I don't know how people listen to these streams while they're at work and not crash out. Because whenever I'm
Yeah.
waiting in the box, I'm crashing out.
Screaming, dude. No, for real. Hanji, though, this is Nanners BT
What is
dubs
this?
on my backup.
Is that a
Forrest,
kitty?
what are you doing?
It's a cat.
This is called a cat. He's eating food, wet food, and I was gonna say something, but you made me. Oh, I started.
Okay.
Dating Player.
Meow meow. Come here, kitty. Meow meow. Meow meow. Hello, you little baby. What are you doing? Meow meow meow.
She can't hear you.
Wow.
Oh, he can hear you.
Well.
Speaking of talking to kitties, do you want
Crazy
to
work.
talk to this kitty?
Crazy.
Why does their food have to stink so bad though?
That was good. Also, thank from Void from Daniel for the $5.
Jesus.
Appreciate that. My Cash App definitely works, folks. It's
Mine
in my
doesn't.
link.
I haven't got a cash up all day. Oh wait, I
Check it
got
again.
one. I got one from Daniel. $5. Thank you so much. There we go.
Appreciate ya.
That looks like it's working. Are y'all so feral? I'm not feral.
I'm gonna take y'all
Right
with
at this
me.
exact second.
But
I'm feral for carbon.
any good debates today?
No.
It's been wild tonight. In
Not a
fact, we were
single
doing the
fucking
why is being gay wrong, and it was mainly just like homophobic women coming up saying that they
Yeah.
they were bi-curious or they tried it, and that's
So
why they're
many-
now against being a lesbian. It's fucking crazy.
So many fucking closeted people came up tonight. Like,
So they
fucking
tried
idiots.
it, they liked it, they're
insane.
afraid of it. They don't.
They didn't know what happened when they actually had an orgasm. That's what.
Oh, okay, I got it. They're like, no more of that.
Yeah, they thought something was wrong.
We'll go back to Christian.
Grandmaster, wait a minute.
We'll go back to Christian men who think that the we'll say this, the lit is a mythical place.
Yeah.
The lit is liberal propaganda. Anyway, Grandmaster said, "I found out why MAGA doesn't read books. There is no lamp next to the cuck chair."
My God.
W Grandmaster.
Speaking of lit finding, Carbon, you want to find mine?
Speaking of cuck chair, can I watch?
Oh, what?
Anyways,
Are you new here, Forrest?
I mean, clearly so.
This like this every night, every single night.
We're just
To be
harassing.
fair, me and Void have been really well behaved today. Okay, we've been really good.
There are some nights where
Are
I
they bothering
totally
you,
am in.
King?
Shut the fuck up.
No,
Forrest.
you are though. Don't listen. You're brand new here. Don't come in here. No,
I'm getting
That's
dropped in
one
less
way to
than
never
2
get.
minutes. I'm getting dropped
Probably
pretty soon.
if you keep
he's
that
gonna
attitude up,
he's
right?
gonna be wheat thins. He's gonna be wheat thins number 2.
Wheaton. Oh,
Or Wheaton, what's his name? Yeah, Weston.
Wheaton.
Good old
Wheaton.
Oh,
Wheaty.
no.
right, if
Wheaton's
you-
just, I don't know, irritates something deep in my soul, and I don't know why. Forrest, I like. Forrest is friend.
Also, where's Cheese?
Huh?
Cheese.
Cheese. Hey, y'all call him Jolly. I call him Cheese.
Oh, it's Jolly. He joined
Bitch, his
earlier.
user
Like
is
not
Jolly
earlier.
_ cheese.
Yeah, we call him Jolly though.
I call him Cheese.
It's just weird.
Carpet.
I'm different.
Some jazz. Yes, please.
All right, if you're a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. I'd love to talk to you. Thanks so much. Appreciate you.
I'm taking away Forrest's card, -5 points, or Heaven card, -5 points.
Damn.
Oh no, Forrest, you don't have a Heaven card anymore according to Jesus.
He's got to run in purgatory, I guess.
Sorry, friend.
Wait, okay, really quick, Witchy. Isn't purgatory technically like in the middle of heaven and hell?
So, okay, there are the layers. It's technically all heaven. It's just the afterlife, and there are the different levels of like the highest being where God is, you know, where the angels are, blah, yada, yada, and there's several layers. There is no like specific hell. There is just purgatory. The other concepts that are spoken about in the Bible, we see like Sheol, which is just the grave. That just means you cease to exist. Your soul just poof, gone, nothing. You will not be anywhere. Then we do see purgatory spoken about. That's the Hades, or there's other concepts of it. Tartarus is another one, which is loosely based off based off of the Roman and Greek mythologies, but it's this place of where you would go to cleanse yourself. It's the Jewish concept where you are cleansed of all your sins before you get to go to whatever level of heaven that you will end up in. And then there is a place spoken about where Jesus talks about Gehenna, but that was a physical place here on earth where they were literally putting people in the flames. So, you know, let your brain go. They also speak of a place in Revelation, but that is a place, one, it's not like this was more of like you think of Revelation as a book of like a burn book, you know, where they're like so angry with the Romans. They're just like writing down their wishes of what they want to see happen to them because of the persecution they're experiencing. So this was a place that they made up of like, this is where we're going to send Caesar Nero and all his followers, aka the beast and the demons, and you know, that's what they called them. But this wasn't like an actual place of fire and brimstone. It was a place that they were making up in their brain. But they used this one the most heavily later on with fear tactics. We can see this around the 4th and 5th century when they saw Dante's Inferno, and they created this fire and brimstone. This is where you're going to go if you're a sinner. Bullshit. And then they get that concept of like eternal separation from God, from Sheol. But they blend all these places together. But like it specifically says in the book of Revelation, if you're not Nero or his followers, you're not going to that place. I don't know about you, but I'm not Nero, nor am I in 1st century Palestine. So like, I think we're good. But yeah, I hope that answers your question. Long-winded.
I get it. Where did Forrest go?
He lost his heaven card.
Shall I restart with this topic?
Oh.
Yes.
All right, y'all, I'm gonna do a quick restart. I'll be back in about like 20 seconds. We're gonna do a restart so we can push it out on the For You page, and get some more debates in here for you guys. So when you see the live in, just count down from 20. If you're not following, go ahead and drop that follow, and I'll be live again in 20 seconds. Okay? See you
You
then.
better come back.
Always do.
Well.
All right. Hey, I'm at 61,000 now. I like it. All right, we're back. Hold on.
Welcome back.
All right.
Hey, did you know Trump had his name illegally installed on the Hollywood Walk of Fame in 2007?
Shit, I did not know that.
We typed that in the last stream, and we ended up getting like 700 people in there.
Right,
So
700
it
total.
seems like that it really does work.
Inductive reasoning.
Then deduct these. Never mind.
You should try the topic. We should have open borders and watch the MAGA head explode.
Actually, you said earlier that you did a background for me and Annie. Technically, I've never put in a request for a background, like a personal background. Mine would be spanking children as abuse.
I've been doing that for a while.
I've never seen you do it.
Of course not. You're not an OG.
First of all, I have a clip of you on my clipped account from 4 years ago. Don't test me. I am an OG. You look like a child.
What? Wait, I wasn't even live on TikTok 4 years ago, so that's
Okay, well, let's go look at the timestamp.
It's 3 years, maybe.
Let's look at the timestamp.
Yeah, all of 2021, I was at basic training and AIT, so I didn't even know TikTok Live existed.
Okay. Let's see here. This is from 5/25/2022.
Is that 4 years ago, Void?
It's about to be.
Yeah, I bet.
No. In another year. It's literally July.
Shh. Listen.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome back. If you're a Christian, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Let's get up to 25,000. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Hit that guest request if you disagree. Why does your God support slavery? Epstein's footage lost 1 minute. Yeah.
Girl, I thought you were in the fucking alley. Oh my god.
No, that's just my backyard kitty.
Bro, I have clips from fucking everybody on this account. That's crazy.
Thank you for the $5. Appreciate you, DF.
The fuck?
The fuck?
Where y'all at? Come on. Christian God, sure. Yeah, hit that like button, share, let's go. How many times you read the Bible? Doesn't matter how many times I read it. It's like the fact that it says it in the Bible. Anybody want to rebut? Come on. Guest requests are open. Going off feelings, okay. All right, I guess Leviticus 25:44 doesn't exist then. All right. The guy's denying his own Bible. What's up, beep? Come on. Did the wave guy get paid to kick? Or did we just drop him?
I think it was paid to kick. What was the topic? And I can tell you.
He was the one talking about like the P3DOs and stuff.
Yeah, I think Grandmaster paid to kick him.
Oh, okay. All right, Wave, you can come back tomorrow next. You can come back next live. One kick is for 1 day. What's your argument?
Yo,
what's your argument?
God didn't support slavery.
Okay, why do you think that?
Because didn't he lead the Jews to a land?
Jewish people,
yeah. Didn't he lead the Jewish people to a land, and gave them freedom and rights and all that?
Yeah, in Leviticus 25, he says the only reason that Israelites aren't to be slaves is because they're his slaves. Everybody else is allowed to be slaves, though.
Yeah, he led them to a land that did not belong to them, that already had people there, that were indigenously there, and they enslaved them and committed mass genocide of all the other Semitic groups. That's why we don't have them anymore.
Yeah.
Nah, bro.
I mean, let me just read it. Let me just don't take our word. Just read God's word here.
I've read God's word.
Well, let me read it. Okay. So if any of your fellow Israelites become poor and they sell themselves to you, do not make them work as slaves. They are to be treated as hired workers or temporary residents among you. They are to work for you until the year of Jubilee. Then their children are to be released, and they will go back to their own clans, to the property of their ancestors. Because the Israelites are my servants, whom I brought out of Egypt, they must not be sold as slaves. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. Do you disagree or agree with God's word?
But the word slave in the Old Testament is way different than what we see it today.
Okay. Does it mean that they're property? So they weren't property? I'm sorry, so they weren't property?
Like you're in debt to somebody.
No, that was, I'm sorry, I don't know why you're, like, there's 3 different types of slavery in the Bible, right?
That's what they're trying to say. Slavery
There's
is
3 different, I'm not talking about debt slavery. That's the type of slavery that was, like, allowed for Israelites. I'm talking about chattel slavery, which is not debt slavery. So, for example, in verse 44, it's talking about non-debt slavery. For example, it says here, your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them slaves forever. That's not debt slavery, Luke.
Well, there's not really much information there to tell me otherwise.
There's no fucking way. Okay, bro, you're shutting your brain off.
You can keep them forever. You can give them away as property.
That's literally chattel slavery. And then on top of that, just to put the icing on the cakes, it says you can't rule over your fellow Israelites.
You know what's crazy? You're just picking verses out of the Bible.
Oh wait, why am I interpreting this verse wrong? How am I interpreting the verse wrong?
You know what I'm saying? Like,
how am I interpreting the verse wrong? 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 How am I interpreting it wrong?
You just are. I mean, there's other things in the Bible that
you've convinced me. You just are. There you go.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cool. You know? Yeah, I just say the same thing to you. You just are.
I just really don't like you. Like all these subjects.
Yeah, I know you're running away from the argument because you just got
Are you? If you don't fucking like us, why do you fucking keep coming back?
Are you a masochist? You like being embarrassed in front of like 200 people?
What is?
I'm not being embarrassed.
You are. You're wrong. You're very obviously wrong.
No, I'm not embarrassed at all.
Okay, honestly. So tell me how when it says you can own a person as property and make them a slave for life, that is not slavery.
It doesn't say that.
It says it right here. I'm reading it. It says you can bequeath them to your children as inherited property.
What's the verse?
Yeah, Leviticus 25:44. All the way through 46.
You say 44 through 46?
Yeah.
Why do you guys never read your damn book? Why do you never read the damn book?
Bro, it literally says the same
anyways, that's
shit.
the Old Testament anyways.
Okay, that doesn't mean anything. It's still the same God.
Does God change?
It says, why does your God, right? Was this your God?
Also, Jesus reaffirms in Matthew 18 that you are still to follow old law, and old law shall not change until everything has come to pass, heaven and earth has gone, and he has come back for a second time. As far as I'm concerned, that
Jesus ain't came back yet, bitch.
Yeah, so you're still
required
to follow old
like
law.
that. So I mean, that's.
Wait. If heaven is filled with motherfuckers like you, I don't want to be there.
All right, well, you can go to hell and burn for eternity.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
I mean, that's where the lesbians are going. You can have all that. I'll be getting my box 8. That'd be fine.
Yeah.
You'll be getting burned alive.
Luke,
Okay.
you
Sounds like fun.
are just proving you haven't read your Bible even further because that's not a place that's mentioned in the Bible. Nice try, though. Good job showing how uneducated you are on your own religion.
Yeah, so while you pull up Leviticus 25:44 and get 8 up on that, Manifest, can I get your age, please?
I am 23. Do you need my pronouns too?
Yeah, sure. If you're offering.
I'm he, him.
All right, are you a Christian?
They, them.
Yeah, I am a Christian, yeah.
All right, what's your response?
My God does not support slavery.
Were you listening to the verses that we were giving Luke?
No, I literally just got here and pressed it up.
Well, the verse that we're currently on right now is Leviticus 25:44, where this is God's law. He lays it down to the Israelites. They're allowed to own anybody as a slave as long as that person is not an Israelite.
Okay, can you give me a second to
look it up? Yeah.
I'm currently I can't say I don't know if I can intoxicated. Can I go look that up real quick?
You're intoxicated? Are you consent? Like, you can't really consent to having this conversation.
No. I'm not intoxicated to the point where like I can't.
You're slurring your words.
I can still consent to stuff.
No, you can't. You can't consent while you're intoxicated. No, you can't.
No, I'm here. I
understand you're here, but your brain and your cognitive function is not, right?
No, I literally am.
Thank you, Parkers. Oh, they're so pretty. Anyway.
God.
I know Bible verses, but there's some verses that like still like I can't remember the whole Bible. Like
I don't think you can remember much right now.
Yeah, just kick this guy out, please. Kick him out.
I mean, he'll probably make a he's tipsy. He probably make a better argument than you, Luke.
If I get kissed.
You gonna come back and get embarrassed more on how you?
It's 25 or a whale. Luke, shut the fuck up. I'm telling the class something. It's 25 or a whale to kick a gas.
Ready to get embarrassed?
I give great advice. So yeah, I do. Okay, I do. All right.
I doubt that.
The things that you preach on this.
We're not preaching.
I'm sorry. Is this the rebuttal to Leviticus 25:44?
No, bro.
I think what happened. I think you read it and then you came back and now you don't want to talk about it anymore.
I read it. And I said no, that's not true because the Jewish people, he led them out of slavery.
Yeah. So okay, it says that right there. It says because the Israelite. Listen. So you understand, Luke. All right, listen, Luke. You understand the argument that I'm giving, right? Which is that God supports slavery for everyone except for Israelites. That is the argument, correct?
No, it's not true.
Okay, so prove that he did not condone slavery for non-Israelites. Prove that he condemned slavery for non-Israelites. Prove that.
Yeah, give a single verse where it says that it's.
Oh my gosh, I guarantee there's a lot of verses in the Bible.
Then find them. I'm waiting. That's why I'm here, buddy.
Oh my gosh.
That's why I'm here.
Why don't you look at?
I've looked them up.
I've read the Bible 15 times. There's not a singular verse where it says you cannot own slaves. The only place it is ever mentioned is it's saying that you cannot own Israelite men.
Whoever's muting me needs to chill the fuck.
You need to shut the fuck up.
No.
Chill out.
No, you're gonna do what Mommy says, and you're gonna be a good little boy and sit in the corner.
What you gonna do, right?
Good little boy, you are. Yeah, look at you listening. You're such a good boy.
What you're gonna do, Luke, right, is you made the claim that there are plenty of verses that say that slavery is not allowed. So, take your big boy thumbs, right, and go find it.
I know it's hard to do.
Either flip the pages of your fucking Bible or go look it up.
I know it's really hard for you to find things with your thumb, but I'm gonna need you to try real hard.
I'm in my bed.
But you're on your phone, so use that same fucking phone to Google something real quick.
Yeah,
I'm sure if there's plenty of verses that condemn slavery, you can find one, right? Because there's so many, right? Shouldn't be hard to find one.
You're also probably really used to looking up things on your phone while in bed, so I think this one might be a little easy. Yeah, he is very mad that a woman is talking to him and schooling him on his religion.
I'm as mad as you.
Nope, go find the verse. Go find the verse. Go.
You. Good job.
Or just go find the verse. We'll wait for you to get that verse. Bearded, can I get your age, please?
I am 21 to join. I am not a Christian and will not argue.
Oh, okay. All right, well, thank you for joining. Appreciate you.
What do you?
How he sounded? He sounded like a.
Like a what?
You're supposed to, Luke. You're supposed to be looking up a verse.
Bro sounded like an actual demon.
I'm sorry. We can't hear you over the fact that you're supposed to be looking something up, right?
I know. He's struggling.
Good job. Good job.
Rick, are you a Christian?
So cool.
I'm Christian.
All right. Can I get your age, please?
I am 30.
All right. What's your response to the background?
So my response, I would say when people hear slavery, they think of race-based chattel slavery, which was brutally dehumanization, general bondage. But in the Bible, the word often refers to indentured servitude, a voluntary or economic agreement, and a tribal society.
Yes. So So there was some like debt slavery. There's three different types of slavery in the Bible: debt slavery, chattel slavery, and sex slavery. The debt slavery was tended to be reserved for like Israelites themselves. They weren't allowed to be owned as slaves. But people who like, if you look at Leviticus 25:44, yeah, people from the nations around them, the heathens around them, that they would say, Leviticus 25:44, God explicitly lays down that they're allowed to own non-Israelites as slaves. And we know it's chattel slavery because he says that they're inherited property, and you can make them slaves for life, and you can rule over them ruthlessly.
Are you on Chat GPT?
No, I'm looking at Leviticus 25:44 on Bible Gateway.
So you don't have anyone searching up what the question is, or like on Chat GPT? I guarantee that's what you.
No, I'm smarter. Sorry, like I know ChatGPT is probably smarter than you, but it's not smarter than me. At least yet. It will eventually, maybe within a couple of years. But right now, it's not as smart as me, so that's why I don't use it.
That's what you're doing.
So go ahead. What's your response, Rick?
You think you're smart because of that?
I got you, buddy. Co-parter. What about you, Rick? What you got?
Copium.
He wants to keep going. I'll wait.
No, he's having. Yeah, he's having a crash out moment right now, so just ignore him. He's supposed to be finding a verse that says that it's morally impermissible from God to own a non-Israelite as a slave. That's the verse. That's his homework. So, do you have a response to what I said, Rick?
Sure. I would say like biblical laws were regulated, like not endorsed. Like ancient slavery existed everywhere. The Bible did was impose limits on that system. So like Exodus 21 says if a slave is injured, then they go free, for example. I think you also brought up Deuteronomy, which says like in Deuteronomy 15, I believe talks about like you have to release a slave after, I think, what is it, 6 years, 7 years?
Debt slavery,
Something
yes.
like
So Exodus 21.
Yeah, and then Leviticus 25 teaches you to treat them like hired workers. So if we're treating them like hired workers, that can't be compared to chattel slavery.
Okay, so let me like respond to each of those three. So like you said they're not allowed to be injured. So in Exodus 21, they are allowed to be injured. It's just like permanent injury, like the eye, the teeth, and things like that. Then they're to be set free, because it seems like that person, the slave owner, was not trying to punish them, but was trying to cause permanent damage, perhaps trying to unalive them. So, for example, if you look at Exodus 21, it does say that you're allowed to beat your slave, but as long as they recover, then you're not to be punished. And then to your second point, you said they were only to be hired as hired workers. It says that in Leviticus 25:39, which is specifically talking about Israelites. I can just read it out, but then it switches the context from Israelites to non. Yeah, I'll just read it out. It says Leviticus 25:39. If any of your fellow Israelites become poor and they sell themselves to you, do not make them work as slaves. They are to be hired as treated as hired workers and temporary residents living among you. They are to work for you until the year of Jubilee, and then they and their children are to be released, and they will go back to their own clans and to the property of their ancestors. Because the Israelites are my servants, whom I brought out of Egypt, they must not be sold as slaves. Do not rule over them ruthlessly, but fear your God. And then the context shifts. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you, and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them slaves forever. But you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. So here we're talking about hired workers, which, you're allowed to do that for Israelites. You're not allowed to own Israelites as slaves. That's correct. You're right on that. But non-Israelites, nations around you, you're allowed to own them as slaves.
Right. And I guess if we were to talk about like Exodus like 21, specifically like 20 and Exodus 20 and 21, like the word slave is ibid, which is meaning servant, not race-based chattel. That's all I was trying to say, that it's not like the transatlantic slavery that we had, but again, more of indentured servitude.
Yeah.
So Exodus 21 doesn't condone beating people. It was the first legal system in the ancient world to punish masters for killing servants. That was revolutionary in a time where slaves were treated as disposable property.
Well, really quick, the laws of Hammurabi, like they actually like had more, like, so for example, in Exodus 21, you release them after 6 years, but laws of Hammurabi, you release them after 3 years. So in fact, it seems like that was a little bit more more harsh, but nonetheless, that was probably due to year of jubilee. But nonetheless, like I'm not talking about like relatively is it better as a system. We're talking about whether he does support the institution of slavery, and if it's the case that you have a law that says you're allowed to beat slaves, but you're not allowed to kill them. Well, colonial Souths, some states, I think Louisiana had a law like that. You weren't allowed to unalive your slaves, but you're allowed to punish them with physical violence. Right. So if that's, I mean, if that's going to be a defense, we can do the same thing.
Also, really quick, Rick.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
When we look at the verse in Leviticus 44, you have to understand that the word that's used there is not ibed. And that's why you have to differentiate the different types of slavery that we saw at the time. What Carbon is talking about specifically is chattel slavery, owning someone for life that you can pass down as inheritance, much different than the indentured servitude we saw in the other verses where the word ibed is used. That word is specifically used for that type of servitude, and it's not talking about that in Leviticus. But ibed was only held for Israelite men. That is it.
I was just gonna say that Harambe's law or code, I'm gonna call it, against the biblical law, there are some key differences. Like you have a class bias versus like human dignity is going to be one big thing. Like one of the codes is like laws are not equal. For example, punishments depend on your class. Versus like biblical law, like if you injure a servant's eye or tooth, they go free. Harambe's law says if a man destroys the eye of another man, they shall destroy his eye. So they're two complete different things.
But a lot of these laws were held only for Israelite men. Again, this is something that we're like really losing the plot on, is that this type of behavior, like if you were to harm, they could leave after Jubilee. This was held for Israelite men alone.
Yeah, I think also just to add on.
Just real quick. Guys, we're not saying Harambe. We're saying Hammurabi.
Not Harambe. That's very
Set Harambe free. I know. I just can't pronounce names right now. Sorry, I don't know what time it is for you guys, but it's like almost 1 a.m. where I'm at on the West Coast. So
I want to look at like the forest through the trees. I'm not really particularly concerned with the comparative analysis because like if I were to say if let's just say we changed the action that we deem to be immoral from slavery to grape, right? And then we were to say something like, well, listen, the law of Hammurabi, right? They just allowed free willy-nilly grape all around. Men were allowed to grape women as long as they were married or something like that, or men were allowed to grape women or whatever. And then we have this text that God comes down and says, well, now you're only allowed to grape a woman on Sundays, and it has to be on Sunday. You have to do this little ritual before it. It's still great, right? God is still saying, like, you're still morally permitted to do it within that narrow range of things, right? So I would still say that's morally reprehensible, and I think every Christian should still say that that's morally reprehensible. So I'm not necessarily, I don't care if it's progressive. All I care about is, like, whether that God supported that action in that narrow context. So in the narrow context here, when it comes to chattel slavery, I think this is very clearly chattel slavery because they're taking slaves from the nations around them. They're buying them from other nations. They're allowed to own them. They're allowed to give them to their children as inherited property. And it says very clearly they're allowed to make them slaves for life. And they're allowed to rule over them ruthlessly. So there's a very clear difference between how Israelites versus non-Israelites are to be treated with respect to their labor.
Sure. If I can just address that real quick about like the Israelites, if that's okay. I would say yes in Exodus. Exodus prioritizes the Israelites, Hebrew servants, but that's because it's written for newly freed Hebrew slave nation. But that doesn't mean, in my opinion, I don't think that doesn't mean that God approved of injustice towards foreigners. Like it means he started with his people, the Israelites, to teach them how to treat others better than they had been treated. So the Israelites, like they had just been enslaved in Egypt. Exodus wasn't written in luxury. It was written after a trauma recovery, right? Like if we're going to religious realm, like we're saying God had just freed an entire people from slavery. His first
what I'm saying is like, I understand the point.
The way Egypt treated you.
Yeah, I understand the point, but you wouldn't accept, I don't think you would accept this argument for what I said earlier, like about grape, because if God believes that slavery is wrong and it's morally impermissible, I can just swap slavery with grape because God thinks that grape is wrong, presumably, right? But you would no longer, I don't think at least, that you would anymore accept that argument that if the Israelites were being raped all around and then God brought them out of that state and said, well, you're allowed to grape in these limited circumstances, so now you're better than your previous oppressors, I don't think you'd be up here defending that argument.
Sure, but I would just say that yes, the Bible records active rape, but describing it is not the same as prescribing it. You know what I mean?
Well, saying that's
look,
morally permissible. In Leviticus, God does say it is morally permissible to own these people, right?
Yeah. Also, again, Rickon, you brought up again that he's saying how to treat them properly. Those laws were not held for foreigners. They were only held for Israelite men. Okay? I need you to hear. This is the third time I've said this, and you have avoided
I already
it every
addressed
single
that.
time that I have said it. So God was not saying they couldn't be cruel to the foreigner slaves. He quite literally says that you can be ruthless to them.
I had that point if you want. Yeah, in Deuteronomy 24:18,
that is
it says, remember that you were
Israelite
slaves
men.
in Egypt and the Lord your
Yes,
God redeemed
Rickon, remember.
you. Sorry.
Hey, had you listened to me the very first time I addressed you, you would have heard me say that they use different words in Leviticus versus Deuteronomy. In Deuteronomy, they use that word ibed, remember? That is talking about the Israelite men.
Okay, then we can go to Leviticus 33:34. You shall not wrong a stranger. You shall love him as yourself,
So
for
again,
you were
slaves-
strangers in the land of Egypt. The Old Testament doesn't say be harsh to foreigners. It says love them like they're you.
Yes, if they were not slaves. Again, slaves were not seen as people. This was a very classist society. We understand this looking at the culture. People who were slaves were not deemed as people. They had less of a meaning than a chair. So they would not have fallen under this.
I don't believe that.
Understanding the
Do you
cultural
think
context around things in the society is so crucial when we have these conversations, because slaves would not have fallen under this. They were nothing.
Just to add on, I think also the slaves themselves is when they become so poor. We see with the Israelites when they sell themselves to a stranger because they're so poor, and they're just giving themselves up that this is the only job that I could do, which is being a slave.
We're talking about Israelites. We're not talking about.
Yeah, I know. We're talking about.
When you're talking about Israelites, we're talking about specifically the context of non-Israelites.
Yeah, right? I know.
I wanted to just respond to what Rick said because he pulled up he said 33, right?
Yes, I said Leviticus 19 verses 33-34.
And that says you should not oppress a foreigner.
It says you shall not wrong a stranger.
Right.
You shall love him as yourself, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt.
Right. So is holding somebody as property, loving them as you would love yourself, and having them be a slave for life?
But they weren't slaves for life.
It says it right here. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them slaves for life. It says it very explicitly. Those are words from God.
That idea of them not being held forever, that 7-year thing, again, was for Israelite men alone. Yeah. You keep ignoring the words that are coming out of my mouth, and I'd really like to understand why you are not hearing me. That 7-year, the Jubilee, was not for anyone. So foreigner slaves would not have been held under the law of Jubilee. They would not have gone free after 7 years.
Yeah.
They would have been for life.
So Exodus protected Hebrew men first because it was written to Hebrew slaves, just learning how to not oppress. But the law didn't stop there. It protected foreigners. It defended servants from violence, and it pointed to a future where no one would be slave or free, Jew or Gentile. God didn't endorse inequality.
Or male or female.
He started where people were and pulled them towards something better.
I just got to get him to answer. I really have to get him to answer the question, because you said that they are not to be treat a foreigner with love. The question was, owning somebody as property, ruling over them with rigor, and owning over them, making them slaves for life, is that a good thing to do to a foreigner under that Leviticus 19 verse that you cited?
No, it's not.
Okay, so we got a contradiction in the Bible. That's all I was asking. Go ahead,
just to quickly add on as well with the bondmen, usually when they go to wars, they might take some people as
just being when they conquer them, they'll become the slaves.
What in Leviticus 24 that doesn't apply because it's saying that they're buying slaves from another nation.
Yeah, you can buy them, or you can.
You're not buying them
when
from
take
a
over
place
the
that you
place
just
and be-
conquered. Like, who are you buying it from?
You don't have to buy them. That's what I'm saying. That you can also be from. You
No,
just
I'm
conquer
I'm
them,
just
of
saying
course.
in Leviticus 25:44 it says your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. So it's just saying from those nations you can trade value, whatever the value was, for a person of property. You didn't go to war with them.
I mean, if I can just add that lifelong servitude in the Bible was often closer to a permanent job than a prison sentence.
No.
Because I think that's how it's being attacked, is if,
No.
being a slave for life meant being a prisoner for life. Whereas that's not what was happening.
Why are
You could not be physically
justifying
abused.
slavery? Why? I'm gonna cry. I'm so sorry, Carmen. I'm gonna crash the
Because
fuck out.
Hey, calm down,
because
bro.
lifelong didn't mean
Yo,
without
shut the fuck up,
protection.
David.
Don't tell people to calm down whenever we're discussing a topic of fucking slavery, you degenerate.
Yeah, seriously, what the fuck? I'm
I didn't
allowed
say
to
that.
talk about this, especially because I have been consistently.
Did I
ignored in
directly
this
say you,
conversation.
Rickon?
I didn't know who you guys were talking
I was
to.
saying whoever told her to calm down. That's why I said, don't tell her to calm down.
Wild work. Do I have to get fucking hysterical to be heard?
Because
I
then
thought we
they're
were
going to
having
tell you that you need a
calm discussion,
lobotomy.
not upset.
No, for real. But like, it just seems like you are misunderstanding and wanting to justify something so badly just to prove that your God isn't evil. And I think that's insane. This is why I've always preferred Judaism to Christianity, because Jewish people will always say, yeah, our God did some fucked up shit, but guess what? He's still my God and I gotta do what I gotta do. Like, just own that he said shitty things.
God didn't command lifelong slavery.
He literally did, for life.
It
That
says
is
you
He
can make them
permitted
slaves
it
for
with
life.
restriction.
No, shut the fuck up. You have not understood a goddamn thing
I
that
don't.
we have said.
It literally says if it says you can make them slaves for life, that just means he's granting that it's morally permissible for them to be slaves for life. Am I wrong there? How am I reading this verse incorrectly? If a law in like Louisiana in the colonial South says you're allowed to own this African for life, that just means it's not illegal to own that African for life.
Well, and then the part where it goes on to say that you can give them to your children when you pass as inheritance means that it's not your passing that ends their slavery. No, it continues with their children. So your children get to own them too. That's for life. That is their entire life. Once you
Is somebody playing the SVU theme song?
Yeah, that's me. I'm watching Law and Order.
Interesting.
Wild work. Remember when
I
Carbon
can't
used
watch
to play
TV.
that? No, I was saying something. So remember when Carbon used to play that sound when I would make naughty jokes? That was my favorite time.
When did that happen?
Oh, this was a while back. I would say something
was
naughty
in
and he would play the SVU music. But no, you brought up another verse that I find interesting because you're trying to use this to weigh to your advantage of neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free, neither male nor female. You understand that it's not saying that people won't be slaves, right? It's saying that everyone will receive God's love at the end of time. So they're going to be slaves until that point, right?
Yeah, very clearly, because he's saying like he also says there's neither male nor female. That is, you presumably you don't think that God is like a gender abolitionist, right? Like there are no more males and there are no females.
I mean,
Maybe gender abolition is God?
Personally, I would argue that he is, because when we look at Judaism, there is 9 different genders recognized by Judaism. So I would agree that he absolutely
Hey,
is.
can I stop being muted, please? Thank you.
I'll wait your turn.
What's your argument?
I can't really speak because I'll be muted. So
just give the argument.
Well, now you have been addressed. That is your turn to speak. Before we were addressing somebody else.
Oh yeah, I was just talking about that. Yeah, we do live in a sinful world, and slaves would be here until time they still exist today. So that verse was referring to just being in Christ, not literally.
How slavery is a sin if God supports it?
I think what I'm reading is that God had to regulate a flawed cultural institution, which was slavery in ancient times, to limit cruelty, not because he approved it, just like divorce laws, for example, to just to accommodate to human sinfulness.
Did God also regulate grape?
Well,
let me ask you it this way. If God regulated grape and said, well, you can only grape someone in this context, would you support that?
Now, would you say, I don't want to compare, but would you say grape? Obviously,
Yeah, I
grape is
mean,
worse.
you're exploiting somebody using their body as a means to an end for your own gain. Yeah, they're both kind of the same.
Grape is
So
grape
if
is
God,
worse because
so if God came down and said, well, listen, you guys are going around like you're graping all willy-nilly, and then he says, well, I'm gonna put some regulations on how you grape. Would you
but
support that?
we don't see that in reality, though.
We do
So
see that
we
in
can't.
Deuteronomy 21:10.
No, that's not talking about grape.
It is explicitly talking about grape.
Nah, I use.
It's a sex slavery.
It says that when they lie together.
Yeah, that's it's a captive woman, and it's a captive woman, and they're having a sexual relationship, right? That's an oppressive situation. That is non-consensual. That is grape.
Where does it say that it's grape?
Oh, she was a fucking
Well, okay,
captive.
so she's a captive. He's the oppressor.
Yeah, you can.
He unalived her mother and father, or he is at least part of the soldiers who unalived her mother and father. And then it says, well, yeah, it is. It says, when you go out to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God gives them into your hand, and you take them captive, and you sing among the captives a beautiful woman, and you desire to take her to be your wife. You bring her home to your do the whole ritual, and then it says you may go into her and be her husband. She shall be your wife. And then if that doesn't convince you, it literally says at the end, if you're not displeased with her, then let her go. Don't sell her as a slave because you've defiled her. Right, so it's very clearly not consensual.
It is consensual. It's just
okay. Okay, give me a scenario in this case in which I walk into a room and there's a captive woman who is chained, and there's a man who is part of the oppressor. You know what I mean by chained? She's captive. She's not allowed. She's imprisoned.
She's not allowed to leave because it explicitly says she is only allowed to leave if he is displeased with her. It never says that she has the free will to leave.
It says if you no longer delight in her, then let her go where she wants. It doesn't say if she doesn't delight in you, that she can go wherever she wants, does it?
Yeah, for example, it is an instant marriage or abuse. The woman must be brought into the home. Then
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Her will, right?
It's what happens when you go to war. That's a reality that we live in.
Yeah, okay, so let's say we go, I don't know, like your country goes to war with another country, right?
Yeah.
And it unalives all the women and the combatant whatevers.
Yeah.
And then among them you take some, virgin girls, right? Okay, I don't know why you want virgin girls, but whatever, you take the virgin girls and now they are captives. They are being there against their will, right? And then you take their hand in marriage. You ask them, hey, do you want to marry me? You, David, you're the part of the country that just conquered them. And you ask this captive woman who is there against her will, against her consent. You ask her, hey, you want to marry me? You get to come in my home. And she says yes. Do you think she's truly consenting?
I can't say. If she says yes, if she says yes, then you can't really say.
Hold up. The
Jesus
alternative
Christ.
is she's going to be unalived.
That's just not the case, though.
It is. Because it literally says in these verses that they are offing everyone.
It doesn't say that, though.
It does. Yes,
Where does
it
it say
does.
that? Where does
It
it say
says that you will go in and you will off everyone except for the women who have not laid with a man.
Yeah, you're talking about numbers. You're not talking about Deuteronomy, are you?
It was the same concept. It was the same concept. They did this with all the Semitic groups. This was how they handled all the other Semitic groups, dude.
Yeah, but
why do you guys never read your Bible? Why do you never read it?
I've read the verse you're talking about, and I know it. That's why I told you to go.
Okay, and we can also look historically what happened, dude. This is one of those few things that
you can't really even
historically.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Let me get the answer to my question.
Yeah, I was about to answer it before being interrupted. But anyways, what was your question again?
Okay. So you are one of the soldiers, right? You're like, you just conquered a country, and these virgin girls are now captive there against their consent, against their will, right? So they are captives, and you ask this woman her hand in marriage, and she gets to come in your house. If she doesn't, obviously she's got to stay a captive, right? Because she's a captive, right? And she says yes. Do you think she's truly consenting to that?
It really depends. I can't. It's a case by case.
What do you think is the best explanation? What do you think you are most justified in answering?
I can give you an example with.
Just tell me, what do you think is the most justified answer of whether she's consenting to that truly?
Some women can actually consent to that, though.
I'm gonna keep asking the question until you answer.
It just depends. That's my answer.
It depends on. I gave you the context. Given that context, that it would depend on, what do you think is the best explanation for why she said yes?
She truly loves the man, and maybe she wants to follow.
She doesn't fucking know him.
Yeah, that's a reductive deal. Okay,
is
David.
Not consent. She was
It's not
coerced.
coercion. It's not
Wait. If he said, okay, I know this isn't in the Bible, but if he said to this girl, either you come with me or I kill you, and she says yes, is that consent?
He doesn't say that, though.
Well, she's not saying that. She's saying, if that was the case, would that be consent?
Obviously, that's not consent. That's forcing, but that's just not there.
So if the situation is that you're either a captive or you go into this person's house and have sex and marry them, do you think that saying yes is true consent? Best explanation again.
It really depends. That's why I keep telling you it depends.
It depends on the situation. Wait, hold on, David. It depends on the situation, right? Okay, I gave you the situation, David.
It depends on the
I
women.
gave you the
It depends on the
situation.
women.
Given those facts, what do you think is the best explanation?
If the woman chooses to let go of, I don't know, the heathens that she's been serving and chooses to follow the Lord, and
No, she's already let go of them. She's like, what do you mean? Like you've let go of them for her.
Yeah, but
they're unalived. She is a captive
That's not the
now.
problem. That's not my point. You can be a captive but still worship and false gods. You can
Okay,
still do that. But
so
what I'm thinking about-
she's either a captive, right? She either has to stay a captive, or she marries and has sex with this person. Do you think that is a truly consenting state of affairs? Just use your brain.
It depends.
Wait,
Because we're not there.
Wait.
Bro.
Do you think consent can be present when there are ultimatums given?
That's not ultimatum, though.
That's by definition a fucking ultimatum, you stupid fuck.
If you are in prison, let's use analogy. Like if you're in prison, if you're a woman in prison, and the prison guard says, right, I'll let you stay at my house, or I'll let you stay in the nice, comfortable, sort of cell with the big TV and the comfortable bed, but you have to sleep with me and marry me. Do you think that's a truly consenting thing? You would think that prison guard is raping her, correct?
But that's just not what is here.
That was a yes or no question. That was a yes or no question.
The answer will obviously be
Grandmaster,
no.
please.
It's not consent. That'll be no.
Right,
obviously,
but it's
that's
not
that's
consent because the alternative to her having sex with this person and marrying is some very, very unfavorable state of affairs, which is her being a captive, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, how is that not expressly put in Deuteronomy 21:20? I mean Deuteronomy 21:10.
Because there's other verses that says that you can't force a woman to have sex with her. So you have to be in harmony with both verses, right?
Wait,
There's
what?
other verses because there's other verses that says that you can't force a woman to have sex. Right?
What are they?
So obviously, if you're trying to, sorry.
What are the verses where it says this?
Let me back up.
And we're not just talking about a woman. We're talking about a captive woman.
This is like
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
A woman. So I'm sorry. You think the Israelites treated Israelite women the same way that they treated captive women?
For example, it says, if this is talking of Deuteronomy 22, 25 to 27, verse 27. It says, "For he found her in the field and the big
Wait, what?
lambs were cried, and there was none."
Wait, you said what? What is it?
I'm getting the verse. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Deuteronomy 22.
Imagine defending slavery and
Oh yeah, watch this. This is gonna be crazy. Watch
Verse
this.
25. When it says, "But if a man find them
22. Wait, I'm sorry. Just to make sure we got the 22 verse 25.
Yeah, when it says, "But if a man find a victory damsel in the field, and the man force her and lie with her, the man only that lay with her shall die." So it's talking about rape here. So
oh shit,
you can't take a woman and force her and rape her, obviously. But so there have to be consent. It just have to be. There has to be. If you're taking
okay.
verses,
Now, so that word that you're using, that talked about defiling her, laying with her against her consent, right?
What do you mean?
Yeah, there's a Hebrew word there that is explicitly talking about defiling her and using her against her consent sexually, right?
Are you talking about 22, 25?
In 22, 25, yes.
Oh, no, there's a word that says force.
Okay, let me see. Hold on. Bible.
Yeah, there's a word.
22.
Yeah,
There's a word that says force.
Yeah,
so you can't force a woman to lie with her.
You understand the King James version is like the worst version, right?
It's the furthest divorced from the original texts. Most changed, most altered.
Okay, so the word that we're looking there.
This is scholarly consensus.
The word that is being used there, shakov. That's one word that's being used, right?
Yeah.
If we go to Genesis 34, it's also using that to talk about like grape. Dinah, it's talking about grape, right?
Yeah, that's.
But it's also it's also being used. It's also being used here in Deuteronomy 21:10 when he says at the end, where is it? But you shall not sell her for money, nor shall you treat her as a slave, since you have humiliated her or defiled her. In this case, that's grape. If all these contexts, that word is being used in this forceful context, that's just better evidence. If that didn't, if the dynamic didn't convince you that it's grape itself, which is absurd, right? That word there is just seals it in. Yeah, go ahead.
Also, you have to check like historical, cultural context as well, and like understand how these things were handled. We know how this was handled. This is what they absolutely did. They absolutely took, and let's be absolutely clear here. These women that they were taking captive weren't women. They were children, because women who hadn't laid with men yet were 14 and under.
Excuse me. That's a quick question.
Hold on. Let me just quickly answer this question. Where did you say because when I'm looking at the word right now, it wasn't used in Deuteronomy 21. It wasn't used.
Deuteronomy 21. I'm sorry. The word is. I'm sorry. Anah.
It doesn't use that word.
Yeah, Anah is the word that's being used.
The word I'm looking at right
in
now.
21:10, and I'm sorry, 21:14.
It wasn't using 21 at all.
Yes, it is. Anah. So the last one you're using. So what's the word that it says where it says you have defiled her? Huh?
No, I'm talking about force. It says exact.
No. Okay. Listen. Go to the bottom of 21:14, where it says because you have humbled her or defiled her. What does that word defiled mean?
Let's look at it. I mean, it could be ceremonially defiled, but let's look at it. Bible.
Battery fully charged.
No way, it's fully charged. Huh?
What verse is it?
Yeah, 21, verse 14.
All right, let's look at it.
I got you, brilliant.
Because it says in my version, it says humbled. No. Yeah, it says to be occupied, to afflict, to oppress, to humble. Yeah, it doesn't say force then.
Yeah, what do you think oppress means?
There's a word for force in here.
Yeah, but here, okay, so that word is also used in the context of Genesis 34. Now, Dinah, the daughter of Leah, born to Jacob, went out to visit the woman of the land. When Shechem, son of Hamor, or Hamer, of the Hivite, the ruler of that area, saw her, he took her and graped her. Now, the word that they use for grape in this situation is the exact same word there. Anah.
I didn't see my version. It doesn't say. It was that Genesis 34 too?
Genesis 34 verse 2, yes.
It's almost a problem when you use the KJV because things like this were changed and altered.
That's another debate, but I'm just gonna let that slide.
I mean, it's factual. If you don't know this, you don't know anything about the Bible or its history.
Why'd you have to be rude, though?
Not.
It's not rude. It's just pointing out the fact that using this version, you're clearly going to get a lot of errors from like translating because it's been changed.
Yeah, that's
so
what I said.
much.
It's a debate. That's another debate for another day. You have to be rude about it. Be nice.
I'm not being rude. I'm just pointing out a fact.
Okay.
Sorry that makes
I
you.
don't know why you feel like that's rude just because she's pointing out that you were incorrect.
She has no evidence. That's my point. Because there's just so many manuscripts that's been found to prove the KJV to be right. So she just has no evidence for that.
You're
it's
wrong.
like a Muslim debate.
Go off, King. You can be wrong. That's okay. Facts don't care about your feelings, though.
Okay, man. Anyways, back to the topic. Genesis 34:2, when it says defiled her, yeah, because he afflicted her, which was wrong.
Yeah. So it seems like all the times that they use this word, they're talking about some wrong sexual act.
Let's go to the word for force.
Yeah. So, like, using that in conjunction with the fact that this is a very obviously very obvious power dynamic that is like every reasonable person would say it's not a consensual relationship, right?
Yeah.
In conjunction with the fact that that word is typically used with negative connotations of sex, and very, very clearly we can come to the conclusion that he raped her.
Yeah, you can defile a person by forcing her to do stuff, but you can also defile a person in different ways as well. So it's not always.
Yeah, but they're all sexual. They're in this case we're talking about sexual acts,
sexual
right?
in nature.
Yeah.
So how do you defile somebody in a sexual nature?
So let's say I don't know.
No.
Like in this context, let's say you marry her.
In general.
Yeah. Let's use this context. So let's say you marry her and then you have sex with her and then you say, I don't want her anymore. But you've had sex with her and now she has to be with
nobody else wants her, so nobody else wants to have her as a sex slave. That's why it's saying that you can't sell her anymore, because she is a sex slave.
No, it's not that she's a sex slave. It's just that once you've married the person, you're making it's much difficult to just divorce her. I'm sorry. It says if you no longer want her or whatever, you shall let her go where she wants, but you shall not sell her for money, nor shall you treat her as a slave. Why can you not treat her as a slave anymore? Yeah, because you've married her, you've freed her already, but
you're not married. She's not married anymore if you let her go. Right, but she's no longer a virgin. So somebody who is buying sex slaves doesn't want her anymore. That's the reason why it says that.
It's not buying again. They're marrying the person. It's not buying.
That's what a sex slave is. They marry
No, a sex slave is you're buying the person.
Yeah, you buy them, but you do marry them. So, for example, if you look in Exodus 21, those were sex slaves.
No. I disagree with that because we live in a world today where you can just buy people and have sex with them. You don't have to marry them. What are you talking about?
No, they weren't allowed to leave. In Exodus 21, they're not allowed to leave. We don't have that world today. Well, that's somewhere, but that's not ethical in our world, where you buy somebody to have sex with them and they're not allowed to leave. In Exodus 21, it's if the man comes in alone, he leaves alone. So he can come in alone, right? But if the master gives him a wife to marry and then they have kids, that woman is not allowed to leave. Only the man is allowed to leave after the 6 years.
Wait, actually, okay, let's say even if they did marry, do you think marital rape is a thing? Do you think it's possible, if you're married to rape your partner?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you don't have consent with it, yeah. Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty case closed. Are you saying I'm unjustified in believing that this is rape?
Yeah, because you're not there.
Wait. If I have facts, If I have facts presented to me that there was a captive woman and there is a man, right, and they have sex and he gets her, the captor, and he is having sex with her, and I'm seeing language that only allows her to leave if he is displeased of her. Why, in that case, am I unjustified, given that data, am I unjustified in believing that that is rape?
I'd have to listen again. But I think in terms of divorcement, they had to give a bill, which was in Deuteronomy as well.
All right, Berillian, thank you for the Italy. I appreciate you, Berillian.
I just would like to know why they consistently go against the biblical scholars, because the biblical scholars side with what you're saying, Carbon. And it's been agreed upon for a very long time. This is consensus, not just amongst the secular, but the Jewish and the Christian scholars. This is the consensus. And if, for the folks that don't know that word, that means they all agree. The majority, like 99% agree.
Overwhelming majority.
Overwhelming majority agree that this was absolutely slavery. Also, biblical scholars don't use
battery
the KJV
fully charged
for a reason, because it is the
furthest fucking shit.
It is the furthest divorced from the original manuscripts, and anyone who says any different has never taken more than 5 seconds to look into the Bible or its history or the theology or the original manuscripts.
Rick, you're smart for staying quiet during that one.
I mean, they both were like trying to justify slavery.
Thank you again, Berillian. Thank you for the 25 to kick. I appreciate you. Rick, did you have any other points, or are you still here?
Yeah, no, I was just listening. I mean, I wanted to chime in, but then I got muted, so I just waited.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, you guys kind of already unpacked a lot. Do you just want me to start from anywhere, or?
Sure.
So I would say, like, yeah, it's true that most biblical scholars today prefer modern translations based on the earliest and best manuscripts, because language and scholarship have advanced since the King James versions, because that was published in the 1600s. But the King James version remains a highly influential and historically significant translation.
You know why?
Why?
Because of its like influence on the Church of England and the change of how it shaped culture at the time. It's not because it was accurate to the manuscripts. It's not that it was anything that was relevant. It was just because of the impact it had on England at the time. Because King James had this Bible constructed for a reason, because he watched his grandfather, King Henry VIII, go through the struggle with the Catholic Church and the formation of the eventuality of the Church of England to try and get his divorces. Because I don't know if you know who King James or King Henry is, but he's the guy who had the 6 wives, and he divorced several of them, and he fought the Catholic Church for 25 years to get a divorce. Okay, that's dramatic. It was like 17 years he fought the Catholic Church to get a divorce from his first wife. And King James was like, I don't want to go through that, so I'm going to form the Church of England, and I'm going to solidify things so that I can have it my way and have the Church of England back what I say. And we saw a huge shift and change of the tides of the Great Schism when we saw the separation from the Church of England and the Catholic Church, and that separation happening from Catholicism and Protestantism. And this is where we saw a huge shift in the tides of Christianity and its impact and its role that it played in the country of England. That's the only reason that it's seen as relevant.
Sure.
But yeah, scholars don't use it to back anything because it doesn't match original manuscripts. There are modern versions like the NASB. I would personally recommend being the best because it doesn't have the whole thy, thou, thine bullshit. It's the most easy for us in our modern language to digest while still being as most accurate.
Hold on, stop.
Are you talking about the New American
Wait,
Standard?
hold on, everybody stop. I think I found a glitch going on. Void, do you have something in your pictures that says pure copium?
I did earlier.
What the fuck? Wait, Nanners, is your phone currently facing like a red bed?
What?
Is it like...
Is our cameras on?
What the fuck is going on? Okay, when I do this, when I'm just regular, I see your profile pictures. And then when I swipe over, like to the right, I see Void's background says finally pure copium. And then I see yours, Nanners, I see like a blue blanket and like a red bed or something.
Ah, that is so freaking what?
No, I don't like it. I don't like it.
I don't like that at all.
Yo, what the fuck?
Did it fix?
No, it's still there.
I don't like it. Okay, I'm
don't
so
like
glad
that
I
at
have something.
all.
I'm so glad I have something taped over my fucking cameras.
What the fuck? Yeah, I'm gonna screenshot this so you guys, and I'll send it to you, Nanners. And Void.
What the fuck?
That is weird. That's fucking weird. Yeah, I know y'all don't see it. I see, like, if I swipe over to look, because there's a way, like, if you're hosting, there's a way to look at metrics, so I'm like,
Yeah.
coins and stuff. But like, yeah, it's still doing it. I don't. That's weird.
I don't like that.
That's terrifying.
Yeah, I might have to submit that to TikTok because, yeah, no. It's, I mean, wait, hold on. Nanners, move your camera. Let me see something. Let me see something. Just move it a little bit.
I have it now pointed away from my blue because I have a
Okay,
blue
yeah, it's just a still picture. Okay, it's not like video. That's interesting.
Could you imagine?
Yeah,
And
that
this is why whenever I go to the bathroom, I go completely off app.
that's
This
fucking
is
weird.
why. Wait,
That is
Nair,
a
go
weird
off,
glitch.
off app really quick and see if it does it.
Yeah. Still the same.
That's. I don't like this. What the fuck?
It doesn't show anything for it. Just says Rick's not here when I go over. Like he's
Because
not
I
even
see
here.
because Rick hasn't turned their camera on yet or at this point.
Yeah, no, my camera's off.
Yeah. That is fucking weird.
Well, our cameras are both off too, but both me and Void at some point have turned our cameras on during this live.
Show us.
Show us, excuse me.
No thanks. I do not consent.
Yeah, I'll send it. I'll send it to Manners. Okay. Well, that's weird. Okay. Maybe
I'm glad it's my blanket and not my.
Can you imagine?
I mean, Carbon, if you wanted to see that, all you had to do is ask. Like,
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so that is weird. Interesting.
Virtue, Carbon can see me and Void's lives with our cameras off right now.
It's fucking. So did you wait? So Void, you had that as your background
I
on
had
as a
that
guest?
whenever Luke was up here.
Okay, when you had that so Nanners, did you have your camera on when Luke was here?
Yeah, because I went to show my hand as like I was raising my hand and it was of my blanket.
Okay. Did you
Wait,
what
okay.
was it what did you have like do you have like a okay. I think
It's a red mat. Oh my god, here I'm.
Yeah, I think it's
just gonna-
screenshotting. I think yeah, that's exactly what I'm seeing. Yeah.
This
So I think
is this is my mat for my floor. And
yeah,
this
yeah.
is
I
my
thought it was a bed. Okay,
blanket.
it doesn't say. So
No.
I think it's screenshotted that time, and now every time I go to the right. So okay, I don't think it's showing things while your camera's off. I think it's just frozen time when you had your camera on.
Okay, I'm curious now. What does it show now that I turned my camera on and then back off?
Oh shit! It changed it. Now it's showing. Wait, I mean, like it's just showing like your blanket, but that was the last
Okay.
image, right? Wait, let's
Yeah,
do another.
yeah.
All right,
And
turn
that's
it on and pick a random object. Okay, now turn off.
I flashed my fucking Cash app. I should change it then.
Yeah, now it's your Cash App, and okay, so it's just showing whatever you last had before you turn off your camera. Okay,
Has it ever done that before though?
no, I've never seen that.
I
It's a
don't like
glitch.
that. It makes me sick to my stomach.
I gotta send
Why?
that to. That's weird. It does that sometimes on my own background. It would freezing. That is fucking weird. Yeah, I don't like that.
I don't like that like at all.
Because I definitely never wear pants during these lives.
I'm gonna be so real with you. I'm not wearing a shirt right now.
Jesus.
Like it's just my
That's
bra.
me 90% of the time too.
Yeah.
Like I'm sitting over here playing with nail polish and just yelling at people.
I did not know you said nail polish.
What do you think I said?
Said
What did you
she
think
said,
I said?
How do I have my shirt on? I'm playing with my nail.
I'm playing with my
Nurples? Don't I say nurples?
Crazy.
Oh,
no.
First of all, if I was gonna do that, I'd just show you. That's crazy.
That's wild. All right, Rick. I'm gonna drop you. Thank you for coming up. Chameleon, how old are you?
How old are you?
Echo.
Jesus, too much echo, bro.
I feel weird taking my blanket off of my legs now.
I'm gonna get exposed. Oh my fucking god.
TikTok, I am a married woman.
All right. Hello, can I get your age?
TikTok trying to get that divorce finalized.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. You said how old again?
18. They said it.
Are you a Christian?
18.
Yeah, I'm Christian.
All right. What's your argument, man?
So like, you know, we wouldn't enslave other Christians, but enslave like Muslims and shit.
You said that with your whole ass chest, didn't you? You thought you ate.
Oh, he's just trolling.
You know, you could eat the curb anyway.
Yeah, you should try that sometime.
That's wild.
Take a big old bite of that fucking curb. Tell me how it tastes.
All right. That's the last one. I'm tired. I'm hungry.
Yeah,
as fuck.
I just came up here to say,
it's-
please don't take that last dude serious. I hope he doesn't speak for us Christians. I don't know what that was. My mouth has dropped to the floor, sir.
Yeah, it happens.
We hear it often. We hear it often. Right now, we're hearing it with alligator Alcatraz. We hope to see them be num by them alligators. We're hearing it every day, left and right, by Christian politicians, Christian people, rooting on what fucking is going on in Florida. So nothing new. We've heard this worldwide for eons, dude. Like, this has been the reoccurring theme of Christians marginalizing and enslaving and genociding and erasing cultures and people. So nothing new. We're not surprised. This is Christian culture.
Sure thing. Good one.
So you're a Christian. What was your response? Okay.
Oh, wait, what about drag queens?
I'm tired and I'm fucking starving. Anybody want to send me food?
I got something you can eat.
Just send me food. Don't even send me Cash App for food. Just send me food.
Just order because I'm so lazy. I don't want to. Lyric does that for me sometimes. They'll put an order for me at my Taco Bell.
Jesus.
Crazy work.
Grandmaster. Did Grandmaster change his background profile picture? That's crazy.
Yes.
He changed his profile picture.
I still don't like that word, Grandmaster. I feel like that word should be banned. It
Anyway,
feels like a slur.
Why don't we fill Carbon's live goal
So
before we end?
My what hole?
I mean, whatever you ask.
I got something you can fill.
That's crazy. I
something
send you
like
Galaxy.
Carbon.
See, like Galaxy for food, but I don't get that money until next week. We get paid every week. Was it every Wednesday?
Every Wednesday, so it'll be tomorrow technically.
Yeah, but what they send now won't get here until next week. It cuts off on Saturday night.
Yeah. Sunday night.
No, it's Saturday
Wait,
night.
really?
I've tested
It's
it.
Sunday.
No, I've
I'm
tested it.
thinking
It's
Sunday
Saturday night. I'm 100% sure.
Are you, maybe for you, but
Mine
for me,
doesn't do that.
Yeah, it cuts off.
Mine
Well, I
does
mean, I'm in
literally.
Hawaii. Maybe it's a time that it sets off.
yeah.
But
Mine
like,
is literally
if
from
I
Wednesday to
end
Wednesday.
whatever I make in gifts, if it's before 12 a.m. Saturday night, then that goes towards the next coming Wednesday. If I end the live after midnight Saturday and now it's Sunday morning, then whatever I make for that live doesn't go over till the week after. Yeah.
That's weird because
What
it's
the
definitely
fuck?
for me. It's like midnight Sunday night.
Mine goes Wednesday to Wednesday. I swear to God, it does.
Oh yeah, no, like wait, so yeah, you're
Maybe
gonna have to
it's-
test yours because like usually
It
if
might
you're
be
if you're
for
making
different-
money, if you're getting gifts on Tuesday night, you're not gonna get that money on Wednesday. You're not.
No.
Yeah.
No,
You're not
I
gonna
think
get it
it's just
until the next Wednesday.
No, okay, no. Because, okay, like, say you go live on Tuesday night, right? And it's still before 12 my time. If I
Yeah.
make gifts on that, it'll still roll over to my Wednesday, like, payout.
so it might just be when we entered the payment stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
How long have you been enrolled in payment?
Me?
Yeah.
This account, like, a week.
It used to be,
But
you
it
know,
did it on my last
you
account,
can
too.
pull it out whenever. Adnan,
I remember
can I
that.
get your age? Hello, can I get your
I
age?
think that's a dog whistle. Am I tweaking?
Hello, can I get your age? Okay, this guy's not here. I don't know what he's doing. All right.
Was that profile picture a dog whistle, or am I just too woke?
Probably. I don't know.
Let's be real. What isn't? At this point, they use everything. They've taken everything and they've turned it into something yucky.
Cash up in bio means you need employment. Well, I'm gonna need an argument for that because how the fuck am I employed then? If I need employment, that's weird. How do I have three different jobs? That's interesting.
3 different jobs and I'm employed as crazy work, Carbon.
Yeah, 3 jobs and I'm unemployed. I love that. I love the logic that some of these people have.
I know. Do you consider TikTok one of your jobs as well, like TikTok and Purple App?
No, because I don't feel like I'm working for anything. I just kind of.
It's more of a side hustle than anything.
So what's your third job?
Yeah, I'm a bartender, military. I'm gonna go back to the school and work there too.
Okay.
When the semester gets back.
Because I knew about the bartender in the military. I knew those.
Yeah. No, I'm a bartender in the military. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. I mean, wrong. I don't know how the shit works. I mean, maybe.
You never know.
Brilliant. Why don't you follow me? That's freaking rude.
That's crazy work.
Wait, is Beryllian in
Straight
here?
out of Soho.
Where's Beryllian? Oh, it's fine. They don't follow me either. That's crazy. The two girlies who give you the most entertainment.
You keep changing accounts. I'm gonna give it a few more minutes. I'm gonna call it a night, y'all. So hurry up if you opposition, go and hop on the guest. Yeah, the lesbian topic popped off today. I don't know what happened there.
Also, to be fair, Verillion, you do follow my old school account, my actual Witchy Nanners, my OG account. I don't use that account anymore. I haven't in ages. I don't even scroll on it. I use my Witchy Nanners adventures as my primary, like, for scrolling and content. This is just like my live debate.
Yeah, I'm just
Crazy.
gonna
I got 800K sitting in a random account. Notice how he's not saying anything about me anymore. He's
Oh,
like,
prove
oh
it.
shit.
Send me $20. Send me $20. If you have almost a milli, if you have almost a milli,
Y'all know he's lying.
$20 is like a tissue.
I'm sorry, y'all know he's lying. I know that.
I know, but like that's what my favorite thing to do is, like, if you really that rich, $20 ain't shit to you. Like, if you wipe your ass with $20.
But how you think I got that rich? By not giving handouts.
No, probably by selling your fucking loose app. Never mind.
Shit, that's crazy.
Mateo, that's not a legitimate reason for your God to support slavery.
What was
Are you Christian, Mateo?
What up?
Hi, are you Christian?
Am I Christian? I consider myself Christian, yeah. I read the Bible and I believe in God.
Okay, what's your take on the background?
I feel like, did you ask me a question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, what's your take on the background? Your God supports slavery.
Oh, I think that maybe he understood that there will always be that one way or another, you know, and it will never be not.
Might as well condone it.
I mean, like, if he said there's always going to be grape, therefore I support grape, would you support that?
No, I'm not. Of course, that's not going to be true because someday we'll get past that. But then again, we'll always have someone that we use, whether it's low paid,
that's
whether
what grape is.
survive, or
You're using somebody's body for your own pleasure against their consent. Same thing with slavery. You're using somebody's body against their consent, but in this case for profit. So why? So if people are always going to grape, and they probably are, until like we take out whatever desire that is, right? People are always going to grape. People are always going to enslave. So therefore, God just supports grape and enslavement.
I was just trying to look at it outside of the box, but my understanding would be like, if he knows all and sees all, then he would understand that our human nature is to always use people.
Who created that nature?
Well, so he gave us free will, so he gave us the ability to do whatever we want, and if we want to do that, then I guess he created that, I guess.
If he wanted to do that, but the slaves don't have free will.
I mean, I don't think it's right, but the fact is like, it happens no matter what, in every generation, and eventually it'll be robots. We'll enslave them, and then they'll enslave us. I mean,
in virtue of what do you not think it's right, if God thinks it's right?
God doesn't think, God is not a person. like a human. He is all everything. He is in everything that there is.
Oh, so you don't
Like,
believe in the Christian God?
experience.
You're just like you're a pantheist or something.
Okay, so when I read the Bible, I take in the stories that make sense, and the rest I'm just like, well, that's definitely human. You know, you can tell what's
So
thoughts
you
from
cherry
God.
pick. So you cherry pick the Bible.
I mean, how are you supposed to do it? You're supposed to absorb all of it and accept the
I
fact.
mean, based on scripture, you're supposed to understand that the whole book is inspired by God. And I mean, it specifically says in the Bible that humans were like created in the image of God and the divine council. We were made in their image, and our nature was based off of their nature.
Creators. That's what we are. We create. We're inventors. We're creative. That's what he was. So.
No. All of it. We were created in their image. We were to look like them, to act like them, to think like them. We just didn't have full power of having critical thinking and full knowledge on all things. But that changed the moment we ate the fruit.
That was they had the fruit was an analogy for them doing it. So
No.
yeah, because that's why they had the leaf on their genitals instead of.
No. They just had knowledge of the good of all things, and they realized they lost their innocence of the world, and they
Okay, so
understood.
that's not an analogy then. That's not like a
No, it's not
figure.
an analogy for sex.
No, but I mean it's not an analogy. Period.
No, it's just purely they ate the fruit.
The fruit of
good
knowledge.
Yes, the knowledge of good and evil. They understood all things. They became like, okay, if you actually read scripture, you would know, because the serpent specifically says, if you eat from this, you will be more like the divine council.
So a talking serpent is real.
Of things. Huh?
So a talking serpent is a real thing. It's not an analogy.
I mean, this is what the original Hebrews believed, yes. I don't personally believe that, no. But this is the creation mythos of the Hebrew people.
Okay, so
Right. Doesn't it say somewhere in the Bible that you take this like literally and not like figuratively or Richie?
Where does it?
Like this, yes, as the creation mythos, this is supposed to be taken literally. Do you not believe that Adam and Eve were real and that they spoke to a serpent and they ate the fruit and they were kicked out of Eden because they became more like the gods?
The gods? There's only one.
No, there are multiple. That's spoken about in the Bible, the divine council. That's why God said we will make them in our image. He's saying that to the divine council, and you would know this if you read the Jewish
Hold on.
book.
So you're taking every word in it, even though it was rewritten by humans as it literal.
I mean, it was all written by humans. Again, it's inspired by God, not written by God. It's inspired by God. The words were given down to man.
Oh.
Did you not know that, Mateo?
No, I guess I'm spiritual because I would never read a human written book and be like, this is God wrote this.
This is like what scripture says. So if you're following the book, you would understand, and if you read it, you would know these things.
Yeah, but King James took and chopped it up and made it into whatever he wanted. So.
Absolutely. I don't use the King James. I don't use the King James. I use original manuscripts. I go back to the Torah. I use the Tanakh. I don't look at...
You've read the Torah?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
And how do you feel about that compared to the Christian Bible?
I mean, the Christians like appropriated and did disgusting work to it.
Yeah. I mean, do you think the world's a better place because of this book in some way, or a worse place?
I mean, no, not really, because I mean, anything that we could pull out of it as quote unquote good, we could have seen prior to Christianity and any of this.
Thank you, Varillion. I appreciate you.
Love you, Varillion.
So churches haven't helped more people than they've hurt?
No.
Really?
No. When we look at the Spanish Inquisitions,
nothing compared to the amount of people that they.
I'm not done. I'm nowhere close to done. So they have the Spanish Inquisitions, which was the erasure of Jewish and Muslim people in Spain. We have the Crusades, again, more erasure of Semitic groups in the quote-unquote Holy Lands. We have the Magdalene laundries. We have the residential schools. We have colonization, missionary work where it went across the world and embraced so
Bravery.
many indigenous cultures. Did you know up until about 15 years ago, it was illegal in New Zealand for the Maori people to speak their native language because of Christian missionaries saying that it was quote unquote savagery? Christianity has done more harm to this world than it has ever done good. Just because it did a few good things here and there will never, ever begin to erase the fucking 2,000 years of harm it has done. Okay? That's not good. Okay? And it's like saying, oh, this guy who serial unalived 15 people also saved a kitten from a tree. Let's just forget all those that were passed. Like, what? Be so for real, bro.
Can I finish my statement right here? If he was dressed as a clown,
Are you
then
going
all
to
clowns
address
are
what I
now
just
bad.
said? Are you going to address what I just said?
You're muted, Mateo.
Also, someone just said to me, how has Christianity harmed anyone? I literally just listed off so many fucking things.
Y'all
Well,
aren't
I
fucking
tried
real
to
people.
talk, but you mute me. So
Are you going to address what I just said and how the harm that Christianity did and how the bad outweighs the good?
It doesn't though,
So
because it.
tell me.
Hold on, can I state why?
Tell me how giving to some charity here and there it erases what was done worldwide for the last 2 years.
Here and there, though, is
Special
kind of
missionary work.
you're making it really small.
It is, because there's a drop in the fucking ocean of harm that has been done. Be so for real. So many cultures don't exist anymore because of fucking missions and colonization and erasure. How many Semitic groups are gone? How small the Jewish community is because of Christians. Like, be so for real. That's another one I forgot. The entire H-Cost was done because of Christians.
Stop.
Okay.
The Salem witch trials, the Magdalene laundries, women who were cast off because they were raped and had children, and they were deemed as witches, and so they were forced to be in horrid fucking laundries where they were unalived and then buried in unmarked graves. How many babies did they just find at that Catholic church?
And Christian nationalism, which existed in the United States as a form of government for a very long time. Guess where that came from?
Like, be so for real. It's a fucking drop in an ocean. One tiny raindrop in the ocean. Cool. Like, let's just forget all of this.
More people have died for the name of Christ.
You said it though. You said the bad people, not the bad religion. Those are people, not the
Use
religion.
the Bible to justify and do these actions because what do you
Because
find in
it
the
was
Bible?
in the Bible.
They encouraged slavery, encouraged G-side, encouraged rape. It encouraged this fucking behavior. They used these scriptures to do what they
encouraged ethnic cleansing.
And,
you understand that,
so,
right?
So it wasn't Christianity that did that in Africa or all these other countries. It was other.
Yes, it fucking
Yes, it was.
Yes, it fucking
Are you
was.
dead ass right now?
How fucking uneducated are you to sit here and fucking bullface say that to us?
I'm just wondering why you're blaming a book when it's a human being.
Because the book, listen, the book says it. Like, I don't understand what you're not getting.
Yeah.
The whole foundation of this fucking religion, it justifies this book. That is the whole reason that this religion exists. Justifies it. Justifies ethnic cleansing, sex slaves, just slaves in general. What are you talking about? Child marriage.
Not to beat your slave to.
Don't beat them too hard.
You too.
Yeah.
Grow the fuck up. No.
Which is to be kind to them in a way, right?
Yeah, beating your
It's not just like
slave.
Shut the fuck up, Mateo. Shut the fuck up. Because that verse specifically for Israelite men
I just
alone.
love pissing you ladies off. You guys have a good night.
Shit,
Yeah,
bro.
get fucked. Get fucked, bro.
That's why your fucking beard is patchy.
That's why you're alone. Have fun in your mom's basement for the rest of your life. I bet those bottles are fucking getting smelly. You should probably get rid of them.
I'm giving you kindness marks on your back, okay? Kunta Kinte. These are kindness. These are kindness marks, okay? I'm being kind. Don't worry.
I heard that name. The first time I ever heard that name, it was a clip from I think like the Bad Girls Club.
Mm-hmm.
and one of the white girls calls a black girl that.
Yeah.
And then I had to go down this rabbit hole of figuring out what that was. I was like, oh my god.
Also, folks, if you don't get that like viscerally mad when we start having these conversations, I am genuinely concerned for your lack of empathy, because the harm that Christianity has done to this world is phenomenally disgusting. My people, like, on both sides. I mean, the erasure of so many fucking cultures. If you don't fucking feel
it's so real.
Rage, dude, so many Celtic women gone just because they had ties to their Celtic paganism. They were tortured ruthlessly. Indigenous people almost completely wiped out because Christians wanted to save them from their quote unquote savagery by giving them typhoid blankets when they wouldn't convert. And then they wiped them out because they wouldn't convert.
There you go. All right. I'll take one more debate for the night because I'm pretty fucking tired and hungry. So, yikes, can I get your age, please?
Oh, yeah. Hey, I'm 27. I just want to tell the girly pops on here they're doing wonders to combat these weirdos.
Thank you.
W.
If you
Thank you
really
so
want
much for coming up.
to tip us, I'm kidding.
I just want to say it's just kind of weird that they have to like come up with an excuse for slavery and rape when also their Bible teaches that they can get superpowers. It's kind of weird. Why would you in my opinion, I just can't believe that.
All right.
Well, thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you, yikes.
All right. Well, I'll go. You can get rid of me.
I followed you.
Johnny, can I get your age, please?
Thank you, Tiny.
Thank you.
Oh,
Hi, Johnny. How old are you?
I'm 20 years old.
Are you a Christian?
No.
Okay, I'm looking for Christians right now. You mind?
Y'all really think that slavery was bad?
Yeah, I think it's sad. Yeah. Very obviously.
Hey, let me make you work for like 17 hours a day in the blistering hot sun. And then when
I
you don't
definitely think it was useful.
shut the fuck up. And when you don't do exactly as I say, let me put you in the fucking hot box for about a day or two and then pull you out and throw ice cold fucking water on you.
Yeah, would you
Let's
like that,
see how
Johnny?
you feel then.
Would you like that if I did that to you?
Let me also steal your children and forcefully reproduce them, and then put those children.
Not even that, right? Like, I don't even know if I should bring up what I genuinely think is the most atrocious thing, but like alligators, you probably can understand where I'm going with that if you know anything.
Also, to clarify to the folks, specifically you, Vicky, if you don't know that the Jewish, Christian, and Islamic faith are all based off of a Canaanite pagan deity, you're dumb as fuck. Dumb as goddamn rocks. It is the same fucking
loopy.
Allah is just the Arabic word for God, you stupid toaster. I'm so tired.
Hey, it's raptors. So
I already invited Raptors. I don't know why it's not coming up.
yeah, there's different types of slavery mentioned in the Bible. There's debt slavery, and there's also chattel slavery,
and sex slavery.
Somebody once called it cattle slavery.
Chattel.
Or chattel slavery.
Chattel slavery. What was that guy's on? Oh my god. Yes, a toaster, Auburn.
Did he?
I didn't.
He called it chattel slavery.
Yeah, he was like chattel. I was like, ooh, pinkies
I
up,
don't know.
chattel.
Why are you
slavery.
trying? Why are you trying to church it up? That's crazy.
Vicky, honey, it's the God of Abraham. It's the same goddamn
slavery.
God. It's the same God. Oh my god. Y'all need to educate yourself.
All right, if you are a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Appreciate you. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Taking one more debate tonight. Okay, one more debate.
Thank you.
And that is my hard line. Okay, because I'm tired and I'm hungry.
That's your hard no.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Can you give me something hard?
Also, Dr. Joshua Bowen, what's up?
Is he here?
Oh, I have to be proper now. I have to be proper now.
Yeah, this isn't the real her.
That wasn't me. That was my evil.
Is he okay being called Josh, or do I have to say Joshua?
No, it's Doctor.
Okay, Dr. Josh. Is Dr. Josh fine? Thank you, Tori J.
Thank you. I'm so sorry, Dr. Joshua Bowen. I am not
Well,
that
behave now.
that was just speaking. That's a Jezebel
That was
spirit.
a demon.
That was
a demon.
Yeah, that's my Jezebel
That was a
spirit.
succubus.
I'm so sorry.
That was a succubus.
Yeah, listen, just because he wears a bow tie doesn't mean he doesn't get down and dirty with the words and the Christians sometimes in the debates, okay? I've never seen it, but I'm pretty sure he's popped off on a couple Christians.
Listen,
Reverend Bowen.
He just seems like a proper gentleman, so I feel like I have to behave.
Yes, same.
Now, Carbon, on the other hand, is a degenerate in the best way possible.
Yeah. Listen,
Yeah.
I'm a you know how people say respect is earned, not given. Yeah, I say disrespect is earned, not given. I always respect everybody. First thing I do. Until they give me reason to disrespect them. Boom, problem solved. It's actually a much better
Can you
way.
disrespect me?
It's a much better way of living life. You're much happier. Okay.
Can you disrespect me?
All right, I heard you the first time. Thank you.
Really quick. So what Boyd was saying earlier, Carbon brings out my Jezebel spirit. Dr. Bowen brings out the lady, so I have to behave.
I don't even mean this stuff for real. I just find it funny. Like at this point, I just do it for the shits and gigs.
I think I take offense to that. So I don't bring out the ladies in anybody? Damn, that's crazy.
No, you bring out the freaks. That's what you bring out. Then don't even act like you don't like it. Don't even act like that.
You love every minute of it.
If a man said that to you, how would you feel?
Said what? Exactly?
No, I'm kidding.
If he said that, it better be in my ear anyway.
Oh.
God damn, if you do that in my ear, I'm not.
I'll be making the same sound real soon too.
Be like Dexter from Dexter's like, omelette du fromage. All right, I'll take
Dexter from Dexter's Lab, like 6 years old.
Oh, the age of Dexter. I thought you meant like is the show like 6 years old? I was like, are you?
Fucking excuse me? No, I grew up on that shit. I'm not completely uncultured. Listen, I know I'm white, but I know some things, okay?
Kristen, catcalling Carbon is a religious experience.
It really is.
Oh no. Yes, this is the way of the Carby Barbies, okay?
I'm still not on board with that name. It's Carbonites. Okay.
No. Brandon asked me what your little fan base is called, and I said since we're Carbonites, I said, but we have coined the term Carby Barbies.
There's so many ways you can have a dating show. It's called Carbon Dating, right? I drink the water. It's carbohydrates, right? Like it's just it's so many ways.
Carbohydrates,
right? I can start my own clothing line, call it Carbon Fiber. Okay. I can just it's so
my
much.
God, please. Wait, no, seriously, make merch and make that the website.
I told people I would get merch, but I'm not until I get 100 average viewers on Twitch, and I can't even get the fucking.
Oh my God! You know what's crazy? I just realized what you meant by carbon dating. Like it just clicked.
Oh my God.
No, I was like, how is that a pun? And then I read it, right? Somebody in the comments typed it, and then it clicked. Little blue pills, carboners.
Hey,
oh
I
my
get
God.
those all the
Carbon
time.
monoxide, yeah, exactly. Carbonated is crazy. And then there's I can start a podcast like a political podcast, call it Carbonation.
When he impregnates
Get it, Carbonation. Oh my God, it's so many puns you can do.
When he impregnates a woman, it's called carbonated.
No, but genuinely now, if I read anything that's like carbon fiber, you instantly pop into my head. I'm not even kidding. like I know you as your name is Carbon. It's not Bradley.
No, I ordered food, but I accidentally ordered it under my Carbon email.
Thank you, Kristen.
So when I was waiting for the food, they were like, Carbon? And I in person, I don't know mine. I don't think of myself as Carbon. So I'm just hearing Carbon in the back of my head. I'm oh shit, that's me.
No, you know what's crazy? I heard somebody say the word void out in public, and I literally turned my head.
Carbon footprints.
I have
when you walk, you leave.
Wait, no. If you impregnate somebody, it's carbon emissions.
Oh, can I get that carbon emissions?
There you go, carbon emissions. Carbonara sauce. All right, will we have any debate?
Carbonara sauce.
Where are they at, bro? We had 700 people in here earlier. Okay.
And then you restarted.
Yeah, I already invited Vicky. She's not like coming in. I don't know what.
Hey Vicky, you want to talk about Witchy being quiet now? Why don't you accept the request and put on your big boy or girl panties and use your voice to defend your stance instead of barking from the benches?
Yeah, come tell me how the Islamic God is different from the Christian God. Please tell me. I'd really like you to tell me.
Wait, that's what you could call your kids as carbon-based life forms.
Or just carbon-based. Get it? Because I'm based. Anyway.
Yeah, totally funny. Anyway.
Yeah.
Stick to what you're good at.
Yeah.
Let's see if there's anybody who's watching who is position.
I'm all carbon beings.
That was so creative.
Have you ever told us why you came up with the name Carbon?
I think
Grandmaster, no.
What?
Are you made of gold?
Are you made of gold, titanium,
sulfur, and carbon because
you're
autistic?
I like that one.
No, I'm setting that to logic.
But how did you come up with the name Carbon?
I don't. Well, like it was like a nickname or something in high school. Like y'all had nicknames. I think mine was because it was like Carbon Cassius, like Cassius Clay, but it was with the word. It was spelled with the C, and then when I went online to try to use that as a name, the one spelled with the C was taken, so I switched the C to a K, and that's how it started with the K, and that's how it's Carbon. I don't remember too much about it. Yeah, it was like a high school thing. Yeah.
If anyone mimics you, it's a carbon copy.
Oh my god!
You love the carbon lore.
Yeah. Oh. All right, y'all got 3 minutes for any Christians disagree with the background. Vicky, you included here. Just mute Vicky out of the chat. That way she's forced to either watch or come up into the box. Okay.
Y'all got 3 minutes to get me and Witchy to 1K coins.
There you go.
Let's go.
Muse, can I get your age, please?
47.
All right. Are you a Christian?
Oh, I thought so until I ran across this page, but...
Oh, damn, that was the easiest conversion ever.
Oh, yeah.
Damn, hell yeah. Dub.
I'm just curious. It says, why does God support slavery? So tell me what your page is about, and I'm open-minded. I'll listen to you.
Sure. So, in the Bible, in the Old Testament, in Leviticus, there's also New Testament versions, but a lot of it is centered in the Old Testament, where God comes down, he lays down his law to the Israelites. The Israelites, he explicitly tells them that they're allowed to own non-Israelites as property. Own them as chattel. They're able to be inherited to the children. They're able to be owned for life, ruled over with rigor. There's cases where you can beat them and not be punished. So yeah, I mean, that's Leviticus 25, Exodus 21, Deuteronomy 21. There's a lot of different verses on that.
So you get your information from what you've read?
The Bible, yes.
Okay. Here's my thing with the Bible, because I'm not either way. I'm not going to, I don't disagree or agree with you, but my thing with the Bible, based on what I've read, is the Bible's been rewritten so many times. What's true, what's not true.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm an atheist, so I agree with that. This argument is generally targeted towards individuals who think that the Bible is the inerrant word of God. And therefore, if it's the inerrant word of God, it follows from that God supports slavery, given the Bible, has prescriptions from God for slavery. Now, let's say God did exist, he issued his law, and men corrupted it with their own law, right? Then we wouldn't know if God supports slavery. We don't know if that's a verse that is written by man, or we wouldn't know if that's a verse that's written by God. At that point, I think epistemically it becomes very difficult to determine what's true and what's false in the Bible. But this argument, about slavery is generally towards people who are inerrantists, people who believe that the Bible is the true word of God, and therefore if it says God supports X, then God supports X.
So do atheists believe in a God?
By definition, no.
Okay.
Atheism means you do not believe in anything theistically. Without theism, a belief in a God.
Now, like, Beyonce exists, so that's some evidence that God exists. But like, other than that,
Did you
like,
say
I'm
Beyonce?
yeah. And then other than that, like, I would just say like, probably not.
Crediting Beyonce instead of Megan Thee Stallion as well.
Take the word God out of the equation. Do you believe in a higher power or a creator?
Well, I mean, I think
I
think we are the only creators that we know of.
I didn't create Earth.
Well, yeah, we create things though. We don't have to create Earth, right? We don't know what created Earth. Like, we just think Earth was formed. Creation, I take to be an intentional thing that an agent actually intends to do.
I'm just asking because I'm interested. I don't know. You know, I spent the first 20 years of my life going to church because my parents made me go to church and made me do the Methodist thing. And
you're a Methodist
because that's what we did. You know, so I honestly don't know. But I do believe
That tracks so much.
there is a creator. I mean, I don't. I didn't create the moon, the sun, the stars, the wind, the air. So I do think there's a higher power. But
don't ever sell yourself short. You could do it one day.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Like, listen, I can imagine a world where AI gets so advanced, it's able to create its own like little planet somewhere out there.
AI is so awesome. It's also scary.
The Muse, I gotta point out that you being raised Methodist is so on point with how your attitude is, and I love it for you. Methodists tend to be far more accepting and more open-minded.
Oh, I'm very accepting.
In general, kinder than most Christians.
Oh, wait, Muse.
Yeah, none of us know what's right. I mean, even you guys as atheists believe what you believe.
Yeah.
We don't know if you're right.
So Muse, so let me ask you, who'd you vote for?
You're gonna go down a road you don't want to go down, brother.
I take it back.
So that means
I
Trump.
take back my fucking comment. You're a piece of shit.
No,
Why did you vote for a rapist?
We're gonna have conversations that are mean. Well, actually, I ain't gonna let it get mean, but you can't prove that. That's only what you've been told.
Oh,
Wait, no. It was
oh
proven.
my God.
Pause.
No.
This is like one of my favorite things to talk about.
It wasn't proven. If he was convicted guilty as a rapist, he'd be in jail, right?
No, it wasn't, because it was past the statute of limitations, right? Okay. And for one, if he was innocent, why would he not give up his DNA to prove his innocence? Then he wouldn't have had to pay Eugene Carroll a fucking dime.
Yeah.
Can't disagree with you.
Also,
okay, yeah. So Muse, if you were accused of raping a woman, right? Would you wait, or actually, would you never give up your DNA to prove your innocence?
I'd absolutely give it up.
Okay, then why would you do it? Because you'd be an innocent man, right? An innocent man is going to prove his innocence, correct?
I agree.
Okay, then. What would a guilty man do?
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Wait,
well, you said you can't prove that,
because you just said you can't prove it, right? Logically, right? You can't.
And they didn't. But let's
They
say,
did.
let me agree 100% with you. I'm going to say, guess what? He's guilty because he didn't do that. He should have gave it up, and he should have gave it to him. So Trump's guilty. He's a rapist.
Okay. So why'd you vote for him? Why'd you vote for the rapist?
I vote for him based on economics, constitutional.
How the fuck is that going right now? He's violated the Constitution multiple fucking times.
How?
Already. He's deported people without due process. He tried to do away with birthright citizenship via EO, which
See, this is where I'm a simpleton.
Okay, who was president from 20?
Country illegal.
Wait, hold on, wait. Who was president?
We can talk about illegal.
Who was president from 2021 to 2024?
The guy that let 30 million people into our country illegally.
Who is that?
30 million? Oh my God! First it's 20, now it's 30.
30 is crazy.
No. First of all, the number you're referring to is 20 million, right? And that doesn't refer to border crossing. That refers to border encounters, which can be one person multiple times, right? That's just people that they have seen at the border or like close to the border, right? There's nowhere near that many fucking people here undocumented in the U.S.
There's
and you said you were
50 million
simpleton.
undocumented people in the U.S.
No, it's 50. You went from 30 to 50.
No,
Oh
it's
my
30
god,
million
dude!
that crossed.
Is it like millions every
It's
like
30
millisecond,
million
bro?
that crossed, and then there's 20 million people here that their visas have
Do
expired.
you know how? I don't think this guy knows how much 30 million people is.
He doesn't. And wait. What were you saying when you said you were a simpleton, and then you said something about coming to this country illegally? What were you saying? I didn't hear you.
You know, let's say it's 10 people. Let's say
Okay.
10 people cross the border.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Are they illegal or are they not illegal?
Do you know if it's a civil federal offense?
Doesn't matter. If
It
they
does
cross
matter
the border
because
without going
it
through
does
due
matter because of
process.
this. Do you understand? Okay. Do you understand that it's illegal to let off fireworks without a permit? That's a misdemeanor, correct? You understand that, right?
That's not true. I live in Iowa and we can let off fireworks every fucking day, 365
Yeah, they just
days.
don't. They just don't enforce this, right? Crossing
No,
the
it's
border
not.
has the
It's
same.
legal here.
Crossing the border has the same penalty. It is a
No.
fucking misdemeanor and it's a civil offense.
No,
Unless you
read the
cross it
law.
more than
If you
once.
cross the border, you are immediately deported.
No, you're not. You have to go through due process
how-
anyway because the majority of the people who are even over here are through asylum claims.
I don't like your president is like I don't understand what like you're kind of it's like self-defeating. You're talking about like crimes and stuff. Like first of all, Donald Trump is a convicted felon. You just agreed that he's
No, he's
probably
not. Never served
Yes,
a
he
day in
is.
jail.
yeah. So
You
Donald
have
Trump.
to serve a minimum of
Hold on,
3
hold on,
days.
hold on, hold
65
on,
days
hold
in
on,
jail
hold
to
on,
be
hold on,
classified as a
hold on,
president.
hold on, hold on. Okay. So in order to be a felon, you just need to be convicted of crimes, not sentenced. But you need to be convicted, right? Which means a jury and the judge has to agree, come down and lay down the law and say that you actually did those things. That's what it means to be a convicted felon. Now he did those things. He was convicted. You agreed that he did rape someone. He also pardoned a bunch of terrorists. Remember that, like just a few months ago, the January 6ers. You remember that? These people were pretty violent individuals, and he pardoned them. The one that comes up to mind, just because I heard about it recently, DJ Rodriguez. You heard about him? Muse, you can unmute. Send him on unmute.
I did twice.
No, it made me
Okay.
push.
Have you heard of DJ Rodriguez?
I have.
You have?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you know about him?
Nothing.
Okay, okay, you just heard about him. You just don't know the content.
Heard
Okay, so
about him.
he's a Trump supporter. Obviously, he went to the whole January 6th thing. He got a stun gun and stunned a while this police officer, who was defending the Capitol, was on the ground. He stunned him twice in the neck, and that officer actually got a heart attack. Anyway, he confessed. The officer also testified. Trump pardoned him. He was supposed to get, I think, 11 or 12 years, but Trump pardoned him after 3 or 4 years. Right.
Okay. Have you heard about Owen Schroyer?
Just don't deflect. So let's just. How do you feel about that case? How do you feel about Donald Trump pardoning this violent terrorist?
Well, I said I know of him. I don't know the whole story. So
Well, I just told you.
Did, and
Yeah.
Trump pardoned him. That's wrong.
Yeah. So
I will
pardoned. Wait. Trump also pardoned one of the January 6ers who a week later after his pardon was convicted of having a child CSAM. Child corn, if you don't know what the proper term is child corn.
Okay.
Pardoned him. These are the type of people that align with your party, with you.
And Donald Trump was just, yeah, go free, yay. And then now, I don't think you want to talk about this one. Did Epstein unalive himself, Muse?
Oh no, he was killed.
Oh,
But
so
now there's no Epstein
Donald
list.
Trump saying Donald
Oh,
Trump
no,
is right
I'm
now.
pissed.
Donald Trump is saying that he was.
upset about that.
Donald Trump is saying that he was unalived. That it was like he unalived himself. So you think Donald Trump is probably in on it?
Everybody
and
knows if
suppressing
Donald
that.
Trump was in on it. We all know Biden would have fucking let that shit out so fast and so quick.
So what explains why Trump is suppressing this information?
It's a good question. I'm trying to figure it out too because I'm very upset that this came out because I think, Kash Patel was going to shut the FBI down. Pam Bondi was going to release the list, and everything went silent and dead.
Who won the 2020 election?
Oh, we all know Trump did. We all saw the results.
Wait, okay, yeah, wait.
Literally
Let-
can
wait,
watch.
wait.
I went to
let's
bed at
address,
2
wait,
o'clock
let's
in the
address
morning.
this post
Went to
that
bed at 2
you
o'clock in the morning and.
let's address this post that you posted. I spent the last few weeks joining anti-Trump lives, and they end them because they can't back their narrative with facts. I debate with facts. Anyone that thinks what Trump is doing for our country isn't exactly what this
Ooh,
country needs.
damn.
So what facts are you bringing to this particular live? Because only thing I fucking heard is propaganda and bullshit. I also got added in a comment saying that you're anti-vax, which is
Oh my
not
god, you're
surprising.
just hitting all the points, aren't you?
You
Man,
just like, bro, I just need to get
Oh,
my fucking bingo
how are
card out
you
because that was
only
only
how
like
are you
4 of them.
only reasonable with respect to your religion, and then everything
Right.
else you just
Wild work.
I've never seen that. I've never seen it be the opposite. Like it's
Usually the like super duper evangelical and not chill Methodists. You give Methodists a bad name. Methodists are cool people. They love the cool.
Do you think the earth is flat?
oh my god.
No,
That
seriously,
made
do
me
you think
lose
the
even
earth's
more
flat?
hope.
I don't think it is. I know it is.
Oh my god.
Idiot.
Wow, you
This
guys
is not
can
fucking
laugh.
real.
I'm having
You're
more
not a
fun
real.
than you are.
You're
dude.
not a real fucking
It's
person.
alright,
You're not
man.
real.
It's alright, man.
Apparently he just ran from Chris Mowry.
Yeah, that's why I brought up the anti-vax because somebody said that he was in Chris's live talking about like spreading anti-vax misinformation.
Oh, poor Pee. Pobrecita.
Also, the fact that I didn't get a single coin that entire time was insane.
Yeah, wild work.
I'm doing my grifting
I
shit.
think the only Cash Apps and Venmos I got today were from Void.
You're welcome. And see, you know that's crazy. I do it every time. Every time I have like money, I give it to you, Carb, and I'm still not a fucking moderator. That's insane.
Oh, you're trying to buy a mod status. I see.
I will, and I will.
Boy,
Richie.
I earned my shit fair and square. Looked at you.
Yeah, DEI hire. That's what.
Yeah.
And aren't you for affirmative action, Carvin? Weren't you telling motherfucker that earlier?
Affirmative action.
Affirmative action. This Void.
Wait, somebody said what now?
Thank you. That hot on the live chick. I can't say your real name.
Thank you, Hot Corpse.
Hot corpse is wild work.
Hot to go. I don't know.
I want a refund. You owe Grandmaster lots of monies.
Oh yeah, I go
Me?
into debt.
No, Carbon.
Oh, I owe Grandmaster too, but you know we'll talk about that later. Yo, me and Witchy are so close to 1K, guys. Come on.
We can get us. I have to remind you that I have to start paying for my child's inhalers.
Yeah, you want her child to like smother?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Wild.
I
can't
gotta eat.
afford.
Thank you, Connor.
I write Grandmaster fan fiction for fun now.
Thank you, Connor. Appreciate you.
No, we mock people who are clearly delusional, right? Like thinking the Earth is flat is a laughable stance. I am so fucking
And
sorry.
it needs to be shamed.
Like I'm so sick of sitting here and acting like people's opinions are just as valid as scientific fact, right? They don't hold the same fucking weight. You are entitled to your opinion, sure, but your opinion can still be objectively wrong, right? And that's what a lot of people have, are objectively wrong opinions who think they hold the same weight as fact, and they don't.
Yeah, and like you're just like reading the comments, bro, and like just close your eyes if it like if it offends you, just bro, click the side button and your phone turns off, and boom, no more.
All away.
Look, all of a sudden it all goes away. Charlie's, can I get your age, please?
Hi, I'm 27. I'm 24th of July 1997.
Are you a Christian?
It sounds young. I get that.
I'm sorry, are you a Christian?
No, but I'm a friendly. But I just have something to tell you before you got me. Be careful on using asking about flat Earth because some creators have been Bananas.
I see.
Like,
Okay.
Sorry to bother you.
All right, okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Love you. But you still need to be shamed if you believe that. Because let's be real, it's a very anti-Semitic fucking bullshit conspiracy theory, okay? This is one of my many hyperfixations about how conspiracy theories can always be led back to some form of anti-Semitism or racism.
I always like to one-up them. Like, oh, yeah, the moon is fake. You think... They'd be like, oh, yeah, the moon is fake or something like that. Or the governments are trying to cover up what's going on the opposite side of the moon. I'd be like, oh, you think there's a moon? Just always one-up the conspiracy theorists. Like,
No.
bro, I'm sorry. The Earth is not flat; it's a pyramid.
I'm not kidding you. Whenever I say I want you to have a conversation with my brother, because he genuinely believes the moon is a projection.
Then where's the projection coming from?
The ocean.
What, like, how? What? That's a lot of energy. Then, like, just ask him those. Yeah, it's just.
Listen, I'm not, because I get heated. Okay, I get worse than I get in here. Because this is somebody I have to deal with on a daily.
It's crazy.
The Earth is a rhombus. The Earth is hot dog shaped.
Oh, the funniest one is just my understanding of, like hurricanes, just makes people who believe that hurricanes are like being caused by humans just laughable because so hurricanes get their energy the way the energy there's a lot of ways, but the course, like if you have cold water, you're not getting a hurricane, right? So the hotter the oceans, the more violent, the more frequent, and the longer lasting the hurricane. Okay, so they get a lot of their energy from the heat of the ocean, right? And when you calculate how much energy a human being would need to generate a full hurricane, even in category 1, it is more energy than the entire human race can produce in a single year. It is absolutely it is an insane amount of energy. Like if we could capture that energy, it'd be awesome. Like it is an insane petawatts.
Not you mansplaining hurricanes. I'm kidding.
I'm weak.
That's the straightest face ever. I'm weak.
As a meteorologist, this is all fact. See, Connor knows what's up. All right, I'm gonna give it like 2 minutes.
You're a meteorologist?
I'm a is it meteor?
I don't know, Carbon. Is it meaty?
They're hurricanes, yeah, exactly.
Aren't all hurricanes don't they all have like feminine names?
Yes.
Yeah, what is it?
Other than a few, there's a few that have been male, but
seems
misogynistic. What does feminine mean? Do you even know what feminine means?
Carbon.
Shut the fuck up. Don't mansplain feminism or femininity to us.
Femininity.
Yeah, Carbon. Do you know any feminists that aren't white?
Huh? Wait, what?
It's a joke.
Oh.
Nothing. Which you said feminism, and I was like, feminism?
Anemone. I live in an anemone.
Anemones.
Carbon, I will leave this live right now and go hold my missing poster sign live for you, okay?
Oh it's crazy to do right after I went live.
I'm spicy white and I stand by that. That's so funny.
Same Alyssa.
Hey, wait, Carbon, what's your state's your state fish? What is it called?
My state what?
The state fish.
Mahi, I think.
No, it's like Huma Numa.
Yeah, it's a. Oh yeah, yeah, it's a long ass name.
Huma Numa Nu Apawa.
I mean, it's the reef. It is the reef triggerfish, but it's pronounced humi. I don't know. It's too. I can't do it.
Humi.
Hawaiian is a complex language, that's for sure.
Huma. Okay, never mind. I'm not even gonna try it. There's a state fish. Huma huma nuna apua'a.
Kuapua.
Huma huma
Yeah,
nuna
kuapua.
apua'a.
Yeah, okay, there it is.
Huma huma nuka nuka apua'a. There we go. Thank you. The only reason I know that is because of High School Musical. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a what's that song? It's like a town in New Zealand. It's like the longest
Oh
name.
my god.
And they have a
yes.
long yeah, I love it.
Yeah, they have like a theme song, yeah.
All right, I think we're
unfortunately
pretty much done for the night. I'm gonna give me something to eat. I'm gonna rest. I'm kind of chilling now. I think we're dried up on debates. I will be back tomorrow. So I will see you guys. Thank you so much for joining the live, everybody. I will be on Twitch and YouTube for the next couple of minutes. If you guys want to go drop a follow over there. And say goodbye. All right. But anyway, thank you guys so much. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the support. Shout out to my new followers. Yeah, all that good shit. But thank you guys so much.
Get it 1,000 now. Go quick. Come on. We're both so close.
All right, ending live. Ending now. Ending now.
Come on, guys. Quick. Hurry. We're so close. Carmen!
Come on, guys. It's 40.
That's funny. Oh my god. All right. City names for Wisconsin. Oh, I'll have a blast looking at that shit. You wake up and all right, y'all. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for the subs. Thank you so much for sticking with it tonight. Thank y'all. I think I had a super chat. I don't know if I read it or not. I don't remember if I read it. Hold on, let me see. Did I read it? I don't think I read this one. From Dustin. Dustin, did I read your super chat, the $10? I remember liking it and favoriting it, but I don't know if I shouted you out. I think I was in the middle of the debate. Dustin, anyway, thank you so much for the $10. Trump is the false positive on the peace stick. Now we are questioning our choices, face. I appreciate you, Dustin. Thank you so much for that. If you're still here, probably not, probably still asleep. But anyway, thank you guys so much for joining. Can we have a fuck your mom tonight? Yeah, let's do it. Fuck it. All right, well, y'all have a good one. Thank you so much. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Don't do anything I would. Take it easy. Bye.
Me and her together, two peas forever. I know the lie you told. Never seen you be so bold. She was my solace, my world, my knowledge. This is the world you chose. You should have never let me get this close. I smashed your mom and it was great. Never had this much on my plate. I took my time and now I know I will never ever let her go. I smashed your mom and it was great. Never had this much on my plate. I took my time and now I know I will never ever let her go. You are a martyr. She made me harder. I know you never thought I could, but a guy like me, motherfucker, I would. She was my solace, my world, my knowledge. This is the world you chose. You should have never let me get this close. I smashed your mom and it was great. Never had this much on my plate. I took my time and now I know I will never ever let her go. I smashed your mom and it was great. Never had this much on my plate. I took my time and smashed your mom, and it was great. Never had this much on my plate. I took my time, and now I know I will never ever let her go. I smashed your mom, and it was great. Never had this much on my plate. I took my time, and now